Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thanks for coming. I am Sister Freedom, Big Mama in the house.
Hey y'all, it's Daughters of the Sea here. What's up?
Dulcie.
Happy Wednesday, everybody. It's Dulcinea.
Well, tonight, everybody.
Oh no, we gotta shout out our people first. Sorry.
Go
Before
ahead.
you come on now, we gotta shout out the people. All right, big up to Omega Supreme. He's been waiting, the first one in the building. We see you. Hi, Dark Chief. How you been? Othella. Hi, beautiful Sakina, Dark Chief, King Lemuel. Hey y'all. Okay, take it over.
Okay, we start this again. All right, tonight I wanted to play one of my all-time favorites, which was Queen Valahra. She my girl. Okay. I think she's giving up a lot of information. I know there's gonna be those in the chat of our family that does not agree with her, but I'm willing to I would like to hear what people had to say about what she got to say. This ain't something they going to teach you in school. This is something you just happen to learn if you're into learning this sort of information. So after she plays, we're going to stop a little bit, talk about it, whatever. Then we want y'all to come up and elaborate on what she's saying because I think she got a lot to say that's good. Okay.
Yes, and let's preface this also with because I'm unfamiliar with this video, and actually this is going to be the first time that I even heard of Queen Valahra Bey from Freedom, so I'm interested. So I just want to put that out there too. I've never seen the video. I'm not familiar with the name, but this is not anybody current, right? Freedom. This video that we're getting ready to watch is really old.
Goodie. It's an oldie but goodie to me.
No, that's not why I'm mentioning that. I'm saying that it's not Queen Valahra Bey is not in the scene necessarily today. This is a video that's been out for some time already.
Yes, it has been out, but
right.
I think she has some information for at the time and even now that I feel as though that we should know. But you know.
Okay. All right. Here we go, you guys. And do you know when this video was made, Freedom, by any chance? Was this like in the 90s?
It could have been. Curious. It could have been. It was years ago when I first was introduced to her. At the time, my mom knew her, dealt with her, because my mom does, she does deal in the Moorish science. So
okay. Hey, the real Gotti as well. Carrie, what's up? We haven't seen you. Jamal, peace. All right, let's get into the video. Here we go.
I assure you that what you perceive as being law is not what law really is.
Everybody can hear her.
Bring it down. Want it? Okay, sorry about that. Throughout the history of this country, the majority of us have believed that we were from Africa. I'm not going to start with that discussion tonight because most likely the reason you're here is because you already know we're not from Africa and that in fact this is our land. So beginning with that premise, whether you're Moor or not Moor, I'm going to start with what law really is. Most of us think that we go into a courtroom and understand the difference between a court and a courtroom, that the people who purport to use law really use words of art to make you believe, in fact, that law is on the table when you walk into a courthouse or a courtroom, when in fact that's not true. And I would like to share with you tonight regardless of your religious persuasion, what law really is. Law, all law, is A-L-L space L-A-W, all law, all law. So for anyone who's of a Christian persuasion, don't be misled. And when you hear the term all law is God, all right? That is also what we would say in lawful terms, a misnomer. Allah is not God. God has no capacity and no standing to all law. Because God means governmental ordinance departments. There is no comparison. Now, who can use law? Law can only be used by people who are in their sovereign capacity. And as I will share with you tonight, the majority of the people in the world, and I'm not going to get into all of the details about that, but the majority of the people in the world, 99% of them live in slavery today. So in 1863, via the Emancipation Proclamation, and I challenge you to go look in a law dictionary and look up the definition of emancipation and proclamation, and you will see that a proclamation is not a law. A proclamation is a public announcement by elected officials. It is not a law. So the Emancipation Proclamation of 1863 did not set any slaves free. What it did was standardize slavery, the United States being the model for the standardization of slavery, that all of the other nations around the world, as they reduced their people from their sovereign capacity and forced them to join nation states, then they were able to issue statute, codes, ordinances, resolutions on them. And a statute, as in a state statute of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, is not a law. It is corporate policy of the corporation that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated. All right? Now, a code is not a law. The United States codes, the code of the laws of the United States of America that are used in federal court and the Supreme Court are not law. They are what they say they are. They are codes, ordinances, and resolutions of a municipality of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private nonprofit corporation that calls itself the City of Philadelphia. An ordinance and a resolution, as in parking ordinances, they are not law. They are what they say they are. They are ordinances and they are resolutions. All right? And the reason they are not law is because the only people who can issue law are people who are acting in their sovereign capacity. And the people who sit in these seats as elected officials are not, in fact, in their sovereign capacity. They are in a corporate ward status, meaning that they are wards of the state. They are members of the corporation, which is a nonprofit that calls itself the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And as long as they have a birth certificate on record with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, with that birth certificate being a contract, a birth certificate is a contract. And as long as you have a contract with the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, you belong to them. And that's what slavery really is. All right? So who can use law? If you are a member of a corporate ward state, if you are a member of a corporate ward nation that calls itself the United States of America, you are a citizen. Look in the law dictionary and look up the definition of citizen. A citizen is not a sovereign. A resident is not a sovereign. Therefore, if you use an address, which is a fictitious number associated with a designation issued by a corporate ward, right? Then you become under the jurisdiction of those people who are also corporate wards, but who are also slaveholders. All right? So if you're operating in that capacity, law does not apply to you. If you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, which is a private nonprofit corporation, and you say you are a resident of the city of Philadelphia, then the ordinances and the resolutions of that private nonprofit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania Incorporated, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the statutes of that nonprofit corporation apply to you. If you are a citizen of the United States of America, which is a private nonprofit corporation, then the code of the laws, right, apply to you. But if you are a sovereign of the Moorish Empire, those ordinances, those resolutions, those codes, those statutes do not apply to you because you are not a member of the corporate ward state. It's a simple.
Right there. Right there is where I have an issue. Everything else that she said, I agree with. Everything, but I mean, I have no other choice but to agree with it because all of us know that it's true. Everything that she's saying prior to she get to that part is where I have an issue. Because she's saying that if you're all, that we all know that the United States is an organization that was put together on these lands. And everything that comes underneath of it is in their organization. We've spoke on that before. But when she says that when you become a Moor, you no longer have to abide by the rules and regulations of the organization that was put together on these lands from immigrants that came on these lands. Now, I don't know if everybody can understand that the organization was put together, or organizations from immigrants that was put together, and now they don't want no immigrants to come into here, but all of them that put together the organization that we call the United States were immigrants. Now, the problem I got is when she say that if you say I'm a Moor, that's supposed to stop anything. I don't agree with that. That is the part that's not making no sense to me. So we can move forward with this.
No, since you paused it, I want to say something too, because
Okay.
I don't agree with anything she said up to this point.
I don't know why.
I think it's because most people don't look up the word sovereign, and they definitely don't look up what sovereign means in law. So it's a word that we throw around and we give our own meaning to, and not law's meaning for what sovereign is. So she's explaining a thing that just does not exist, person to person. You can even go back to the United States of America, and we can talk about, how the United States of America became a sovereign nation. So should we go ahead and look up what sovereign means in law, or?
Wait a minute, let me make sure I ask you a question, because when she says sovereign, that was just like a couple seconds ago. So you don't agree that the nonprofit, that the United States is a corporation or organization was put together by immigrants?
No, she didn't just say sovereign a minute ago. She's been talking about a sovereign. She said Allah is all law, and that law is only. And she said, yeah, I know. I'm repeating what she said. I was listening. And she said, as far as that, only sovereign people are the ones that administrate law. That's incorrect. There's no such thing as sovereign people. Law. No. There's no such thing as sovereign people getting to do law. Law is something that is incorporated with governance, yes, but not with individual people. So it's nothing that a sovereign person gets to act under law, and then someone else that's, for instance, a citizen doesn't get to act under law. Laws are established usually by government, and the big elephant of the room is what makes someone sovereign is having a military.
Well, I'm going to say this. I don't know if I see sovereign that way, but
and that's why I was thinking maybe we should look up in Black Law's dictionary what sovereign is. Should I send you that, Dots, what sovereign actually means in law?
You can send it to me, but what I was thinking, Dulcie, was that sovereign was prior to the organization that was set up on these lands, that you had your own rules, regulations, and laws prior to the immigrants coming on this land and setting up the what they call now the United States. Or and then like what she was trying to use an example with Pennsylvania and what comes underneath of that, and when she was trying to explain by using Pennsylvania as an example. But I thought that sovereignty was what was going on prior to organization set up. I'm confused as to how you didn't hear that, or maybe it went over top of my head.
Yeah, or we can just continue. Let's continue to listen to the video because I'm sure we'll be able to talk about more about that. Let's continue listening to what she has to say.
Okay.
As that, and they understand the difference. This is why on their documents they use words of art. They use the word label, they use the word person, they use the word address, all of these things that place you in their jurisdiction, and you unknowingly fill out forms every day, and every time you fill out a form you enter into a contract. I don't care what kind of form it is, it's a contract. A driver's license application is a contract. A social security application is a contract. When you call up the telephone company and you make a verbal contract over the telephone, this is why they can bill you. When you sign a deed, it is a contract. When you fill out a voter registration form, it is a contract. Does everybody understand that? Don't ever think anything that you put your signature on becomes a contract. All right? Now, the fact that you are not in your sovereign status means that you make a contract as a minor. They don't care. They know you are a minor because, and to be other than a minor, you have to be in your proper person at law. And how we write that is this. Can I have a transcript? That's working. Can you bear with me for a minute and let me put this on because I can't. And they bring someone in called a got that? Prosecutor, a prosecutor, because you're in a corporate board status. Now, if you're in propria persona,
Right.
saying there are criminal allegations, the prosecutor cannot come into the courtroom and say anything to you because you're not in pro se status. Makes sense, right? The issues of law. The issues of law are threefold. The issues of law are status, jurisdiction, and adjudication. The first thing that happens when you walk into a courtroom in your corporate ward status is that they already make the assumption that you are a ward of the state and that you don't know any better. So they immediately start adjudicating you. As the first thing that happens when we walk into a courtroom is that we place our status on the record. On the record. We come in with our flag. We come in with our treaty. We come in with the Constitution we signed with them, and understanding that the Constitution is a contract. It's a contract between who? It's a contract between the United States Republic and the United States of America. But there are certain clauses in that contract that apply to Moors, which takes us back to the Treaty of 1787. But that contract between the United States and the United States of America does not apply to us other than that part that discusses the treaty. So it's not relevant for us to go into any courtroom and argue about their ordinances, their codes, their statutes. The only thing we're in there to talk about is, have we violated the treaty? Have we violated that part, which is Article 6 of the Constitution, that applies to us? That's the only question in the courtroom, because the status of the individuals looks like this. You and the judge. There's nobody else that you need to discuss anything with in the courtroom besides the judge. The prosecutor is invisible to you. Now, what do you have to say to that judge? My honor, not your honor. What is your status? What is your name? What is your nationality? All right? And do not let them get away with saying, I am a U.S. citizen. You cannot be a citizen and sit a bench. You cannot be a member of the Bar Association, which is a private, nonprofit corporation that issues registration numbers to its members who do not have a license to practice law in any state. Because in order to have a license to practice law, you must have your proper person. And in order to be in propria persona in this country, whether that be North America, Central America, or South America, you must be a Moor. If they want to be sovereign, they've got to go home. They cannot be sovereign here. All right?
Did you say where home was?
The next issue of law is jurisdiction. Let me stick with status. What is the status of the prosecutor? What is the status of the district attorney? What is the status of Lynn Abraham? Does anybody in this room know her nationality? I don't. That's an important question to ask her if she serves me with any papers. Who are you? Where is your license to practice law? Where is your proof of naturalization in my land? Who gave you the authority to be here? Right? Who issued you authority to act in any capacity, to file any complaint or any charges against anyone? That's the question. And I say to you, she can't answer those questions, right? So then, if you walk into a courtroom and nobody else has the status to be there, automatically challenge the jurisdiction of the court. There's nothing else that you need to say. There's nothing else to be
I think we
said.
should pause
Stand
it
mute.
right here. Because I mean, like, to say like lawyers don't have the right to go or anything, or say that they don't have the proper status, so they shouldn't be able to operate in a court. If that was the case, we would see those kind of jurisdiction complaints win, which it's not going to win because we're using these words, but we're not using them correctly, like governance. So I get it. People have always said, oh, it's a self-governance to do whatever you want to do or create your own rules. Well, there's no such thing as a self-governance. A governance in itself is an entity that's establishing policies, legislation, rules. So, I mean, you can be a self-government in your own house and I guess invoke a policy amongst your children. But as soon as we're talking about governance, we're usually talking about land and we're talking about a people. So to say that they don't have the right in law to practice as far as here because it's not theirs and you can fight that jurisdiction, no, the government gives them the right. And the government is the governance. The government is the law. So they very much so have a right to do it. And I want to see a case where someone got it thrown out because the lawyer and the judge didn't have the correct status as Moors and they got the case thrown out. I'm being rhetorical because there is no such case. The government is what allows the law to happen here, and the law is real through the government.
Yeah,
I
I
want
was going to ask
to.
what the like, so the first thing I think of is like, how does one prove their nationality as a Moor? How does a person prove their Moorish nationality? Right? Like that's the first question. And yeah, my second one was just this idea of how has that worked in court to this day amongst Moors? You know what I mean? Like how it hasn't worked, right?
No, it
So
hasn't.
yeah, yeah.
It hasn't worked
So,
because there's not enough people who stand behind it. And parts of it is just being not heard. I'm gonna tell you to take it back a little bit, but go ahead, Dotson. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
Well, that makes it, yeah, enough people, then it would become a government. It's not self governance anymore. It's not an individual governing themselves. Then, when you have enough people to garnish a nation, you can establish a government of rule. Then that government can be the one that says, yes, this is how we work as whatever you want to be, which is what we have now. So to say that it's not under that or there's no jurisdiction, well, that's not true. Go commit a
It is.
crime.
No,
You're
it's
gonna
true. It's just
see, hold on 1 second, and
okay.
then you'll reply right after. Go commit a crime, and you'll see that you're going to be in a government established courtroom, whether she feels like there's no jurisdiction or not. You're going to have to see where P. Diddy is right now. So, I mean, like, yes, we can say these things because of ways that they've gotten it or anything, but it's established under the government. So, when you're saying you want to fight these things, you need another government to fight it. What this government has to fight back is a military force. So, you can say, I have a government from 1300 because I have this book. It's a Moorish book. I believe I'm Moorish, and this is our government. Okay, now how are you going to enforce that? How US enforces that is through the judicial part, through the court systems, through the police, through all these, through the military, and it makes it where, okay, now this is established, this is the rule, and they're willing to fight for it. Now, if you say, no, I don't feel like you have jurisdiction, then you have to now have a government that's going to fight it. And then without having a military, I see no way you're going to get past the strongest government that this world sees today, which is ours.
Okay. Now, first of all, everything that's happening to us right now, we're allowing it to happen. There's not enough people who knows even this information to even fight for it. First of all, did you hear the part when she said, who allowed you to come on this land and do everything that you're doing? Who gave you the permission to do it? Everything that we are going through right now in our lives is being forced on us. Everything. The military, their military that they put together has been forced on us. Um, the rules and regulations that we go through right now, all of that is forced on us. These are invaders that came over on these lands and set up all of this. Now, people that say the things that you say, Dulcie, I'm not going to say that you're wrong, but this is what you're saying is the reason why we don't fight and don't have no nothing. We don't control anything. I mean, nothing. Because we don't speak up. We don't have we're not we don't have enough information to do anything about it. For the reason that she's saying all of this right now is because everything she's saying is true, rather or not we do it or fight for it or not. Everything she's saying is true. We don't do nothing about it. If it was more people to talk like her, I'm telling you, me myself, right? When I was in my Moorish, dealing with the Moors, I'll put it like that, because my mom is a Moor. I had police officers come to me and ask me, could I give them information on how to deal with the Moors? Because they would get them and stop them in cars and everything, and they couldn't do nothing. They couldn't move. Now they forcing their stuff on people. But there was a time that when I dealt with from like my sisters and brothers and stuff, they couldn't get past the people that they even stopped in cars. They had to literally lock you up. But they couldn't say what you was doing was wrong. They can't say it. They asking for the information to be able to deal with them. Because what the Moors do is make you stand on the facts. All the stuff that they deal with now, the stuff they added in to make sure that everything that they, for one, it was rules that they put in that they don't even want to abide by. Because when you start throwing it back in their face, they don't want the rules to be a fact anymore. So
okay. Sakina's waiting for the panel to open. I know we should drop the link really soon.
Hey,
This is a long video, so we gotta kind of get through it. Hey, Niche, we have to try to get through it.
Nisha.
So
but we shouldn't get through it. No, we should not get through it before we drop the link. We should definitely drop the link, let people come up. We're probably not gonna get through all the points of it and watching it all. Just get her main points and stuff like that.
I'm trying.
I mean, you can take it back a little bit or run it up a little bit.
No.
Nothing she's saying is wrong. Nothing that she's saying.
Well, it's okay that you agree with her, but I disagree. No, I don't agree with her.
I dropped the link, you guys. I dropped the link. So Sakina, feel free to hit it, please.
I don't feel free to hit it. Not agreeing, but it's still not going to change facts.
All right, let's get going with the video, please.
Oh, I did want to ask the real Gotti, are you saying, because he said claiming to be a U.S. citizen and not a citizen of your state is the start. Are you saying that people need to start being a citizen of their state rather than be a U.S. citizen? If so, I agree.
Okay, come here. Go ahead, let your father in. I'm sorry, y'all, that's my door. Go ahead.
All right.
Peace, Sakina.
Sakina, who else is up here? Who is that?
Alabama. Peace, Alabama.
Alabama. Y'all want to? Sakina,
hello.
Ahead. What you have to say, baby girl?
Good evening, ladies.
Good evening. Sakina, what do you have to say?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Yes, we hear you now.
Sakina, what do you have to say?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you now. We can hear you now. We couldn't hear you before, and I think you have an echo.
Okay, so even if everything the lady is saying is true, and it may be, come back to me because I got an echo. Give me a second.
Peace, Alabama. We'll come to you first. And come back to Sakina after. How you doing?
Oh, good evening, Dulcinea, and
hey, Alabama,
daughter of the sea and Big Mama. Now,
somebody say Big Mama.
if we're not in one accord, that's why this caucus of chaos and confusion continues. Now, y'all can define it as you want to, but I wrote it in the chat. Your nationality, to me, this is an opinion, is the womb you are born in, that household and that family line. The dirt of any one of the 50 nation states that we call America, or known as Turtle Island, is the land that you sprung from. Now, when you start bringing in foreign impressions, as in an international body such as the United Nations, which I find very interesting, is on our soil, not anywhere in Europe, Asia, or Africa. Under the UN, the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights, which was encouraged by Eleanor Roosevelt, any human being, I don't agree with that term, but just the way that it is expressed by foreigners, has the right to declare their nationality, and I'm paraphrasing, y'all can look it up if you choose, the right to change one's nationality at any point in time.
Something's ticking. You hear that? Somebody ticking. I'm sorry, Alabama. I was trying to stop that sound.
No, I'm saying if we're to have the conversation, can we at least be on one accord of what we're discussing? Now, I'm not in disagreement with none of what that lady said, other than the point you were stressing, Sister Freedom.
Mm-hmm.
A sovereign is a live being. Now, when you start bringing in arguments of Black's Law Dictionary and all these other things, that is taking on a different connotation than what sovereignty means. Sovereignty means that you're a live person, not an entity, not a corporate fiction. To put a collection of sovereign beings together, then you get into these arguments of nation states, nationalities, ethnic groups, etc. But that is a collection of sovereign beings.
Right. I agree with you. It is a collection of sovereign beings, but Dulcinea is saying there's no such thing as sovereign as being. I don't agree with that, but she had her reasons as to why she was saying it, of
Or a
course.
sovereign being, because
No, being.
we can say, and I get what you're saying, Alabama, because of
Wait a
these
minute,
fiction.
Dulcie, wait a minute. Before you say what you was about to say, I just wanted to say, when I say sovereign, I mean people that are making their own rules. You know what I'm saying? But I know you, and I was talking about prior to the organization. That's why I try to make it clear. Prior to the immigrants coming over and setting up organization on land of people who already had their own rules. That's what I was talking about. I know you might have seen it different, but I just want to explain to you before you said something.
Yeah, and that's what I was addressing too, that there's no such thing as a sovereign in the way that she's speaking of, that a person that makes their own rules. When you have a land, you're automatically going to have a set of laws, policies. So it would mean that an individual in itself did not create the rules. Whatever you have government wise makes the rules. So that's why nations are sovereign and not. But I get what you're saying because of the fiction, whether you want to go in citizenship or different things and talking about fiction characters versus real characters. I wasn't really talking about that because when we're talking about law, which we're talking about tonight, we have to use law's dictionary for sovereign, what it means.
Well,
Okay,
read it.
so may I respond to that?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Because I'm going to address the words she used. Okay, Dulcinea, would you walk with me for a moment?
I'm
The
walking with
word
you.
she used was you become a member of the Moorish Empire. Now, if y'all want to rewind the tape and say what she exactly said, but that's what I heard coming
She
out
did.
of her mouth.
No, we
In
believe you.
addition, this, okay, even in the argument of raising law, the sovereign issue is from the Pope, the pontiff bestowing himself, no female ever in the history of the Roman Catholic Vatican hierarchy, decided that they are the vicar of God on earth. And therefore, sovereignty was bestowed by elevating the monarch to the throne. Now, you sisters, you can quarrel with it or not, but this is the problem when we're having these discussions of let's be on the same accord of what we're discussing. You feel me, sister?
I just
Yeah,
think we
absolutely. And oh, I was just responding back to what he was saying to me. Absolutely. And that's what I was getting into, because when you start seeing the law dictionary, then it starts bringing those terms in, like the Pope, a monarch, different things like that. But if we actually get past the surface level of what's just saying a monarch or the Pope or anything like that, we have to talk about how those we'll call them entities, became the sovereign, which is the supreme power of the land. It's because they're backed up with force.
Hold up, wait a minute right
no,
there.
I can
The
read the
last the
definition if both
last
of
three
y'all ain't
words
got
you
it there.
said, Dulcinea, of the land. Can we cook on that for a minute? But go ahead, sis,
Fact. No,
Sister
no,
Freedom.
that's a fact. Go ahead.
I don't agree with neither one of y'all.
What are
Can I
you
jump
reading that?
in?
What are you reading that sovereign means, Sister Freedom? You're not
Okay.
seeing that it says that it's the supreme authority of the land?
Wait a minute. No, what I'm reading, it says the term sovereign people may refer to the idea of popular sovereignty, which is the idea that people have the power to elect, correct, or remove their political leaders. This idea is based on a social construct. It's saying like
Stop,
people who
stop,
say,
stop,
Yeah,
stop,
see, those
stop,
are
stop.
that's wait, hold on,
Okay,
Alabama.
hold on.
One
Where are
second,
you getting that
Alabama.
from? Where are you getting
y'all
Yeah.
that
gonna let
from?
me finish reading it, or
Wait
From
one
where
second.
though? Where are you getting it from?
I just pulled it up real quick.
Well, Google, but hold on 1 second. That the problem is because you're reading a sovereign people, and
Yeah,
that's why it's saying, an idea, and it's going into the voting, democracy, republic. What we're talking about is, what does sovereign mean in law? So why you're not seeing the definition I'm talking about is because if you look up sovereign in a law dictionary, it don't even have to be a Black law
but I wasn't
dictionary.
talking about
It will
that.
talk about the extreme power of the land. Well, what you're talking about is an idea or a belief, which I'm
No,
not
it's
talking about
not.
someone's
No, it's
belief. You
not.
can believe the sovereign people all you want, but this is
No,
about
I'm
who
so
makes
sorry. That's still
rules.
your opinion only.
This is
Sovereign
about
people
who
are
makes
people that
rules
want
in a
to
land. So
over
even
themselves.
your definition of sovereign people has nothing to do with making rules in a land. It
Wait a
said
minute.
elect other people. It didn't say make your own rules in a
We're on
land.
different subjects. We're on two different subjects. Because I
But that
know
was your
before.
definition, what you're
No,
reading.
no,
Does
wait a
your
minute.
definition say anything about making rules in the land?
Okay, wait a minute. If you before prior, okay, were we sovereign people in our own capacity, our own land over here prior to the invaders, the immigrants coming over and setting up ship over here on our land, shutting up an organization over here? I'm just asking, were we in our own sovereign capacity over here prior to them doing that? I'm asking you, Alibama. Alibama, are you there?
Oh, I can respond now.
I was asking you, please come on, don't do that, right? Because you're gonna
Well,
play on your
well,
phone
because
tomorrow. I'm gonna be
again,
on
as
the
I said, I'm not trying to be contentious. As I said before I started speaking, we
phone.
can't be having an intelligent discussion talking either past each other or not being on the same accord of what is the definition we're discussing. So
That's
I'm
what I
waiting
said.
for that. I'm waiting for that, and then I'll respond to that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. We may have been on two separate subjects of the word sovereignty. That's all. We might have been
Can
on
I
two
jump in
separate.
on sovereignty real quick?
Yes, go ahead. Before.
So I actually think that it's levels to it, and I think that it depends on what group is claiming it, because I've experienced both. When I went to Las Vegas, and Nevada may have passed a law where marijuana is recreational, I'm not sure, but in Las Vegas, it's not. Now, we was able to go to a reservation where you were allowed to smoke weed inside the building because they were not under the same jurisdiction outside of their reservation. But so they did have some type of sovereignty when it came to that. However, when it comes to my job, I've worked on a city level, state level, and now federal. And when we get claims in Social Security or taxes talking anything about sovereignty, we don't look at it. It's sent to something called frivolous claims. It is not held up. It is not analyzed. None of that. It goes to a frivolous claims department, and that's it.
Okay.
But
Now,
Well,
are
see
we
what you
still
just said,
going?
Sakina? Hold on.
Are
What Sakina just
wait,
said.
hold on, Dulcie, one
Okay.
second. And because, but Sakina, thank you for that, right? Because it, irregardless of the information that's out there, it's still very much theoretical. But in the day-to-day reality, right, in realism, right, in the day-to-day, how practical is that, right? How successful is claiming sovereignty? How has that worked for you? And I
It
still,
can't work
my
for you.
question would be, back down to how do you identify, how do you determine who's a Moor, right? And how and how does one prove that the people who were here, like someone Freedom was asking before the, let's say, invaders, because last time I checked, many of those invaders were also Moors coming from Europe when they were coming to the Americas, right? So how do we know who's a Moor? Somebody in the chat, I think, said
but
you
Dots,
I
isn't
don't
what
think
you
it got
just
nothing to
said
do
a
with being
part
a
of
Moor.
this Moorish Empire issue she claimed? Can I
I mean,
just again
yeah.
from
Well, I
Flaming
just don't,
Dragon?
1 second, because I don't want to go off on
No, I wanted to
Sakina's
bring the
point.
definition
Let
up,
him finish,
Dulcie.
Dulcie, and then you go.
But I just want to say something about Sakina's
So
point
thank you,
before we
Sakina.
get on talking about the Moors, because we can debate about who's a Moor,
She said
what
the
are the
more
Moors all day. But no, I'm saying as far as Sakina talked about the reservation being out of the jurisdiction, a reservation is not going to be an individual house that dictated themselves as sovereign, and now that person is sovereign and saying, this is my land, I don't have to act outside of the jurisdiction. A reservation is a nation of people that are deemed now sovereign through their reservation. So it's still the same thing that we're saying, as far as that when we see sovereign in law, which I'm not talking about sovereign outside of law, just in law, where you can dictate what happens as far as your own policies, governments, courts. It is going to be for a nation of people and not an individual. And that's how you can operate outside of the jurisdiction, when it's applied to a nation and not an individual person.
May I,
Okay.
Dulcinea?
Yes.
Because again, I'm only doing, thank you, Flaming Dragon, since I can't pull it up on my phone. According to what Flaming Dragon has put in the chat from the fourth edition of Black's Law Dictionary, sovereign, a person, body, or state in which independent and supreme authority is vested, a
That's what I
chief
said.
ruler with supreme power, a king or other ruler with limited power. Now, whether y'all want to chop that up or we break it down line by line, but I'd rather stay on, let's be in agreement on what we're discussing as the framework. And then let's
Well,
move forward on
Alibama, you
that.
keep saying that, but we're discussing the video that we were just playing. So we're playing clips of Queen Valera, and then we're just giving commentary. So,
Okay, no, but I was just only about this point about what is sovereign. That's all I'm raising for the
I
moment.
think we're past. I mean, unless somebody else want to
Damn,
continue, but I think we're past the sovereign
interrupting
conversation.
him. He's trying to explain what he sees it as being.
No, nobody interrupted him.
Okay, what was you saying, Alabama? Because I was trying to hear what you were saying.
I only brought the definition that Flaming Dragon offered, as I think it was Dulcinea continuously saying, let's deal with the law. And even in the commentary from this woman, she was claiming your sovereignty was based on being a member of the Moorish Empire. Now, if you want to rewind the tape and say the exact words that she used, and then let's address what is the sovereign status as an individual or as a collection of individuals. That was the only point that I was stressing.
Right, right.
And
But
can you answer what a sovereign status is for an individual, Alibamu?
Okay, I'll try this one more time. The womb and person, any person, and I'm only concerned with the authentic American, not United States citizens, not anyone foreign to this land. That person born to that mother in that household and that bloodline. That's one aspect of their nationality. The other is the state itself, which is the soil a sovereign being springs from. Because the definition of American is the copper colored Aboriginal autochthonous people of this land. That's the nationality. Now, y'all can chop it up or agree or disagree, however you
when you
choose.
say that's the
That's just my
nationality, what you
perspective.
Well, we
mean?
can continue the video.
Well, wait a minute. What when you say the copper colored people of this land, that's the nationality. I'm trying to figure out. Are you saying America is the nationality? American? Excuse me.
There is only one defined American. You are allowing other United States citizens to steal that status.
I
That's
understand
the
that.
issue. That's the issue right
Understand
there.
that. Yeah, I understand that. I just want to make sure it's clear on the word. I mean, I'm not going to say I don't agree with everybody's different definition of sovereignty and the different aspects, like Sakina said, that it has in different forms of sovereignty. Uh, you know,
But
Okay.
if you wanted to back up the point that she made about your sovereign
Let
status
them
No, we
is being
proceed
don't.
because
under the
guess what?
Moorish
Alabama,
Empire.
respectfully, we do not want to back up at all. We just want to continue going. We definitely understand what you're saying, though, and you're being honest of what she said. That's what she said, and that's what at least I was arguing as far as being incorrect. So
I don't think
Okay.
it's incorrect.
Can we? I'm getting ready to play the video, y'all.
They cannot proceed.
You probably got to back it up a tad bit.
No.
You say cannot. I don't know what she said. I forgot what
She was talking
You have
about
a
how she
question.
believes that people in the court aren't even allowed to proceed in court because they have no real jurisdiction.
How do we make them honor that information that you just passed on to us?
Good question.
In the courtroom, as I have learned because I've spent a lot of time there, right? There is a language of silence. After you've said what you need to say, don't say anymore. They will do the rest when you stand on your square. That's all you need to do. There's no need to stand there and argue with the judge, and trust me, I've done that. All right? And once you say what you need to say, they know everything else to do. But understand, they do not want you exposing the truth to their corporate wards, because every slave that you take out of their corporation, they lose money. This is making business. So don't go into the courtroom trying to expose the fraud. That's not your job. That's not why you're there. There's another venue for that. In that courtroom, because understand it's not court, because it's not law. And I'm going to get into that in a few minutes. So don't try to challenge them on the law. They already know that. They already know they don't have the proper status. They already know they're operating in your land fraudulently. All right? Just say what you have to say and back off. They will give you the window. And it's up to you. If you are educated enough about the law, you'll see the window, you'll recognize it, and then you'll be able to walk through it and walk out the door. But if you're not conscious, when they open the window for you, I'll give you an example, as I gave in class just a few nights ago. Went into the courtroom, and the judge has papers there in front of me, and he's just arguing with me. Young lady, you'd better come back here. I'm going to send all these officers I have at my disposal with guns to hunt you down and bring you. And he's just running his mouth. And the prosecutor slides me the paper to sign, and it was blank. Do you understand? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
So I signed the paper because I know how to sign contracts and not be obligated to them. Right? So I did that, signed the blank piece of paper. They took a copy, I took a copy, and I left. And I never heard from them again. But if I had stood there, as I shared with class, and I have done this paper is blank, and I'm not signing it. And right? So all I had to do was come into the courtroom and say what I had to say. Now, I know how to present myself in the courtroom, Islam, right? And see the window and walk out.
Thank you.
All right. Now, the next issue at law is jurisdiction.
Please.
What would you
We
bet
already know
over
they
it?
don't have the status.
Okay.
Monopoly straight
Now,
to
this is
jail.
why this is where I got a problem with that she just said right there. Not that I'm saying what she's saying, what her situation is wrong, Alibaba. Well, I'm just saying about murder, something like that, or rape, or some bad stuff. I don't know how you can get out of that. Now she might get out of some small stuff, but when it comes to some serious serious stuff, you ain't walk. I don't know. I can't see you walking out of that. I mean, what you think about what she just said, Alibaba?
I think you're conflating two different things. What I'm
Okay.
trying to understand is, and I thought y'all were just going to let the video play. She is talking about an unauthorized situation. First and foremost, these are administrative courts. They operate under the sea. They do not operate on the land. She's already explained, and we've repeated this. I attempt to. Codes, statutes, and regulations are not law. They are all illegal. And the only law is the United States Constitution, which was not created by foreign immigrants. Not to, correct you, just to be more accurate. Nothing that is operated here was brought here. You understand what I'm saying, Sister Freedom?
Say it one more
It
time.
already was here.
Okay.
the manner in which it was dispensed to the foreigners, and it is in the congressional record, you can look it up, 1988, they acknowledged they co-opted what we had as governance, not government, as how to govern yourself as a person, as a man, as a woman, as a father, as a mother, as a household. We had governance. We were at peace. We had conflict. Every group of people go across and are at odds with each other. But we do not work in the barbarian fashion as these foreigners have existed for hundreds of years. They are degenerates. They brought their degeneracy to our land. We gave them the confines of how they could conduct themselves. That's called the Constitution. They have broken it every day since. But that is outlaw behavior. So to continue to compare yourself to a degenerate, that's your individual choice to make. But that doesn't take away the fact of their character and behavior is distinct from the American. And there is only the American over here. Everyone else is a naturalized or native-born United States citizen. Now, I'm intrigued by how she's trying to worm their way into putting the Moorish Empire, another foreign entity, onto this landmass. But y'all got
it. He always say, but y'all got it. Go ahead, Dulcie, I'm sorry for interrupting. You got something to say.
No, I was laughing that she had the audacity to say what you gotta say and stand there and go straight to jail. Monopoly.
You can't do that.
Don't pass go. Don't collect $200. Be silent and go straight to jail. But
I'm confused about I'm saying that's why when he said okay about a harsh, you saying that the Constitution, just to make sure I'm hearing you right, Alibama, was ours. Or everything was ours. They just added and
the congressional record states in 1988 that the Articles of Confederation and the supposed organic Constitution of 1787 was based on the Great Law of Peace, both agreed to and co-signed by George Washington and Benjamin Franklin, which the jury is still out of whether they're mulattoes or they're Negro peons, African Moors, whatever. But in the congressional record, look it up for yourself, because I've sent this to you, my dear. Remember when I sent you the declaration from my elder that I respect? It is in there with all of the history of the congressional record. Additionally, why we are still under Roman oppression post-millennium would remedy that. But you sisters, y'all chop it up.
Okay. I wish he stopped doing that. But go ahead, Dulcie. I was on you with that, Dulcie. I'm agreeing with that. You ain't just walking out. But somebody.
Oh, that's all I had to say about it. Yeah.
Somebody in chat said that they've actually, if you know the right people and know what to say, they've actually seen people get away with murder.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. If you look at the Buster people that are in South Carolina and stuff, and they're white people, they've been in law for years and years, passed down for generations, and yeah, they're getting away with murder. But they're getting
you're
away
talking
with
about the
murder through the same
the
people.
murders that got away with murder until recently, is what you're saying.
Until recently, yeah. The dad.
Okay,
Well,
go ahead.
not necessarily, because Busta ain't in jail, and Busta definitely murdered people, and the grandfather and all this other stuff. So we just got one Murdaugh that's in jail out of all the crimes that they have committed, which the people there know they committed all these separate crimes. It's about who you know and who you're benefiting. And as long as that benefit is there and who you know, yeah, you can get away with murder. But as soon as that benefit's not there anymore, aka P. Diddy, then everybody's going to turn on you. So it is one of those things, but it's not like the Murdaughs came in and they're like, we're Moors and they got away with it. No, they've been so close and with these powers that be, and that's what's kept them safe from being prosecuted.
Just like, okay, so if you're in another place, like say, well, I can't say Mexico. Mexico's a part of America. But you know how like they can't take somebody to court from a different jurisdiction, like say gosh, what place can I use this? Not of America. Say Jamaica. They're out of their jurisdiction. They have to send them back to Jamaica. They can't try them here. Am I correct to say that? They can't try a person or do something?
If they commit the crime on our land, they can.
Okay, yeah, that's true. That's true. So I don't know.
And what they'll do is they'll hold you until Mexico for sure. They'll hold you until you get sent over there. So they won't, if it's off and it's a crime that they had that you committed off, it depends on what's their
Oh, if the crime is there. Okay.
entity in it. Like if it's like El Chapo and they are benefiting off of El Chapo, then yeah, maybe they're not going to arrest them and send them back. But if it's you and you committed a crime and they calling the Mexican government to get you sent back, best believe they finding you, they're holding you in a holding cell and they sending you back to be tried.
That's
You
true
have to
too.
be a benefit to the government in some way to be like you're absolved of this. Other than that, then no, you're not absolved.
Yeah, and then on top of that, she said in the beginning, whether you are a Moor or you not a Moor. That's the part I remember her saying, that these rules should still apply if you're in your sovereign status. But what I'm saying is, when she says sovereign status, that's the part that always gets me, because we so locked in now in the organization. You can never be in a sovereign status because you can't make your own rules. But that's why I brought up the Amish people to Dulcinea earlier. But you can never be in a sovereign status. So I was going to ask this, the Native American, are they in a sovereign status? No, I guess not. Huh.
No, they are a designated population through
Okay.
federal recognition.
Okay.
When we use this language situation, that's the only reason why I keep stressing. If we're not speaking under the same definition, we're talking past each other. Now, as far as status is concerned, that's no different than a label, a category, or classification. What are you saying? Well, your status is, are you breathing or you're not? Those are only two states, not status. You're alive or dead, right, Dulcinea?
Right.
Yep.
While you are alive, that state of existence is sovereign. You feel me, sisters?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Say it when you said that while you're alive, that state is sovereign.
That's
He's
not
in
a
that state of
status. There's only two
existence.
states of existence. You're breathing or you're not.
Okay.
But that would make everybody sovereign, but we know the cases.
Now, okay, hold on, since you said I was waiting to see who was going to bite. Sovereign where now? Now, do you see what I'm saying, Dulcinea? I don't care how long something has been here. It is not indigenous nor autochthonous to here, whether it's plant, mineral, animal, or so-called human. That's a status that they love to use, human. But they are originating from where?
But to implement what you're saying, Alabama, wouldn't it require a government under the indigenous people of the land? Correct?
I'm not quarreling with you, Dulcinea. I'm saying
No,
we're
I'm just
discussing
asking you a
concept. Yeah,
question.
we're
It would
conceptually.
require indigenous people to be in control of the land to have the authority, right?
Okay, what level of authority do you think those imposters on the reservations have when the feds roll up on
They don't have any authority to the feds. The feds are over them.
them?
They're the supreme authority.
You do know they are referred to as dependent nations, right?
Absolutely.
Could you elaborate on that, my sister?
So just like what you said, they depend on their federal recognized status, and their federal recognized status is what gives them their benefits that are given to them through the federal government. So whether those benefits are, say, we designate you to this part of the land, we designate this amount of money, the federal government is the ones that they're dependent on, because the federal government is what is designating any benefits or any land or anything to them.
So women, so Dulcie, are you saying a sovereign is the one that makes the sovereign is the one that makes the rules?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. So, okay, so just here lately, I watched the court case that's going on right now with Donald Trump. And not to just bring up Donald Trump, but anybody that's in that political status. And they have this immunity. Okay. So, Alabama, please give me a chance to make sure I'm saying this correctly. Okay. So say I'm a felon and I do something and they send me to jail. But because they're of political status, right? They don't get sent to jail, not even for murder. Because I've seen in this court case, they started speaking on some things that some of these presidents has done that was wrong, and including Obama, but it was murders, okay, and blowing up people and all this here kind of stuff. But they're not getting in trouble for it because they're considered their political status. So would you say that they're sovereign because they're making these rules?
No, the people making the rules are sovereign. The ones with immunity are not sovereign. They're dependent on the people. The people with immunity are dependent of the sovereign government that allows them to operate under the immunity. If I wanted to say you, Sister Freedom, have immunity in my eyes, well, that's all fine and dandy, but you don't in real life unless you have a government that's going to back you up. So the immunity is not sovereign itself. It's because the sovereign nation, which is the United States, has granted certain people certain statuses immunity. So they are dependent on the United States government to have that immunity, making them
Now
not
let me
sovereign
ask
either.
you,
They're dependent.
And
and
so
then
when the Supreme Court ruled what recently about Trump and presidential immunity, what's the significance of that?
well, uh, most presidents, according to the attorneys that's backing him, okay, not to make Trump the subject, but I'm just using him as the example. Because now I know a lot of presidents and stuff from listening to his case, they done got away with some terrible, terrible things because of this word immunity, right? So the thing about January 6th, also all the other things that's involved in the 34 felonies, they're saying, well, you didn't send Obama, you didn't send Obama to jail for this. You didn't send that president, another president named for that. You didn't send that one to jail for that because they was all immunitied out. Excuse me. So how you going to send then Trump for the January 6th thing for whatever else he's going to court for? He's saying that he should get immunity for all the things that he did. And that's what they're
The
saying.
issue,
A
the
lot of
issue,
a
the
lot of
issue
police
first is,
officers too.
are they presidential actions in question? And how is it that they can escape being a war criminal? And I would bring in Benjamin Netanyahu, who, by the way, has been charged in the International Criminal Court of Appeals as a war crime, as a war criminal. And so has Vladimir Putin. But why have none of these demons, including Barack Hussein Obama, but just giving him an exception of all the other supposed pale degenerates that were selected from George Washington unto his predecessor, George Bush? Why have they not been charged with war crimes, Dulcinea? Because each one
Yeah,
of them have been
and I
at
think that
war with who? I would
answering
suggest the American, but go ahead.
right, and I think that's answering your question, Sister Freedom, so you can kind of understand more so what's being said based on your analogy. Take the police officers. Did the police officers establish a rule that they would have immunity when it comes to these sort of cases and these travesties? No. It is the government that they're dependent on that establish the rule for them. So the police can want whatever rules that they want. They don't establish the rules. They depend on the judicial system that now says, okay, you have this immunity. The politics depend on whatever system to say you have diplomatic immunity. They don't get to say for themselves, I have diplomatic immunity because I established that through this such and such law. No, it's established for them. They're dependent and they get to act on it. So the main thing is what is backing up your sovereign status, your sovereignty, your immunity. What is going to be the backing for that? Because it's not a standalone thing. It will never be a standalone thing. Does that
Oh,
make sense?
I think that I just want to make something clear. When L said that they all lies, he talking about the government, the presidents, and all that. He not talking about us.
No, he's talking about no. He was saying
No,
us as far
yeah,
as me, what I was saying about the
yes.
government and not calling it like a corporation or anything. But I'm not going to call it a corporation because at the end of the day, the people that are calling it corporation versus me calling it the government, our lives are not different. Our we don't have to go to a different court system. They don't see a different jail. They're not arrested in a different way. They don't get a different set of tickets. All these things would be if they were some sort of sovereign nation, which they are not. We are all under the same government. So I
But
get it. I get the government's false pretenses, which is like what Alabama's getting into, what you're getting into, Sister Freedom. But really, as far as when it goes, and we're talking about the false pretenses, it to me, it's a fairy tale for us to act like this is how we go against the false pretenses. We go and we go silent in court once we say what we have to say because they know and they'll send us home after. Okay, give us the actual case. Don't tell us it just happened to you. Give us the case, blah, 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 versus blah, 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 so we can read the transcript for ourselves and know that happened because anyone can play these games. But at the end of the day, a lot of people try to use this same stuff in court and it doesn't work for them.
it doesn't work for them because, well, they're not going to allow it to work for you, even if it's true. But what?
So that means that you're not sovereign. That would be the absolute definition against sovereign because if they can do against it, it means that you don't have the power. You don't have the authority to say, hey, I'm over you, which is what a sovereign would be. You would
That's what
say,
I've
I
been
have the
saying from the
authority to be over
beginning.
you.
Right, but if because it's not enough people that stand together that would be able to do that, even and still live in this land with those who's making their own rules. If there was enough people that stood against them, like say America came and said, "Well, no, yo, how you gonna let the president get away with murder? How you gonna let him get away with molesting a child or whatever, even letting the popes, like Alabama said, a lot of them popes and things and got away with a lot of stuff that they did too to them kids and stuff. You know,
Yeah, but
most of us. I'm sorry, was somebody saying something? I was saying if we all stuck together against that kind of stuff, then there would be no way that they could continue. Because if you notice now, we have been arguing a lot about the police officer getting away with murder, just out now killing people and getting this immunity thing. Now the police officers are going to jail for it. They're going to jail for it now because enough people stood up and said, no, we're not going to let you get away from it. And then as quiet as it kept underneath the surface, fathers and mothers was getting back at their ass too. They was like going like, did you hear the thing about the father?
it wasn't. I don't even think it was the people not standing together. It was the cameras. The cameras and technologies got them officers up on charges. It was. I don't
Thank
think
you, Dots.
you had
Thank you, Dots,
people.
because that becomes
That,
evidence.
yeah,
That
that's.
becomes
I
It
mean,
becomes,
evidence.
I
but you
think it
but
was
see,
a little
but now
trinket that they gave us because that's just one officer of the many other officers that killed people since then. We'll see
right,
what
that's
happens
what I'm
with
saying. They
Sonia
had
Massey.
cameras. They
So
had
it wasn't
cameras.
something that they just
Nah,
established like this is how we're going to move to go forward for whatever reason. We know the George Floyd case, which there's a lot of reasons why George Floyd got that. Now we need to know who is George Floyd, who is his family members, different things of why he got justice and these other people aren't getting justice. But like I would say it's not something
it's
that they've
riot.
established going forward like this is how it will be handled. It will be handled like George Floyd was handled. No.
Listen, what I'm trying to
Well,
say, it
first
was
of all,
riots about all them certain black people that was getting killed. It was riots.
but that's
So
not the
I'm just
first time.
saying.
I mean, Rodney King was a riot. The issue is, again, all of these policies are operating on a black condition. They are operating under color of law, exactly what the word means. And from the Supreme Court down in Dred Scott, Roger V. Taney, whether it's mythological, legendary, or an actual separate concurring opinion that he wrote, under the color of law, the white man is not bound to respect the rights of a black man. That is from 1857. What don't we really comprehend about that?
And I just want to say, Flaming Dragon, no, it's not. I don't realize that. It's what I'm saying. If you're listening to what I'm saying sovereignty and power come from a collective of people that establish it. And I'm sorry, it's not standing together. But no. But listen, it's not standing together. You can stand together, submit paperwork, all you want to. I'm not talking to you, Sister Freedom. I'm addressing what Flaming Dragon has right here on the screen. Can you read it? Okay, I'm just addressing that and that alone. So that's exactly what I'm saying. It takes the collective, but it's more than the collective just submitting paperwork. You think the Japanese wouldn't have Hiroshima and the atomic bomb if they just submitted the correct paperwork? They worked together. They were standing together. They fought together, but it was whose military power was bigger that won that. So we're talking about things. That's why I keep saying it's like in a fantasy type of situation, because yeah, we can all come together, but what's standing together willing to do? Are we going to all hold hands in a circle? Because that's not going to work. Standing together and being like coming together and establishing sovereignty means that we have to establish our own nation state with our own military that is going to be willing to fight for whatever we're trying to establish. And if we do not have that, then just take sovereign away, because whoever has the greater military can come in and squash your sovereignty, squash your authority, squash your power.
Can I jump in there before you jump in there, Alibaba, real quick?
Go ahead, sis. Go ahead.
Wait, let Sakina reply real quick and then hold your part out.
I agree absolutely with Dulcinea, because, for example, if Puerto Rico, who is not sovereign, if they decided that they wanted to be sovereign, they can't just separate from America. They would have to fight for that, because that's American territory. Absolutely. They can't just, like Jamaica is sovereign. They have their own government.
What about the Dominican Republic? Ain't they sovereign?
They are sovereign.
I thought so.
But Puerto Rico is not. Hawaii is not.
Well, technically, my sister, unfortunately, Jamaica is a commonwealth and they are under the British rule. They are not sovereign. But go ahead.
I'm sorry, I misspoke.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
The only reason why I said that because I know they don't belong to America, and I was only that's only what I know. Now they may like you said belong to the Brit, but I know they don't belong.
Well, the point that you're making about Puerto Rico is they're a territory of the United States, just like you have the British Virgin Islands, you have the U.S. Virgin Islands. But go ahead.
Absolutely. And if those people came together and said we no longer want connection with y'all, that would not do anything unless they fought for it and won.
We can see that with Hong Kong. We can see that with the Ukraine. Why are they refugees here? Because they're not bigger than Russia's military. So what was Russia doing? Stomping their so-called sovereignty. Hong Kong doesn't want to be China. Guess what? China's like, no, you're not sovereign. We don't recognize your sovereignty. So now what they have to do, say you're a sovereign nation, you have your military, whatever, you have to then get backing from other people to say, hey, we're willing to fight for this sovereignty that you're fighting for, or you're just going to be another refugee over here getting checks, because you can want to be sovereign all you want, but someone has to even acknowledge. A nation of people have to acknowledge your sovereignty, or you're not sovereign. So if the other nations say, oh, I don't acknowledge Puerto Rican as being its own nation, then it's not. That's what the peace of treaty and friendship was all about. The treaty of peace and friendship.
There we go, Zionist. That's what it was all about. Palestinian, sister. There we go there.
Yep, exactly.
And since I'm bringing that up, did any of you sisters see the controversial interview with Ta-Nehisi Coates and Tony DeCopel? And his basic response to him was, no nation is based on rights. It's based on force. But Cook's Dulcinea Cook.
Oh, but let me clarify to you.
Well,
That,
wait a minute. Dulcinea ain't cooking nothing. She ain't cooking no fried potatoes.
that Jamaica in 1962 got its independence and has been fully a sovereign nation ever since.
No, 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 no. Hold on, my dear. Because even at the death of Queen Elizabeth II, and currently under King Charles III, Jamaica and every other Commonwealth nation is still under their jurisdiction. Now, they may give them something like the reservation dogs, the imposters that are dependent nations of Uncle Sam. You feel me,
Jamaica
sister?
has its own constitution of
That may
1960.
be so. The Cherokee Nation, the imposters of the 5 civilized tribes, have their own constitution as well. But they are still a dependent nation, federally recognized.
Okay.
So until, like Dulcinea is saying, unless you see a Jamaican army with a Jamaican navy run King Charles off of Jamaica, and I don't know if people will call it that, Jamaica, or the Colonagos, or the Arawaks, or the Tainos. You follow me, sister? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Because those people are British subjects. They may be Japanese citizens. I mean, Japanese, excuse my slip of the tongue there. They may be Jamaican citizens, but they're British subjects.
So what about the JDF?
Who is that? You talking about the Jamaican Defense Forces?
Yes.
Like I said, until you see their army and their navy run colonialism off the Jamaican island. By the way, are you aware that China has gotten them in a 99-year lease where they own all of the airports and the ports recently installed in Jamaica? Were you aware of that?
Mm-mm.
This is the examples I'm pointing out in answer to Dulcinea's statement of what is true sovereignty. The ability to exercise power and authority over your own shit. Okay? So, no matter what's written on paper,
Well, now that's what I was saying.
can there be power applied and can you defend yourself from invaders? But go ahead, sister.
Yeah, and I think
I
where
agree
it
with
comes into
Dulcinea.
Kena with the Jamaican, because of the fact, they were recognized as independent, but they are still subject to it. So, say they ever wanted to say, hey, we don't want to be subject to your taxes now, right? Because we're independent. So now they would need forces to actually be like, okay, we're going to go against the UK for these taxes. But until then, if it's just them alone, they'll probably be like, well, there's nothing we can do. We just need to stay under these taxes. Does that make sense, Akina?
Absolutely.
Now, can I circle back to Ta-Nehisi for a moment and the comparison between the Palestinian, the Zionists, and what is considered apartheid? Now, as far as sovereignty is concerned, because we haven't gone to UNDRIP and ADRIP, I think most of you sisters have heard of it. This young lady that's on the panel, what's your name again? The one that was
Sakina.
talking about Jamaica. What's your name?
Sakina.
Akina. Are you
Sakina.
from? Are you from? Are you familiar with the American Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, or ADRIP, as some would call it?
Familiar to the title, but not to the contents of it, no.
Okay, if there is such a thing as a Declaration of Rights for Indigenous people, where has that been exercised in behalf of the Palestinians to keep the Zionist invaders off of their behind? Because that's an international law and that's in the United Nations. UNDRIP is the version for the UN. And that, by the way, is why there are charges of war criminality against Benjamin Netanyahu. And if you're aware, the South Africans have declared to represent the Palestinians in a claim of genocide in the International Court of Criminal Appeals. Are you sisters aware of those facts? But what is the Zionist Israeli government response to such a thing?
Well, they, last, let me see, we're in October. I think it was the 3rd or 4th week in September. The United Nations, all the countries, the nations, their prime ministers, their presidents, or whomever, they came for for their meeting. And one thing that happened was that when it came time for Benjamin Netanyahu to speak, a lot of the prime ministers got up and walked out. So a lot of country leaders got up and walked out, right? And that hasn't happened in God knows how long. So that's interesting. And what I was laughing about was when I remember when Kamala had first announced her bid for presidency, her run for presidency or whatever. One of the things that she had tried to do when Netanyahu had came over here earlier in August is that, it was like a lot of cameras out or whatever. And she made a big show to show that, she refused to meet with him. But come to find out, only not even a month or so later, he was over here strategically and for a reason, right? Because he don't move without that. Israel doesn't move without United States permission. Let's be clear, right? United States, England, Israel needs the permission of the United States. Point blank in the period. So even though to the public, she made it seem like she refused to meet with Benjamin Netanyahu, he actually was over here, pretty much plotting and getting approval, right? And letting them know, yo, this is about to pop off. I'm getting ready to drop bombs in Lebanon. You know what I mean? Like just letting y'all know kind of thing. And it's crazy. It's crazy how Israel has been allowed to be the very Nazi that they claim, Germany to be the home to. And that's my
interesting. You said that, sister. So you didn't see the interview that Ta-Nehisi had with Tony DeCopel, gang banging and bum rushing him? Did you ever check? So you didn't see the interview, but essentially what you just described is what he did walking the streets of Gaza and West Bank, etc., and how those Palestinians who are actual Israelis cannot freely walk as he could without declaring whether they were a Muslim or Christian, and some of them are the small hats. Because I don't want to get you all struck, because any discussion about Zionism gets declared as anti-Semitic when these people are not even Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
But be that as it may, he said in a simple statement, apartheid is either right or wrong. Genocide is never good. It is all evil. The question is, who is committing the genocide? Right? Have you heard the phrase, one man terrorist is another man's freedom fighter? You ladies have heard that before?
Yeah, but who's asking that question though? Because I think it's clear which side the genocide is on.
When it's being powered by $4 to $5 billion a year from Indians who should not be taxed, then how culpable are we in that, as you were explaining, Dots?
Yeah, we're not culpable, but I mean, it is funded by us, so but it ain't got nothing to do with us for real, but it has everything to do with us. It's a complicated situation, Alabama. But I wanted to bring back up Ukraine because I think they are a good example of this. Someone was like, "Oh, Ukraine had enough people to say they didn't want to be part of Russia and form their own government." That's not what happened to Ukraine. Ukraine had American backing because America would like the positioning of Ukraine. So they were in it. They have companies that are vested and have corporations that inside of Ukraine. And because of that, they're like, hey, we have your backing. So we have your back in this fight to separate from Russia. So a lot of times when you're seeing a nation of people, they want to fight a superpower, then they have to get in bed with another superpower to fight them. So if we wanted to be like establish our own,
always the one funding it.
Exactly,
again,
they are. But if we wanted to be our own nation of people, then what superpower is backing up? That'd be important. We'd have to have some Chinese backing us up, UK backing us up, and what would that then mean for us?
You mean
it would mean that we
foreigners
switch
to get this group of foreigners off our back? Is that what you suggest?
Exactly what I'm saying. We switch from being screwed by these group of foreigners to be screwed by another group of foreigners.
Okay, so just one slight correction, not that you were in error, but just to bring some facts to the discussion. The Ukraine. That's what it's not. Ukraine. The Ukraine, like the Gambia. You feel me? The Ukraine. Crimea was the original historical capital of ancient Belarus, which we know of as Russia today. So when people try to suggest that it is a separate entity, it's like somebody said something was a weird statement. If Colorado decided to secede itself from the United States, would you just let them be backed by Mexico and Cuba? It might be a
No,
piss
they're not
poor
just going to
analogy.
easily let it go. No.
But it'd be a piss poor analogy, but understand what I'm saying about the suggestion, you see, because it's not just geography, it is the historicity, the genetic history, the actual bloodline of the people. Now, I don't know if people know some of the history of supposed Georgia over there, not the Georgia that's been imposed on the American over here, that Stalin came out of, that brutal dictator that allegedly killed 20 million of his countrymen, not his people, his countrymen. But Georgia was the first annexing of recreating the historic Russia by Putin. Do you remember that, my sister? That was under Bush, the son.
Listening to the video after.
Yeah, we're gonna just let me land on this, because see, people they keep talking these things out of context.
Alabama,
he took Georgia,
Mike is very
then he
choppy.
went at Crimea, and then expanded to Ukraine. But he's in his neighborhood, sisters. You understand what I'm saying?
Alabama, you're cracking really bad. We heard you, but you were choppy. So we're gonna, I don't know what that's about.
Well, let me just end with this. That again,
but
this is foreigners in the foreign neighborhood.
Gosh, we can hear him though. We can hear him. Just let him finish.
All I was suggesting is these are foreign squabbles in their neighborhood. They are all over here, and they all have to leave and go back home. But you got it, sisters.
Thank you. That's all I'm saying, Josh.
Now, do they have the jurisdiction? The answer is no. Because in order to have jurisdiction, you must first prove status. Everybody in the courtroom must have status on the record. Why is that so important? Because unless their status is on the record, what country do you represent? Says what law you're here to get justice on, right? Now, if you have not clarified the status for the record, you can't bring your law into the court. So there can be no court. So status is very important. And so if you're Moor, and let's say somebody else is Manchurian, and I'll get to that in a minute. When you have two people of different standings in the courtroom, you have to decide what law applies. Is there a treaty between the two? Do they have a constitution? Do they have any other trade agreement or contract that binds them and obligates the parties? That's the question. All right. So if you walk into the courtroom and they immediately start adjudicating, you have no idea what law they're using. And I guarantee you, because status has not been established for the record, they're not using any law that applies to you. And they're not using any law that applies to them. They're simply using corporate policy, which is discretionary. If they like you today, they'll let you off. If they don't like you tomorrow, they'll give you some time or a fine. Okay? So status and then jurisdiction. Jurisdiction is going to determine what area, what geographical area encompasses the authority that that judge or that court has. All right? So if you're in a municipal court or a court of common pleas, don't go in there talking about the Constitution, because they don't have jurisdiction to discuss the Constitution with you. Do not go into a state court discussing the Constitution unless it's the state's Constitution, because the United States' Constitution, they have no jurisdiction over, but they won't tell you that. They'll dismiss the case. Different jurisdictions. And don't go into federal court talking about city ordinances. You understand the difference? Okay. Jurisdiction. Then adjudication. Once you get to the part about adjudication, you have to ask the question, do you understand the law that applies to you, that applies to this matter? Because there's two types of jurisdiction, jurisdiction over the matter and jurisdiction over the person. All right? Does the court have both? They must have both in order to proceed. They don't tell you these things, but this is very important. So if the court has gotten to the point of adjudication, all right, which for me, I don't have that problem. But once the court gets to the point of adjudication, then they're ready to start prosecuting. They're ready to find you guilty of something, some kind of way. And the reason for that is because it's a business. And once you enter there and they seize jurisdiction over you, they adjudicate for the sole purpose of getting some money. That's because, and to be other than a minor, you have to be in your proper person at law. And how we write that is this. Can I have it, please? That's working. Can you see that, Sana? When you are in your corporate ward status, you look like this to the court. Pro se. Pro se meaning they get you in the court and they bring someone in called a got that? Pro se cuter, a prosecutor, because you're in a corporate board status. Now, if you're in propria persona, saying their criminal allegations, the prosecutor cannot come into the courtroom and say anything to you because you're not in pro se status. Makes sense, right?
Didn't she go over this already?
No, she was giving us the basis of that. Now she's kind of breaking down all the statuses, but I think you can move it forward. It's just going over what she said before.
I'm gonna just move it up to whatever. I don't
You
know.
moved up too much.
We're not gonna be able to get through the whole thing tonight, you guys. That if there's a timestamp freedom that you want me to go to specifically, let me know.
No,
you know,
I mean, we can just discuss.
we're not gonna be able to get through the whole thing tonight.
I mean, well, let's just hear a little bit more what she's talking about, and then we can just speak on it, and then
Okay, here we go.
Right. So I did that, signed the blank piece of paper. They took a copy, I took a copy, and I left. And I never heard from them again.
Oh, yeah, we did. Go further even more.
Islam means, let me tell you this.
Yeah, you went so far, I don't know where she is now.
I, self, law, am master. I am the master of my own fate. I am all law. All right? When you walk into the courtroom and you know these things, trust me, you get a different result. When they ask you your name, you never say, my name is.
Yeah, we did. All right.
That's a label. What do you say? I am. I am. You never swear on the Bible. You affirm. You affirm on the Bible. And as Sister Thanai here said to me, oh, they try to trick you. They'll say, do you swear or affirm? No. You just say, I affirm. Because what? I am. And who you are. And that's your status. And nobody can compete with that. Nobody can take that from you. And no matter what paperwork you submit to a court, what is the most important thing is when you walk into a courtroom and you speak the law. And when you speak the law in a courtroom, guess what? You speak it into existence, because a thought is an activity. It's real. It may not be something you can touch. But as soon as that thought transpires into a word, it becomes a spell. That's why they call it spelling. You get it? Now, law is based upon the zodiac. Now, when you walk into a courtroom, there's all kinds of things going on. There's sacred geometry going on in the courtroom. In fact, the courtroom is set up according to sacred geometry. All right? And here's what happens when you're in there.
Somebody said stop showing up.
The judge is at the top of the triangle. Got it? When you walk in there, and as I had shared in another class, to deal with marriage, it's the same thing. And I'm going to talk about that also in a minute. You walk in there, and when you appear, never tell the court that you are appearing. Look in the law dictionary and find out the definition of appear. Never do that. You go into the courtroom and you make a what? A special appearance. Not general. That will get you in trouble every time if you appear in a courtroom. And all of these little nuances, they know these things. And they are put there to trap you who don't know. So when you walk in there and you're on your square, being on your square means to know these things and not to walk in the courtroom uncomfortable. Because when you know them, you have no reason not to come to court, do you? You want to be there because you want to make a special appearance to challenge the jurisdiction of the court. Why? Because of the lack of status. And once jurisdiction is challenged, it must be proven for the record. It must be proven for the record before the court can proceed. Do you understand? The judge must come with his nationality papers. He must come with the flag of the country, not the nation state that he represents. That United States flag with the 50 stars, which now should be 48 because there are only 48 states. Did y'all know that? 2 of them dropped out, Hawaii and Alaska are no longer states. Did y'all know that? They're no longer states. They're no longer states. The treaty was up. They got out. All right. I'm kind of going through a lot of things right now, and okay. All right. The law is used by people in their proper person. When you walk into the courtroom, you should always have your paperwork precede you. Don't walk in there without first having submitted some document to the court to let them know that, yes, I'm coming. And look in the law dictionary and look up the definition of come. It's different than appear. Now, you can come to the courtroom, all right, and make a special appearance. You understand? Never, you get the subpoena, whatever it is in the newspaper, and don't believe all this other stuff where they tell you don't go to court if you get these papers, because they will put a manhunt out for you, and you do not need that. And there's no reason for you not to go. You should go. You should go, and the more of us that do go and challenge the jurisdiction and let them see we're not scared because we're standing on the square, they will stop calling you to court. All right? Because the people who operate in their proper person, and the more and more of us that go in there operating in our proper person, they're going to begin to see the game is up. The secret's out. We can't do this anymore. All right? Justice died upon the cross. What does that mean? I'm no artist. That is the cardinal points of the zodiac. Cardinal, as in Catholic Church, cardinal. They are your deacons of the zodiac. Deacons, as in the Christian church. They are your cardinal points. And they apply to everything you do. Who you are, your character, everything that surrounds you, your environment, the country where you live, everything is affected by the different signs of the zodiac. When justice died on the cross, here's what happened. That's our solar system, and that's the sun in the middle. And that's Earth, the third rock from the sun, which is its planetary position. That's not its name. And its planetary position will be changing, is changing every day. And it's speeding up and getting closer and closer to the sun until it will occupy the second position, rock from the sun. This is the natural life cycle of a planet. And all the planets are coming in, and then more planets are being created out further beyond Pluto.
I'll stop this again.
So what they call the greenhouse effect is the natural heating up of the planet. And all those who cannot meet the heat requirement as the planet heats up will be eliminated from the planet. This is the science of the zodiac. Now, just like we have the zodiac, which I just showed you,
when
based upon what is called,
I'm going to stop it now.
The geocentric form of astrology.
Sure,
Geocentric because it's centered based on the Earth as its center point. Then there's the heliocentric form of astrology, which is based.
Okay. All right.
So is there anything she said on that part that anybody wanted to elaborate on? The stuff that she was saying about, you know, the court part. I just don't know how. Did you agree with that, Ali Bamu? If she said that if enough people went in and said those things to them, as about their status and all that.
Mic check. Am I still in the hunky hole?
No, it's much better now.
Forgive me, ladies, but for the life of me, why are you talking to these degenerates?
Who's degenerate?
All of them.
Who? What do you mean?
Do I need to reiterate anyone who is not American, which is everyone foreign to this land, is a degenerate, lying thief and a cheat. And it's said so by them.
This Moorish woman, are you referring to her as a degenerate?
Well, if you are a colonizing invader representing an empire, do you think I care if it's the Pope or the Moor? So which, by the way, some say the Pope was a Moor. Some would say the first 4 popes were Ethiopians. Did you ladies know about that? The first 4 popes anointed vicar of God on earth were Ethiopians. And the Ethiopian Coptic Church is the oldest Christian denomination. Is that not the case, sisters?
Yep, that's true.
Yep. So then my question still stands. Why are we acknowledging them? The issue is not that they acknowledge us. How about you acknowledge yourself?
Okay, I'm still.
So let me respond this way. Let me land on this, sisters, because again, I'm very simple in my messaging, no matter how it seems to confuse people. Since there is only one authentic American, as soon as those Americans get their heads out of their collective asses and declare what they already are, it differentiates you from everyone else literally on the planet. But go ahead, sisters, y'all cook on it.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you made the statement. I was just trying to figure out who exactly you were talking about. I assumed you were talking about people that are not considered.
He's talking about Queen Valahra and the Moors. He said it. That's what he's talking about.
I just okay.
I don't really understand.
Okay, that's not what I'm saying. I'm trying to say is, I thought he was talking about people that are not. Well, she don't know whether she is or not, really, as far as I'm concerned. If she wants to claim it, that's fine. But you know, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Anybody could say they're more. It still just means you're a dark-skinned person. But
what's the difference in you saying you're black? Anyone can say that too.
Anybody can say that,
Rachel
but what I'm trying
Dolezal to Kamami Harris.
okay, but
So what are they saying and what do they mean?
all right. But what I was trying to say is when you said it, you got to show up in court. You don't show up in court. And this,
According to who, Sister Freedom? According
So
to
you
who?
get a subpoena. What do you do?
yeah, but
According
I was ready
to
to say
who?
thank you, Sakina, because I'm just saying.
But being subpoenaed for
Traffic
what?
ticket.
Yeah, but again, according to who?
Right. I was saying that from the beginning. We allowed them to set up their rules and regulations. That's why I want to be confused when you were saying that the Constitution and all that was something that we came up with or whatever. But they done added their laws
They
on.
are not operating under the Constitution. If you were bothered to, which you
I
shouldn't be
agree
in
with
their
you. I
courtrooms
agree with
anyway,
you. That's
if
what I
you
was
bring
saying.
that to a judge in their courtroom, he or she will tell you the Constitution does not apply here. So what does that statement mean?
I understand. I was saying the same thing that you just said. In other words. So what I'm saying is because we have allowed them to come over here and set up their own rules and regulations. And if you don't show up in court because we're our citizens, we're under contract with them, and they have set up so many different contracts that we've signed to using our birth certificates, social security cards, and everything. We are signed underneath of their contract, their constitutional contracts that they came up with. You don't stay. I know it because my mom did it. She gave back the social security number, all of that. She ended up in jail. They harassed my mom so bad. That's what I'm just trying to say. They
But
did everything.
exactly, so giving those things back, giving those contracts back, you understand that Queen Valero is incorrect because your mom
No,
gave
she's
those
not
contracts.
incorrect.
Hold on,
What?
Sister Freedom,
Listen.
let me ask the question.
Oh gosh, she's
Your
not
mom
incorrect. I'm
gave
gonna
those
explain.
contracts back and they didn't stop her from being arrested. They didn't stop her from having to go to court.
Oh
Her
no,
giving those contracts back did not protect her whatsoever. So, what does that mean about the authority? Do you gain authority when you give the contracts back? Yes or
this is
no?
what I'm saying. Here it is. If there was a lot of people doing what my mom did, I could see it. But because she stood alone, it was hard for her. She was harassed because she didn't want to be a part of the United States. You know, there's a dual citizen, and then there's one I don't want to be a part of nothing y'all doing because I don't agree with it type thing. I am a member of this country. My family goes all the way back because you know my mom's a Quarles and she carries her last name and she she fights for that. So she gave back everything. She wasn't using she knows all these laws. My mama she's good with it, but they was harassing her. She couldn't have her sign on the back of her car, all of that. So, I'm just saying they got us where if a lot of people stood on it, I think it could make a difference. But because it's not a lot, that's why we are, and at where we are now.
There were a lot of people in Hiroshima. There are a lot of people that were trying to succeed from the United States during the Civil War. There was a lot of people that are coming against Russia from the Ukraine. I get it that we want to believe that there's some magic paperwork, there's some magic gathering that solves this problem. But at the end of the day,
We give up
even if
too.
everybody, all 46 million of so-called black people gave back all the paperwork, all it would do is then allow them to not be able to do things that it would require to the
Yeah.
paperwork. It wouldn't then free them
Because
because then what do they have? What do they have other than giving back that stuff and that they're together? What do they have to be the authority to say we're the authority to make rules for ourselves?
well,
How can you
listen.
establish that without a military?
Okay, here's what I'm saying. Just because, you can say that, okay, we have allowed them to even make names for us. Black, colored, Negro. We've allowed even that. They're going it. We can't even have our own name. We can't even make our own name for ourselves. We've even allowed them something as small as a name. We allow them to do that. Even though we have our own, like we have
Can you explain the 1 second? Can you explain to all of us what you mean by we allowed it? Because from what I saw was a lot of warring back and forth that happened or whatever, and then we got to a point where wars have ended us here. But what to you when you're saying, "Oh, we allowed it"? What does that mean to you?
When I say that, as to say, it's like right now, since we can't come to an agreement on who started calling us black, who was called, when we know that the name Negro and all that kind of stuff was statuses that was put on us. Now in 2024, we all know this. So why can't we say, well, we're not going to allow them to call us African American because we know we're not from Africa? Why we can't just say, come up with our own thing that we want to call ourselves? Seriously, I'm just saying we've allowed them to do.
But you can say that. You can say that right today. I can check the box Indian for wherever I go out, and I'll never be called African American again. I can tell people, hey, don't call me African American. I'm not from Africa. I'm Indian. And they'll abide that. They'll abide that. My job will abide that. The taxes will say, oh, she checked that. But what does that mean if you don't have any authority or anything to make your own rules?
We don't do nothing. I feel like we don't do nothing. Like even Black History Month, they tell us when they have Black History Month. I mean, I'm just saying where we could be doing stuff and say, no, we don't want why would we? The shortest month, and then you got the nerve to have the gay parade and all this here kind of stuff inside of the month. I think it's another holiday, President something or whatever, inside of the month that you allow us to get. I mean, I'm just saying, like, we can't establish some things for ourselves. I mean,
why do you keep using the language "allow"?
Okay,
I believe the question she's asking, Sister Freedom.
I know what you're saying, Alabama, but that's the language that we're using right now. And
I'm referring to why Dulcinea is inquiring of you. So I'm restating it my way, because words do mean things.
Yes, it does.
And there is power in the tongue.
Yes, it is.
Particularly for a man who keeps being outnumbered by women. And there is a scripture that talks about a nagging wife and a household. So let me reiterate again that the word is simple, even if defined by a foreigner. American is exclusive, unique, and distinct to a particular group of people. And within that definition is not black, it's copper colored. Within the definition is autochthonous, meaning we are the only original inhabitants of this land. So now, until those people get with the program, individually and collectively, it will address the statements that Dots and Dulcinea have suggested, whether it is empowering oneself or bringing their young, as in the Zionist nation of Israel, requires every person to serve in the military for a minimum of 2 or 3 years. That's national policy, sisters. But again, it would behoove the American to address that. And y'all got it.
I didn't say, listen, Wild Savage, more was something my mom chose, and I keep telling her that's not something that she is. But if my mom want to go through that, that's what she want to go through. I cannot change that. But okay, now I was trying to make a point, and I hope you got the point that I was trying to make, Dulcie. I was trying to make a point of us doing something, even if we don't change everything, some things. But making a person go by the Constitution, I don't see nothing wrong with that. They done added their own little stuff in it. And I can't even, you think you own your house. Pretty much, they telling you everything what to do with the house that they say you own it.
Can I
I
jump in
think,
real quick?
oh yes, Takina, go ahead.
I wanted to comment first on what the lady has said in reference to the court. She may be correct on certain things, like if you challenge them on record, they have to respond on record, whatever. But when it comes to, us, things is a little different. Like they can say, strike that on record. If you continue, you'll be held in contempt. Bottom line, and that's just what it is. And then you'll have to appeal it and appeal it and appeal it and hopefully get it to higher courts. I don't know that procedure, but it usually doesn't work like that, where you just gonna go in there and just tell the judge this, and that. And in reference to the black thing, I'm not sure, but if I'm not mistaken, didn't the whole black term become popular
right?
in the
It came from
1960s?
us. Yeah, it
From
came from us.
us, from the Black Power movement. Because
Yes, that
prior
came
to
from us.
that, the white man was calling us colored and nigga.
Yeah.
Because when Jim Crow, it was the colored bathrooms. It wasn't black.
Right. Sure was. I'm agreeing with you.
Well, yeah, I was getting in as allowed because as you can see in older generations, I don't know, maybe not in y'all's family. In my family, it was very big to not even participate in the census. We didn't participate in the census. One a fact is Dot showed us that when they were doing the enumerations, it's not that someone said, I'm black, I'm Negro, I'm Indian. An enumerator came to your house and was like, who's all in your house? What ages are they? Let me see them. And they decided, okay, by me seeing you, you're black, or me seeing you, you're white. So the enumerator decided these statuses, not us. Those statuses are written down from the people that they came and they would be like, participate in the census. So, and that was established through the government. So basically, what it keeps coming back, what I keep coming back to is as far as this thought of allow, right? And it meaning like it sounds like we sat down with them and said, hey, yeah, we agree. We're Negro. Yeah, write that down. No, that
No, my
never
dear, that's
happened.
coercion.
Exactly,
Coercion.
that we were coerced.
Coercion.
Exactly. It started off in war efforts, and then they took the funding that they used to fund the war, and then they started funding this paper war. That was the enumerators coming in saying, oh, this house on the block is full of black people. No one said, oh, we're black. No, an enumerator came in and said, hey, this house, they're black.
And
Writing
in the
over whatever status
Constitution,
they even said that they were. So
well, first of
when
all, we're not to be enumerated and we're not to be
Mhm.
taxed under
Exactly. I
the
know in my
Constitution.
family they
I
were
know you understand.
very against even participating in credit and different things like that because of those things, because of what all comes along with it. So now that we're in a place that now all this stuff has taken over, and that's why I was saying, Sister Freedom, I don't like the word allow. We didn't allow anything to just happen or whatever. This
Oh,
has
I
been
didn't
a
mean it
fight.
like that, Dulcie.
Yeah, yeah.
I
So
mean
that's all I
like
was saying with the allow. But now that we're in this spot, we can't just go back talking as if we can start from the part of them not being a superpower and us taking it back through status or anything. We have to go to the part of we're not starting at when all this happened. We're starting from 2024, what we can do. And I think that's why it's important that we actually learn these laws that they do so we can participate in a way that benefits us. But to say that we can extract ourselves completely from the system, say they have no jurisdiction over us because of something that was happening in the 1700s, you would have to prove to me that that worked in 2024, and no one can prove that they went into court and said, hey, you're Manchurian, so you have no jurisdiction over this court. And then he was like, you know what, I am Manchurian, I'm so sorry,
I'm gonna take
case
off this
dismissed.
robe and I'm gonna step down off this bench and I'm gonna
Exactly.
let you lock
I
me
tell you what,
behind
if there was
bars.
a Puerto
But
Rican
yeah,
judge, if there
yeah,
was a
yeah.
Puerto Rican judge that I knew was born in Puerto Rico, I would fight it. Because you're not American, I would. Now, somebody that
You
was
can
from
fight
out
it,
of,
but it doesn't stop their
but I'm not
jurisdiction.
saying that, but I would fight that though. I'm not saying I would win, but I would
But
fight
on what grounds?
because you not American. You wasn't born on these soils.
But
So
he
what?
got his law. He got his law degree, and
So
he's
what?
able to
I
practice
don't
under the
care. I'm
bar.
saying
That's
you
how it
can't have
works
a judge.
here. So
I
are
wouldn't, but
we
I would
saying
fight.
that we have to throw out everything of how courts and all the judicial branch and the executive branch, we're going to act like that doesn't exist because of what? And then even
I,
if you
I
act like it doesn't exist, how true is
would.
that?
I would.
But
But
how
see,
I'm not
true is
saying I
that?
would win. Whether I would win or not, I would still fight it.
yeah, because
I
the
would
problem is
because I
that
would
you're
say
fighting it
you're
in the
not,
same system.
huh?
The problem is would be that you're fighting it within a system that doesn't recognize what you're saying.
Ding,
Yeah,
ding,
like
ding, 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 ding,
Exactly.
ding.
Thank you.
And,
a lot of
and
them don't
here,
have
here,
no
here's the
knowledge of
thing,
true
though,
law.
Sister Freedom.
Say
The
it
entire
again.
see, as she just said, one word: coercion. The entire system is fraudulent, and in law, fraud vitiates everything. And what vitiate means, it makes it null and void. In addition, it can't be mitigated until the victim of a crime
I shouldn't have used Puerto Rican.
reports and records it. So the issue that still remains, and I will continue to say this regardless of whether I'm ignored, that only the American can adjudicate what is being done to the American by all foreigners designated United States citizens. And I'll show you how the criminal has admitted. In the last State of the Union, the President of the United States of America said that we are all from somewhere else, but we are all American now. I'm paraphrasing, but that is an admission of guilt. According to Noah Webster in 1828, the descendant of the European would steal the American's identity. Now, since we can't seem to comprehend the significance of the simplicity of that statement, because we are mentally ill.
Okay.
The fact that we're having arguments over labels, designations, and classifications bestowed only on the American, known as the Negro, is problematic. But it does not take away the statement of fact that
Good
I
night,
am
Nana.
expressing. All paperwork, all contracts are fraudulent. Period. Doesn't matter that these are maritime courts, administrative law, all operating on the land, but not operating under the law. That is the definition of fraud. And fraud has no statute of limitation, actually, no jurisdiction. Fraud spans the entire globe. And just like murder, there is no ending to when it can be adjudicated. However, in the case of fraud, once the tort or injury is filed, the clock circles back to the first instance, and that is 1452, Dum Diversus, Inter Cateris, and Romanus Pontifex, that was determined in 2005 by the United States Supreme Court to be the basis of all property law, which is the theft of this landmass. So, sisters, since we can't seem to comprehend what I am simply stating,
Oh,
because identity crisis is a real thing, and the American being called Negro, colored, and black is the problem.
well, if we gave ourselves black, I mean, if that's the truth. But let me make sure. Maybe I shouldn't have used Puerto Rican, but I should have used something else, some other place that's not
Whether
It,
you call
no, it
it
wouldn't
Boricua
matter.
or
No,
you call it
Alabama, one second,
Taino,
1 second. No, 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 1 second. She's not saying it. It doesn't matter what foreigner you're talking about. If they went and got their bar and they are allowed to prosecute, judge here, it's still going to be abiding by those rules. Like, I know Sakina will know what I'm talking about with the power movement in Philly. I don't even think they were like, we're not black. I think it was a black power movement, but they called themselves Power. What happened against them? They weren't even saying, oh, Philly's ours, we're going to take back Philly. No, they were just like, we're going to build our community and
On a
we're going
block.
to go on the block. Exactly. And what
And they
happened to
called
them?
themselves Move. And who got
They
moved when
moved,
they
yes.
got
And what
bombed?
happened to Move?
Yeah,
What
yeah,
happened
they
to
got
Move,
burnt to the
Alabama?
ground, just like Greenwood, Oklahoma.
Because they own America now. They just took over. They just
No, they bombed them. They bombed. They bombed
them.
Philly. They bombed it.
I remember that,
Western
Dawson.
Bloc.
I remember what you're talking about. What I'm saying is,
So what you say doesn't have any power against a force that can bomb you, that can just be like, we do not stand for what you're saying. And guess what? We don't stand enough for what you're saying so much that we'll send our forces in here to burn your city down, to bomb it, and all this other stuff. What are we talking that it just takes people coming together and saying they're the right status or kumbaya? No, it has to address the powers that be, how they're asserting their powers. So if you want to address that a Manchurian dude is the judge and you feel like he has no jurisdiction, you have to address the power that gives him jurisdiction. And the power that gives him jurisdiction is our military force.
like I said, and I'm gonna say it again, the immigrants are running America through their United States organization, but they don't want no immigrants over there, but all of them are children of immigrants. It's kind of weird, but it's a fact.
Them knowing they're immigrants doesn't matter because they have the power.
I
So yes,
understand that.
they know they're immigrants.
I understand what you're saying, but what I'm saying is true too. I understand what you're saying. I hear you. I hear you. But
That's what I'm saying. As far as it's not going to be the best idea to be like, hey, let's roll up into court and tell this judge, hey, you're Chinese. I don't have to listen to you. You should have no jurisdiction over here. Like Sakina said, he's gonna be like, you're held in contempt. Keep saying that. And next time I'm going to lock you in jail. And guess what? He has the right to lock you in jail because the power gives him the right, not because he's from America. It's the power.
I think that all America, anybody that's not in his status or not in political status, notice there's a lot of unfair things that's being done just because you're a judge, or just because you're an attorney, or just because you're a police officer, or just because you're in the presidential office, the Congress and all that you could get away with the same things that you're locking us up for. I don't think that that's right. I think that America, people who live here, people who are just ordinary people, excuse me, Alabama, you might not agree with this, but I do. I think that anybody that lives here, right, should say that that's wrong. Why should you be above the law but then make the law? That's not right.
But I don't really think the law is for us, because when you think about certain laws like stand your ground, it's crazy in the stand your ground states that the majority of black people who kill white people and try to use stand your ground, it doesn't work for them. It's 11 times more, however you say it, is 11 times more chance that a white person gets away with killing a black person with stand your ground. So the rules, so white supremacy is what rules this nation. So
it sure does. I agree with that too.
It's
Well,
going to
let
be
me
hard to go fight.
okay, and let me agree with you, Sakina, in this
Wait a
way.
minute, Alabama. I want to just answer to that just for 1 second.
I was responding to what she was saying.
Right, I was too, because she was talking to me. That's the reason why I'm just want to say the little bit of thing I'm going to say. It's going to be 30 seconds. What I was going to say is, so I agree with you, and it is the white people who made the rules that they should be able to get away with all that stuff too. It's the white people that did that made the rules that police officers and all the ones that can get away with the stuff that people that are just regular America can't get away with. I just don't think that's fair that they can do that. And they made rules that we are supposed to abide by, but they don't have to abide by. And America should fight against it. That's the way I feel.
But again, Sakina, the difficulty is in the use of the language that we keep slipping back into. Number one, the Naturalization Act of 1790, the only citizen in that act is the free white person. I'm still waiting for someone to actually show me who that individual is. But there are people running around thinking that there are white people. Now, that's to the issue of your stating, is there such a thing as white superiority? We use the phrase white supremacy. That's inaccurate because there is nothing about white or whiteness that is supreme. Now, the people who have convinced themselves they are superior is because it requires black inferior status. You feel me, Sakina? Now, in 1870, the second category of United States citizen in the Naturalization Act of 1870 is those of African descent. Now, between 1790 and 1870, the Dred Scott decision stated from the Supreme Court of this land that such a thing as white men and black men, not women, by the way, women are not even considered until the issue of suffrage in 1920. So this is a male dominated situation. Can we at least agree on what we're discussing here? And according to the men on the white, quote unquote, Supreme Court of the United Snakes of America, that nothing the black man is or has is bound to be respected by the so-called white man. Now, once that Naturalization Act was passed in 1790, it was not all white men and certainly not women and children. It was those who were over 21, free, and land owning. Now, in those criminals, because again, these were criminals that were released from primarily Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England, initially, because we're still mixing and conflating British colonies, French colonies, Spanish colonies, and Portuguese colonies with a little Dutch thrown in for flavor to the side. So essentially, it's those 5 criminals of European origins, but the British one is what we keep being fixated on. So dealing with the British colonies and their criminals, because they literally empty debtor prisons, because over there, people who are subjects, they are not citizens, have no rights but what the sovereign monarch dictates. That's why they're called peons, serfs, peasants, and slaves. Now, once they transported that degenerate culture and character to our land, you see the problem, Sakina, and how it started?
Right. That's why the Irish and I think the Italians at one time wasn't considered white until a certain
Because they were ethnic. Because they were ethnic. And then how did the status of whiteness get bestowed on each succeeding wave of immigrants, starting out of Eastern Europe, like the small hat Zionist Ashkenazi, like the Poles, the Russians, the Armenians, the Greeks? You see where I'm going with this, Sakina? So
Yeah, it had to
each
be. It was
wave,
due to assimilation because and even with the assimilation alone, with what we call, not saying the white person as a status, but what we call the white people, as far as what Sister Freedom would call the undone people, pale faces, etc., etc. They had to assimilate within their groups. That's why they added Mexicans, because there's not enough of them populace. But the fact of what's backing the system's power is the problem. We participate in it. If all minorities backed out of the military, then we could start talking, as far as, because now they don't have the same power as before. Their power is backed up by this military. And now when you said all minorities, now you can only have a military force amongst the so-called white people. That would dissipate the power that the military holds. But would we be able to convince all these people not to participate in the military? Probably not. If Real Gotti, good night, what he was saying, if we were like, hey, let's convince all these people not to participate in their funny money and find another way to go about it. If we could convince a large group of people greater than just the 46 million so-called black people to be like, hey, don't participate in this anymore. Yes, that would cripple them because that's part of the backing of the power as well. But you can never convince enough people not to participate, and the participation within the system is what's going to always allow it to be the powerful system that you don't have the power to fight. Individuals, Black people, Moors, they don't have the power to fight it because it is backed up by powers that we're participating in their power.
Yeah, Sakina, when you was mentioning the Irish and the Italians, right? And Olmec said that the Irish and the Italians became white in the 1930s. Yeah, that is absolutely true, right? They had to prove their whiteness. And part of proving their quote unquote whiteness, right? A lot of them had to convert. Like from Protestant to Catholic, for example, when they came to the United States of America, right? Because they were seen as the savages, the dogs, the dregs of Europe. Right. I think they even remember that movie, Gangs of New York. Love that movie, by the way. Good movie. And they would refer to the Irish as the niggers of Europe. It's very interesting history. But yeah, they had to prove that their whiteness. So a lot of them dropped the last names to be a little bit more anglicized.
So, sisters, I'm gonna have to drop
I
this
don't think they
question.
even do that anymore because
Well,
Mexicans don't have to drop Gonzalez or Diaz or anything like that.
yeah, but
As
the
long as they're
category
willing to
says
check the white.
non-white. The category wouldn't have to say non-white Hispanic because
Exactly.
Hispanic
They
is
added
white
that,
by
but why did
default.
they add
Yeah,
it? Exactly.
because
Because
Hispanic is
Hispanic
considered
population.
white category by default.
Exactly.
But what my question
Now it
is,
is. It wasn't before. Now it is.
well, what
But
is
do
a
y'all think
Hispanic?
it can?
What
But
is
do
a
y'all think
Hispanic
it?
anyway?
Do y'all
My
think it?
question is this, and,
Sorry,
and,
go
and
ahead.
y'all can answer or how you want to chop it up. What is white culture, ladies? Please explain that to me.
Mayonnaise.
It's the colonization of the cultures that are already there and melting in as far as to take over whatever culture is existing to be like it's ours now. That's what white culture is. It's the erasure of whatever culture is there and making it their own.
Wheat bread. No, I'm just being funny. I don't know what they're
But
going.
as you suggest that,
I don't
Dulcina,
know
and
what
I can
they're going.
agree with your perspective on that, when these people who are continuing waves of ethnic groups, and I'm saying this for a specific reason, whether you say Italian, Greek, German, Russian, whatever, by the second generation, at least the
Well, some will say
firstborn,
on white
by
culture.
the time their children have children or their grandchildren, they no longer speak the mother tongue in most cases, correct? And what did
True.
they consider this assimilation that you were going with, Dulcinea? Please explain to me how that turns them into a free white person.
I to me it turns them into a free white person just so they have the power. So they say, "Oh, we have the backing. We are the majority of people." They're not the majority of people here. If you were breaking it down, if you were breaking it down like, "Oh, that person's Italian, that person is German, that person is Mexican, that person is El Salvadorian," uh, they wouldn't be the majority. But to be able to say, hey, we take this free white person and we erase whatever culture you really are, and now you're a free white person. That's how they get to continue to be the majority. If ever they are coming to a point that they are going to be the minority, then it's like, okay, now erase another culture. Now it's, are you a white Arab or are you a non-white Arab? And you'll have to start checking that. So whites will be Arabs, white will be whatever it needs to be to maintain the majority power.
Interesting you said that. Did you ever see that committee
I
hearing
think I can
where
agree with that.
Rashida Tlaib went left on the person who, from the census and out of the Department of Commerce, which most people don't seem to know, that is where the census is compiled, in the Department of Commerce. I find that amusing.
Right.
She was offended to be categorized a white woman. Have you ever seen
Yes,
that
she was. I
that
remember.
Yep.
hearing?
I
Go
remember.
ahead, sis. Y'all got it.
I don't know. So y'all say that Mexicans, I don't know them to identify as white.
No,
Go
they
on
do
there.
now.
Go on there.
There's not all of them don't, but yeah, they do. You check now, and they'll say as far as there's white Hispanics and non-white. So you check Hispanic non-white or Hispanic white. So yeah, they have now assimilated
No,
Hispanic.
you check Hispanic and then they have a designation non-white.
Not exactly
So
non-white.
Right.
Hispanic is a
But
white
that's
category by default, just as Arab is and
Right.
Asian
And
is. Because
Puerto
again,
Rican
how is it that Vivek
too.
Ramaswamy or Kamami Harris are Caucasians? Because that is in the history of the Naturalization Act.
So I think it keeps, I mean, there's other reasons why they do it, but I think that's what keeps the census the way it is in the numbers game. So as far as us, they say we've been 14% of the population. Well, we started out at 12 and now we're 14, and we've been 14% of the population for the last maybe 15 years, 50 years or so. It was like multiple decades and stuff. So I think what it does is it allows that, as far as the census, for them to say, oh, we're 70% of the population. Well, you're here thinking, oh, majority of white people sit here, like pale face white people, but that 70% is including Arabs, is including Asians, is including Mexicans and Hispanics that
Right.
check
but Sanaya,
white.
don't you think that when, like, for instance, when you fill out those forms and you fill out Hispanic first and then the next part X says non-Hispanic, that would to me that would refer to um a Hispanic that has ancestry going back to Spain versus one that's going back to, let's say, um, a Caribbean that was overtaken by Spain, but is African slaves, but of ancestry of African slaves. You understand what I'm saying? So they're both Hispanic, but one is of non-European descent, because the Spaniard would be of European descent, which would make them
But
white.
sister, just as you stated that, that's what gives people the impression the default status is African descent, and anything of African descent is slave. You see how it's problematic? Now, again, from the 1870 Naturalization Act here, after the Civil War, that's when African descent got included in United States citizenship. However, and it's less than 5% of whatever mystical, magical number Skippy Gates keeps reducing it to. And at last count, it's less than 500,000. But let's round it up to 1 million. Only 5% of that 1 million transported from the continent made it to the mainland. That is less than how much? 50,000.
Yes, but I said the
Explain to me how
Caribbean.
50,000 turn into 50 million. That math ain't mathing, sis.
Well,
But I was
Alabama.
referring to the
Alabama.
Caribbean.
I'm sorry, so Alabama. Can you explain to me what a mammy is?
A mammy, as this designated in this criminal culture, sung by Al Jolson, is to put on blackface and to be chained in the kitchen to the stove. You are the nursemaid, the you asked me, so I will answer you.
Mm.
You are the help, the nursemaid, and the what? Fill in the blank. Bed wench,
No,
side piece,
not what a mammy is.
hoochie mama. I
Or the
mean,
backbone of the family.
That's not
now that
listen.
would be a mother,
Actually,
but she
that was
asked me what was a mammy in the culture of this criminal enterprise. It is Aunt Jemima on the
yes, it's Aunt
pancake
Mama.
box.
Like the mom, like the black woman that was like, because you keep saying command me. I think that you're saying that. So I just was
She
wondering.
is performing political blackface just like the brand Aunt Jemima, not the name, because the mother of Alexander Hamilton. was Jemima.
Well, anyway.
But now when you're asking that question, we're dealing with the culture of these criminals, these pale degenerates who have denigrated the image of the American known as the Negro. Get the book Toms, Coons, Mammies, Pickaninnies, and Bucks. It will tell you the history of the image making that we call Hollyweird.
But
But
Mammy was like the woman, the black woman who took care of all the kids in the house to cook. She even like breastfed the white kids too and all that. She was like a historical stereotype depicting a black woman, usually enslaved, who did domestic work, including nursing the children. Just like I just said, the fictionalized Mammy character is often visualized as a dark-skinned black woman. I just, what I'm saying, I don't know. For some reason, that name just bothers me. And you kept saying that. First, I wasn't going to say nothing, but I just don't like that word command me because it's like,
well, yeah, hold
Just
on,
like I
Alabama,
don't
before you
like
get
that she is playing political blackface, but that's obviously for
but
another
that's not what,
conversation. But
yeah.
that's not why I was saying it. Because I
Well,
wouldn't
I
even,
think that's what he was saying as far as the commandment.
yeah.
But Sakina, back to what you were talking about of the with
Well, I don't know
them
why
and
you
the Hispanics
interrupted.
going back and saying they're not going back and going and seeing, okay,
It's
is this
disrespectful.
Hispanic really a white Hispanic, or is it a non-white Hispanic because they come from the Caribbean or anything? No, it's just they check it because as you can see when you look in the government, when they assimilate, it doesn't change the way the government is run. When they assimilated the Irish and the Italian, there hasn't been an Irish or an Italian president. There aren't more Italians that became actual political figures or actually making rules or anything. No, it still stayed the same of who the political powers were based on bloodlines. And most of them you will not find as far as them being straight from Italy or straight from Ireland or anything like that. They have to have a specific bloodline for them to be in power. So they only utilize this assimilation
remember though, in
for
Spanish,
populist reasons.
but there's one thing and one thing only, speaking Spanish language, and 90+% of them are Catholic. They're not domesticated into the Protestant denominations. When you go south of the Mexican border, except for Brazil, which is the only one that was carved when they did the two hemispheres of the Doctrine and Discovery, that portion was given to Portuguese explorers. Everything else, that is the Americas, fell under the Spaniards. And that's why the vast majority of these people speak Spanish. They are not Castilian. Some of them are conquistador bastard children. But because they have the Hispanic supposed surname, because I still don't know what is Hispanic other than a variation of Hispaniola. And you know what Hispaniola is. That's the Dominican Republic and Haiti. He never got to the mainland, even if Christopher Columbus existed. He landed in what he called Hispaniola or New Hispania, right? So when he's going out and converting or killing the Taínos, the Olmecs, the Aztecs, the Incas, whomever, they are coming here to kill and convert. And Catholicism is the brand of all Hispanics.
Hey, Samora, we have somebody up here. How are you, Samora?
Oh yeah, peace, peace, peace to everyone. Yeah, I'm very
Is
well,
that who I
thank
think
you.
it is?
And I
That's
hope
Yasa. Peace.
everyone is good.
That's the.
Sister Freedom,
How you
no,
doing?
I'm good, I'm good, I'm good. I hope you're good too.
I'm fine, alhamdulillah. I'm fine.
Peace, peace,
Ugh.
peace, peace. Um, I just wanted to say this because I just find this kind of weird. It's kind of a bit like how the Israelites or the Christians would do when it comes to the Bible. They will say one part of it is okay, and then the next part of it is not okay. And that's what you guys seem to be doing when it comes to the history. When it comes to the history, when it comes to the African side of things, oh no, that's not what happened. It's not accurate. But then you're taking the other side of things, i.e., the American history, because it favors you. And to me, that doesn't make sense. I've been saying that all along. Again, also when we look at the timeline, it doesn't make sense that you guys would be the original people of the land. You know what I'm saying? Because there's no way you can. Well, I mean, you are the original people,
He is
but
not going to stop tonight. Dulcinea.
I was waiting.
Yeah, let me
Hold
finish my
on.
point
Let him
though.
finish.
Yeah, when we look at the timelines, it doesn't make no sense. So I mean, you've got to start to admit that all the history is there's a problem with all the history and not just part of the history, and then you take part that suits you because you want a piece of land. No, that's not how it works. Basically, there was a civilization, as the gentleman on your last stream, I've forgotten his name, was saying. Civilizations come and they end, and there was a civilization before this civilization. So you guys actually inherited this civilization, so to speak, if you're going to say you're not African. And I land my plane right there. Thank you.
So, first off, no one's denying African history. You've never heard anyone on here deny African history. Africans do have a history. They have their own history. If you talk to Africans that are from Africa, usually they know, I won't say a majority part of the history, but they know the parts that have been passed down of their history from them being from the land. Saying that the timeline doesn't add up, it only doesn't add up when you're actually going to non-Africans, non-Americans. You're going to these Europeans from sources. And that's where you say, oh, this timeline doesn't add up because this European said this is what happened. But we're saying that we're not going by what a book says. It's about what your family says. The timeline is that people existed in America before any colonization. Now, when you go back in your genealogy and you find that your people are from America, you're American. If you were from Africa, you could go back in your genealogy and find that your people are from Africa. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that. What I was actually saying was that okay, when we look at the buildings that are there, I mean, what did your family say? Did they build those buildings? Because they're all engraved, founded, not built, but founded, which means that they were already there. So I'm asking you, what did your family say they kind of built in America that makes them the original people?
What? Okay.
Hold on, Alabama. Hold on, Alabama. Our family doesn't have to say that they built the pyramids to be from America or any structure. What they said is they're from there. You can have some Egyptians that are there, some Africans that have been there in Egypt. Their family, they can acknowledge their family never said that they built a pyramid, but they are Africans that have been in Egypt. And so they're from there. And it's that simple. We don't have to go back 500,000 years, 50,000 years to prove anything. You are where your people are from. That's just period. So what your parents are passed down is the same with you. You don't consider yourself from the UK because you can go back in your timeline and your parents or your grandparents, someone down your timeline says, hey, we're not from the UK. We're actually from Africa because we're from this particular place. That's the same way built down. Now, it's not, oh, we're from Africa because we built this. I can prove that your family member was part of this construction. No, they just go by, oh, my great grandmother is born in Somalia, so we're Somalian. So why is it that you think that it requires something more than it wouldn't require from your family? Because all it requires is being from a certain place.
Well, I mean, it has to be deeper than that because, I mean, when my ancestors tell me
Wait a minute.
stuff.
Hold on, brother.
Hold on, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me
Why
finish.
must it be deeper than what she
That's
just
why you
stated?
need to let me finish,
No,
please,
because wait
sir.
a minute. First of all, you're being disingenuous, and I can tell from your attitude you want to
No,
put
sir. No, sir.
Africa
Hold
on
on. Let
Yeah.
me just
everyone.
finish my point.
Is
What
Don't
no,
I'm
just
but y'all
take
asking,
said
over.
when you're answering the question and allow him to finish, please be specific of what your ancestor, who it was. I need to know what great grandparent, what number, and what did they participate into building and where.
Right. Okay. So we go by tribes, basically. So through our tribes, basically, we have stories that are being handed down to us from ancestor to or generation to generation, so to speak.
Right. So I'm
And
saying be specific now. So your particular tribe, what they passed down that they built is the
that's what I
question,
was coming to. That's what I was
and the
coming to.
specific person that's part of that tribe that connects you. Thank you.
Okay. So right. I hope you I hope the same question goes for yourself when it comes to you, that you're able to give me the same specifics. But anyway, let me answer the question. Again, my tribe, basically, I mean, there's stories about how we fought the British more than 5 times, basically, even cutting the heads of one of the governors, basically,
I'm sorry,
which
you're not answering the question. You didn't ask me about wars that my family had been in America or anything. I can name you down to specific if we're talking about wars. You brought up that you need to be, our people need to be participants in building these structures that existed here. So you're supposed to be telling me what tribe in Africa you're from, what proves you're part of that tribe between what and your lineage and what they actually built, because that was the point that you came up here. So I don't care about the war of the British or anything like that. You didn't use that as a point. You're supposed to be telling me some structure that exists in a particular part of Africa, the tribe that built it, and how you're connected to that tribe through what person in your family.
okay, so I could give you basically the Great Wall of Benin. The Great Wall of Benin was built by our people, because when you look at the map that they've given you as
Our people, tribe.
tribe, I mean, it is the same tribe. I
Well,
say
you
our
never said
people.
the tribe. What's the tribe?
Well, okay, the Bono tribe. I would say the Bono tribe, basically,
Okay, you're
because
part of the Bono tribe. They built the Great Wall of Benin. And what ancestor proved that you're part of the Bono tribe?
no, we're Bono people, because
How?
we said
What ancestor proved that in your
we the
genealogy?
tribe. Okay,
No, 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 no,
our
no,
name.
no, no,
Oh,
no, no,
give
no.
me a chance to answer, though, sir.
Yasef,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
just speaking in general. You wanted very specifics before. You're saying, as far as how can we say that we're American Indian and these structures that were built here, did our families participate in it?
Can I
So,
break?
what
Okay, so hold on.
you're, oh, no, no,
Allow
no,
me
no,
to
no,
break
no,
it
hold
down.
on, Yasef. So, I don't want to hear a book or some kind of thing as far as just saying that, because that's not what you just said. You
I didn't
said to
say a
be
book.
American, our families would need to be associated with these structures. So you gave me the Wall of Benin. Please tell
Mhm.
me how your family is included in building this structure. Not the Bono people. Prove your family is the Bono people. So we need the specifics of your family.
Okay, so allow me to answer, please, and don't interject if you don't mind. Okay, so the Asantis, not Ashantis, but Asantis, basically, are part of the Bono people, which broke away. This is our history. You can Google if you want to. They broke away, basically, and hence why we're called Asanti, which means because of war, basically, but not because they wanted to conquer, but they just wanted to their independence. And so, yes, they're part of the Bono people, but they just apart. I mean, they broke away from the Bono people to become the Asante people. And from the Asante people, you have the what do you call it? The I don't want to mention names, but you have the linguistic side of the chieftaincy, basically, and that's where my family comes from, basically. So there's the link from my family through the Asante, through to Bonos, through to building the Great Wall of Benin, which has been destroyed thus far.
Okay, you didn't prove anything, but so we can meet at the same thing. My family, they're Mayans. They helped build the structures in Mexico. So that's
No,
how I
no, no,
know.
no, no. Whoa, 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 whoa,
No,
whoa,
that's
whoa.
the same. That's what you just did. That's
No, I
exactly
did
what you
not.
just did. Google it.
No, I
Nah,
did
he
not.
Oh,
ain't
yes,
Dulcinea.
think
you did.
so.
Google it. Google it. The Mayans are the reason why the pyramids are there. My family are Mayans. There you go. That's the same
Dulcinea.
information you just gave.
Dulcinea. The Mayans did not. Who are the Mayans?
They're the indigenous people of the Yucatan
Where is that? Where's the Yucatan?
in Mexico.
And so you have to prove how they
Google it.
built.
No,
How
I don't. I don't have to prove anything. You didn't prove anything with the wall. You just gave us some information and you said your family's tied to it. So I just gave you some information. I said my family's tied to it. So
Okay, so
what makes it where it's acceptable for you to not prove where in your genealogy you're connected to this, but you want me to prove where in my genealogy I'm connected to the American land? It
so
shows,
I'm asking you
all most of your points
how did
are
the
just
Mayans
hypocritical because you're not willing to answer any of the questions that you're putting on other people. You're saying,
no,
oh, it's
you asked
history
the
and all
question.
this
I
other stuff
answered it, Dulcinea.
that
You
you
asked the
haven't
question.
proved it. You haven't proved anything. You haven't even proved that Ashanti is a tribe that came out of the Bono tribes. You're saying Google it.
No, but
Google Mayan
I'm
people
saying
in the Yucatan. Google them. In
hold on,
Google, you'll
hold on,
find
hold
that
on.
they're the ones that built the pyramid. It's the
Okay,
same information.
Dulcinea. So let
Okay,
me
can
ask you just
Alibaba
one question.
wait a minute, yeah, wait a minute.
How
Alibaba
did the
did have
Mayans
something to
actually
say.
build these
How did
structures
the
that they built?
Bono actually build the wall of Benin?
Jesus. We built
Exactly.
them with our
Cherie,
hands. We
hey,
built them
Cherie.
with the raw materials that we have.
Yes, we built it with our hands. We built it with the raw materials that we had.
Dulcinea crazy. John, Ali Bambu, did you have something you wanted to say? Because he always
Hey, Cherie.
Not really, because
he
Dulcinea made it an
does,
exercise in the example of the idiocy
he
of these
sure
Pan Africans. First and foremost, these people keep trying to come to the American because they feel, in their form of superior attitude, that we have been debased and been degraded so much and being categorized as Negro, colored, black, and now falsely claimed to be African American, that
and
they are taking the liberties, as most foreigners
yeah,
do, that they can
I told
dictate
you
to
that.
us who we are, what we are, and whether we should exist. So, no, I'm not going to respond to that because the engagement is what a parasite requires from a host. And since he brings nothing to me nor to my people other than to leech off of me, no, I have nothing to address him about. But thank you, my sister, for
I
showing the hypocrisy of responding in the same fashion as he did not respond. Now, if I was to say, and there is proof and evidence, that the American went to Africa and populated Africa, would that make them an American African, Dulcinea?
mm, how about that part?
Yasser,
Would that make them an American African, Dulcinea?
the timeline adds up.
They sure
You see,
do.
that's to me.
Your
As I
phone is messed
redirect
up,
back to
Yashua,
you.
Yafir,
Hold
or
on.
whatever. Your phone's
Uh,
messed up.
Yeah,
That to
you.
me is an curiosity
You
question
gotta
or
go
whatever.
out and come back in. Your phone is messed up.
Yeah, drop the link for them. Just drop down and come back. But
Okay,
see,
okay.
it's just funny. I just find it funny how, like, people. And I did it on purpose to answer him in the exact same way that he answered the questions because it shows like it's good enough for them, but it's not good enough for us. It's good
Right.
enough for them to be like, oh yeah, I Googled it, I found this or anything. And that gave me more information because my parents told me one thing. Maybe my parents told me we're the Bono tribe. And now everything else I researched and I was able to find these things. Well, that's not acceptable for them to be like, oh, okay, my parents said we're Indian. So I went and I did the research and I found this and that and the other. They're like, oh, this is idiotic for you to say. So the same answers are idiotic when it comes from me, but they're good when it comes from him, even though they're the exact same answers.
Because he is doing just what Ali Bamu said. Exactly what he said. That's what I said he's doing the last time he was on the show. Just because they're now calling us African American, you took that and now it's like you got something over us. It makes them feel good to say that we're African. Like we owe them something or like we got something from them. Listen, like I said before, if we were African or they even thought that we were African, why did it take them for us to be called color, black, Negro, nigger, all this kind of stuff before they got to African American? That don't make sense.
Exactly. Why is it that the primary sources say African? Why is it that we get these secondary sources from mainly 90s and up that take these primary sources and take the original word that was being used and place African instead? Why wouldn't the original documentation say African? Why is it that the 20 slaves that were on the White Lion, when you look up the primary source, it says they were Indian? And so why is it that we're saying, oh, they're Angolian, they're from Africa? Why didn't the primary source say that they got them from Africa?
Jesse Jackson brought that African American term around more so.
Yep, that's a fact.
But it makes them feel like they superior over us because the United States government is saying that we are African American. So that makes them think like we superior over them. Like,
well, I don't want to say that because we can't say them. We can't say them when we saying some nigga from the UK. Let's be for real. I don't know how connected he is to the continent of so-called Africa. He's from the UK for real. So it ends up being this thing where all these people from different places and stuff like that, they just I don't even understand it, because Africans for the most part, they don't think of themselves superior. They just know that we're not them. And that has been such an offensive thing to hear from Africans for so long, because we've been on, oh, we're African, we're African, we're African. But they've been on, oh, if you want to show African culture, show us. We're the Africans. They're not. They're not African, they're American. So they've been on this type of time. It's just us catching up with them, really, at this point.
But you know what, Dulcinea? When they come here, they don't. Idris Elba, John Boyega, David Oloyo, neither one of these niggas play African heroes. They don't come, and all of them came through the UK, since you dropped that UK mention. They bring their natural narrow ass here and play American heroes. Who do we know that they've attached themselves to from Ghana? Or being even a Zulu. They love calling about their Zulu warriors or their Mau Mau. All that. What movie or film or novel has ever portrayed any African that was transmitted and sold culturally to anywhere else on the planet? Sisters, please educate me on that.
No,
other than Shaka Zulu. Zulu.
I bring up my husband all the time because he's from that area. He's from the people of the Zulu, which it's been passed down to him. That's part of his people. But like, it's not something that he says, oh, Shaka Zulu's my great, 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 great granddad just because I'm from Zimbabwe. No, it doesn't work like that to actual African people. So it's crazy. It is always these European Africans that come and want to make this argument when you're really European. I don't even know how African you really are, sir. How attached are you to Africa? Or is it just fun being from the UK and being like you have this African culture that you're not really living?
Dulcinea, I actually live in the UK. I'm not from the UK. So
where were you born?
I was born in the UK, but that doesn't.
Where were your parents born?
They were born in Ghana.
Okay, so your parents moved.
Were born in Ghana, my parents, every one of them, each and every one of them going
What
back.
made your parents go to the UK?
Opportunity, of course.
Okay, so
So
as
there
far as
is no opportunity on the entire African continent. Now, isn't that a very specious statement for me to make? But it sounds like every refugee nigga that washes their butt up on my doorstep says opportunity. Where's that African opportunity in Africa?
We got everything from them, but all the opportunity is here. I don't get
it's
that.
outside of Africa.
Are you guys listening to yourselves? I mean, to me, hold on. When I speak, everybody starts speaking, but I listen to everybody. So please give me a chance to express myself. Now, I'm saying to you that it's sad because when you look at Africa, it's you guys that are holding us hostage, basically, against our will, because every single time we try and break free from you guys, what do? How many of our people have you murdered? Should I say?
Who?
What are you talking about?
I thought
That's
you
not
guys said you
true.
were American.
We
I thought
haven't
you were
murdered
American.
anyone. That's why your parents left Ghana to go to the UK. If they were afraid that they were going to be murdered or anything like that, they wouldn't say that the UK had more opportunity for them to go over there. So what are you talking about?
You're misunderstanding. You're not listening to me, Dawson. You're not listening to what I am saying to you.
I am listening. Please tell me who's
let me
killing
try
you.
it one more time. Let me try it one more time. I said, you guys, the Americans, have murdered many of our presidents who have tried to go against you guys, basically. Hence, and also by doing that, taking our resources, and hence crippling our economy. I mean, if you look at
So you're talking about United States and not American Indians. You're talking about the United States has been killing your presidents, correct?
Right. Don't you guys operate under the same constitution of
Hold
you call yourself American?
Don't you hold on, Alabama. Hold on,
in the back,
Alabama.
wait a minute.
Hold on one second.
Sharice is in the back.
Oh yeah, bless Sharice up. Sister Freedom. But I want to say this or whatever. So the UK never did that?
Oh, wait a minute. What you say? I'm sorry.
Sharice is in the back. Sharice is in the back. The UK never did that?
I do
yes
not
or no?
represent.
Hold on. The UK never did that. It has never gone against African presidents or anyone from Africa, African government, and waged war. The UK has never done that, is what you're saying.
Your point
yes
being
or no?
What your point being
Has the UK done it? Yes or no?
What is your point? We're talking about America.
Because then you're UK. You're the UK. You're born under UK. So you killed your own people. Based on your logic. Based on your logic. Don't you live under the UK? Don't you live in the UK? You just said we live under the Constitution. So we're associated with the US people that came to Africa and go against the government. Has the UK not? Has the UK not done the same thing? No, Yosef. The UK has done the same thing, and you're under the UK. You're not in Ghana right now. You're not in any African countries right now. You're under the UK, the same establishment that you tried to say, oh, we American Indians are killing your presidents because we're under the United States. Well, you African from the UK are doing the same because you're under a government that has done the exact same thing.
No, I'm not. I am not.
Yes, you are. You live in the UK.
No, hold on. See, again, you don't allow me to respond. Listen, I do not vote. So I didn't vote any of these people into any.
I don't vote either. I didn't vote any of the people in either.
What does voting have to do with the statement that
I've
you
never
made
voted in my
that
life.
we
I don't believe
supposedly
in voting,
killed your
and it's been
African
passed
president?
down. It's actually a passed down practice that we do not vote in our family. We don't vote.
Who carved up the continent?
Okay,
is it called the Berlin Conference or the United States Conference in 1884?
It's called Berlin. It's called Berlin.
Americas. That's what I'm talking about. As you guys put it, even though it's just the United States.
Well, you're from the UK, and the UK did the same. The UK did the same, and you're UK. The UK did the same, and you're from the UK.
Before the Berlin Conference, what was Ghana? Dulcinea, since he doesn't seem to know how to answer questions. Before the continent was carved up, What was Nigeria? I believe its name is from the 1950s, is it not? What
Yes, and then
was it
before them, they
before
gave
the
them
Berlin
another.
Conference in 1884?
Weren't they calling it Negro Land before then because it was still a name that was given to them by someone else? Wasn't it Negro Land?
You see that map that you're looking at basically should even tell you that it was all one place. This is carved up according to how the British
Your people
yeah,
carved it
or
up.
the
Your
Portuguese.
people carved
No,
it up,
no,
y'all
no.
said.
Sorry.
Yes.
Hold on.
Did the
It was
UK
the Portuguese.
participate? Did the UK participate in carving it up? Yes or no?
Dulcinea. It was the
Did the
Portuguese.
UK participate in carving it up? Yes or no?
No, it was the Portuguese that carved it up basically, and then the UK took over because it was in stages. The Portuguese were there first, basically. So they were the ones that were doing the carving and XYZ. And then the British came and took over from the Portuguese. So
They
no,
all came together. I think you need to learn more about the Berlin Conference. Then if you think the Berlin Conference was only the Portuguese, that's not true. The Berlin Conference
that was
was all of
afterwards.
them.
That's afterwards. That's
No,
afterwards.
that's where it
Before
got
the
carved up. That's
Negro.
where it got carved up in the Berlin Conference. That is the
No.
beginning of the carving.
Hold on.
Yes,
When they
yes.
were Can I? Okay, when they were a company, they carved it up first and foremost, which was when the place was called Negro. Oh, they called it Negroland, and according to what resource they got, they named it that part or that section, the name of that particular resource that they were getting. So that's why we've got Ivory Coast. So we know that from that coast they were getting ivory, and there's Gold Coast. From that coast they were getting gold, but it was just one big place where everybody was one big, you know what I'm saying, we're just one people. So they were the ones who cut it up for the purposes of their history or for their sake, whatever reason. Well,
You're
we know
trying to
the
have
reasons.
UK have no part in this, which we know they did, Yosef. So it
No,
just
but the
shows your
UK.
ignorance of the history if you would deny that UK had a part in it. So
Why
since we
are you
know
not
that it's
okay?
not, hold on, Yosef. Since we know that UK did have a part in it, and you're trying to run from it because again, we found your hypocrisy. You want us to acknowledge or whatever as far as being indigenous to this land, what foreigners came to this land and did, but you don't want to acknowledge what UK did. So let's move on from that point. That point is a mute point because
No.
Because
if you
you're
can't
not
Dulcinea,
right
hold
acknowledge,
when
on.
it comes to
if
that.
you can't acknowledge what the UK did, then we don't need to keep going back and forth what the US did because UK and the US did it together.
Dulcinea,
Because you're
you're
not
missing. You
right when
seem
it
to be
comes to
missing
that.
the
Because
point,
the
and you've been doing
Portuguese
that a lot.
did come
But
in the
please, Sister Freedom,
1400s, but
go
the
ahead. Go
Berlin
ahead.
Conference is when it got scrambled up.
Thank you. Absolutely, Sakina. That is when it got scrambled up. So again, Yasef, you're here. You're here because you feel like it's important for us to deem ourselves as African. But you're African because your parents are from Africa. Our parents aren't from Africa. Our grandparents aren't from Africa. So why do you assume that we need to feel like we're as African as you are, or that we are even African if you're getting that you're African because your parents are from there and our parents are not from there?
So hold on. This is funny. I mean, okay. So you rather said
The
that you're
only
Indian.
thing
When
humorous
you
is
say
you,
Indian,
sir. The
hold
only
on.
thing that's
Hold on. Hold
humorous
on. Hold on.
about what you're saying is the
Hold
massive
on. Hold on.
denial.
Hold on.
You have a
Hold on.
British accent. We can tell that. You
Hold on. We're
obviously
not talking about
love Britain's
accents.
culture,
Yo,
but you
brother.
are denigrating us with your presence. Now, that's not amusing to me, but you are funny. You're a
Right.
funny guy.
Obviously, he loves the UK culture so much he won't even acknowledge their part and their hand in it. He's just blaming America. So what's up, Yasef? Why is it that you're trying to put African on us when your parents are from Africa and our parents are not?
See, I'm not trying to put anything on anybody. I'm just trying to tell you that the history that you're going by is not the right history. Therefore, you cannot
How can you
claim.
tell us that? How can you tell us that?
Okay, so like I said, what did you build in America?
Every
The
damn thing.
pyramids. The pyramids, I told you, in the Yucatan. My
Let
family's
Sharice get in
Mayan.
here, you guys. Let Sharice get
So
I'm
in.
sorry, y'all. My bad.
No, you're good, Sharice. You're
Let
good.
My
Sharice.
so
bad, y'all.
hold
We
on.
see what
That's
you
fair.
built in
That's fair
America.
enough.
Our ancestors
Let
built
me ask another
everything on this
question.
bitch.
Let
No,
me
Tell
so
ask
y'all
another
Nora,
niggas
you're
question.
gonna
start
have
there
to.
about what was
Nora,
She
you're
built.
gonna
answered
have
your
to.
question. She answered your question, everything. Now,
Let me
next
ask another
question.
question. Then.
Next.
Let me ask you another question.
Sharice, were
So
you done? Because
Oh
good.
no, that yeah.
one
Peace and love
second,
to
Dots.
everyone
One
on the
second, one
panel.
Okay.
second,
Hi,
one
baby.
second. I just
Yeah,
want to
that
ask
was
one
it.
more question.
I'll get in when the time is right. I want Dulcie to be able to handle her business, but just peace and love to everybody on on the piano. Peace and love to my beautiful queens
No,
of
I'm about to
Uptown
tag you
Wine.
in, sis. Let him answer this
Yeah,
next
he's good.
question and
You
you'll
y'all,
tag
Okay,
him.
hey,
Yeah,
you
because
Dulcinea.
you're
handling
gonna
it.
go
Don't
around.
worry. I know you don't need no backup. You handling it. Don't worry.
Dulcinea. Okay, you say the pyramids in Mexico, you built that. Okay, so does that mean that you built the ones in Egypt, or did the Africans build the one in Egypt?
No, the Africans actually say themselves that they didn't build that.
So who built that one in Egypt?
They say, as far as what we would call Atlanteans or Atlantis, they speak of that as far as the culture of it had already been there from an ancient culture that we have tied to Atlantis today.
But okay, but hold on, Dulcie. But even let's go with your premise of um we're saying Egypt. So just for lack of a better word, right? We'll say Egyptians built the pyramids. That's not your people. So taking credit for building a pyramid that's located in what we're now considered landmass of Egypt, that's not your people. That's not your
Can I
culture.
respond? Can I respond? Okay, so
Sure.
if it's not my people and my people didn't build it, but it's on the land of Africa, then who built it? Because according to Dulcinea,
But what I'm
Egyptian built it, not
right.
Ghanaians.
Like
So we're gonna say for the time being, Egyptian built it, not
Like
Ghanaian.
what gives
so
anybody the why? So here's another issue, right? With this whole Pan African kind of train of thought, because I hear a lot of times of having
this is
all
not
this
Pan-African,
glory,
it's the Sankofa. Like,
whatever you want to call it. My apologies. Call it Sankofa. That's great. Okay. Um, and what's ill about that is Sankofa even really African? That part. Okay. Let's
That
continue.
are you
part.
confusing yourself, Dots? Can you ask
That
the
part.
question
No,
that you wanted
No,
to
I'm
ask,
very
please?
clear. I'm very
no, that
clear.
Okay,
was
please.
clear.
I'm very
Sankofa
clear.
is not even African.
Right.
That's
Like
clear.
that. Like
So what
okay.
is it? What is it? If it's not
Oh
African, what
my
is it?
God.
That's
So
the
anyway,
people of Ghana.
Dulcinea, I don't even get into the
Thank you.
1v1 with him.
Thank
What
you. Thank
my
you.
point was
Whoever
is
said
that
that.
what I notice a lot of the times, call it Sankofa, call it what the heck you want. Okay, I'm going to say Pan African because that's how I'm a lump all y'all. Is that you love to tag yourself right to all this glory and fame when that's not your people. And when I say not your people, meaning by genetics, meaning even if you take a DNA test by DNA, it don't say you come anywhere from that region in what we now call Egypt. Okay, boo, your people are in West Africa. That's pretty far from where those pyramids were built. Right? The fact that you even said that Great Britain, that England had no participation or no say during the scramble of Africa, I'm confused why we can even have a cogent conversation, right? Because anything from there can't be coherent. There's no base that where's the base that we're coming from? If you don't even know that, how are we even walking past that step? Like that's something that you learn when you're in kindergarten at 5 years old.
Dots. Who are the
How do
Egyptians?
you learn?
And
How do
Dots,
you
just
learn?
one question
Who
before he
are the
takes you
Let me go
history.
Egyptians?
Hold
Tell
on,
me.
somewhere.
hold on, Joseph. Hold on. During the scramble of Africa,
No, 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 no.
no,
Please.
no, no,
I
no,
can only deal with
Joseph,
one
stop.
person
No, no,
at a
no,
time.
stop,
I'm
Joseph.
bouncing from
Hold
one
on.
person to the other. I
Hold
mean,
on,
come
I
on.
want to
How
ask
does
Dots
this
a
work?
question. She's actually coherent, so allow us to ask Dots a question. Then you can go back afterwards.
Okay,
Did
thank you.
America exist in this time that he's talking about? Africa was carved up, Dots?
Absolutely.
In the 1400s when he said the
Absolutely.
Portuguese?
Absolutely.
The 1400s. You know what was happening in the 1400s?
Yes, I know what's happening in the
Listen,
1400s. You want me to tell you what's
if the
happening?
1800s people were riding horse and cart, right? In the 1400s, what do you think was happening then?
Happening where?
Wherever.
No,
No,
and
According to your history.
you're making my point. So you're blaming people of something that they wouldn't even have any participation in the 1400s.
No,
So
you're
again,
making no.
how are we
I'm
killing?
making
How are
my
we
point.
killing your people?
No, I'm making my initial point by saying that you guys are taking part of the history and making it your own because it suits you, when all of the history is fraudulent, basically. This is the point I was making, I made in the beginning, and I'm making it again.
And the only fraudulent claims that have been made is a guy that's in the UK that have British citizenship, who I'm assuming both parents are from Africa or are African, right? Even though he doesn't live anywhere in Africa. And you enjoy all the rights, the privileges, the access, the status that your British nationality and identity gives you, right? You enjoy all the perks of that, that somehow you're that vested in trying to tell people who live across the pond, right? Who live across the Atlantic Ocean. You seem very, very interested, right? In our history, in our business. And so the only fraudulent thing that really has come out is the fact that you think that you have even earned the right to stand on a pulpit and say what we're saying is fraudulent, but what you're saying is truth. You haven't earned that right. You don't have that right.
From his UK
right? We're not ignorant. We're not
Absolutely,
ignorant.
does.
We're not ignorant people. This is, we keep telling you that every time that you hit the link, right? We're not ignorant. We're not stupid. We're not, I don't want to say retarded. That's that could be seen as disrespectful, but we're not slow. Okay. We're not. We have created a beat, a culture, a bop, whatever you want to call it, that the entire world has always followed and wanted. Let's be clear. Even in that continent today. You go there today and you're going to see them with Jordans on. You're going to see them watching U.S. basketball, the rap. I mean, our culture just permeates the world. So while you can think that you have a right to check somebody or correct somebody, right? And you don't even live here. Your lineage is not even American. You're on the other side of the water, right? You're living in a country that, if you're talking about colonialism and imperialism, they reign supreme. You want to talk about fraudulent? And they have put their mark all up and down that continent that we know of, Africa today. So when I go and visit Africa, I'm not getting anything indigenous. I'm getting nothing but European and American culture. That's what I'm getting. That's what they want.
And the fact of the matter is, amongst the African
claims is the ones that you've been making.
And amongst the Africans, there's no Africans that are writing books to say that we're wrong, our history is fraudulent. So he's coming on behalf of colonizers to try to deny who we are. There's no African, there's no one in Ghana that's saying, oh, go and try to tell those Americans that they're not indigenous to the land. They're not Indians. That's fraudulent. That stuff's not true. There is no African scholars that are doing it. There's only colonizer scholars that are doing it. And you're coming on behalf of colonizers, not Ghanaian people, not West Africans, not even Egyptians. None of them are doing this. You're coming on behalf of colonizers to say, oh, we have the history wrong. So you are believing that the colonizers' history is the history that we should follow?
Okay, so I mean, listen, what you're saying sounds all good, but to me, I stick with what's the reality of everything. I'm not with the fantasy. And the reality is that at a point in time, especially in the 80s, it suited you. This is what I mean when I say where you take things when it suits you. when it suited you, you was rocking the African wear, you was doing the African thing with the fist in the air and this and that and so on and so forth. And it brought you to where you are today, basically. But now that you've, in your opinion, you feel that you've catapulted, well, you think you've catapulted yourselves. Oh no, we don't want to. We're not part of that again. You know what I'm saying? We're not even African American again. Even though that's what brought you to where you are today.
My
Now, let
dear
me tell
sir,
you.
Go
we
ahead.
have
Hold on,
never
Alabama. One
been,
second.
we have
One second. Hold
never
on,
been
everybody. Everybody,
African
hold on. Sharice,
American. We
hold
have
Let
on.
me finish.
never
Wait,
been
I know.
wait.
African American.
No,
And
no,
as
y'all
far
said,
as you
hold
trying to
on.
Here
Hold
regurgitate,
come,
hold,
here
on.
hold
come
on, hold on,
hitting his
sister,
Hold
hold on,
on,
belly.
sister. I
everybody.
know y'all don't need to
Everybody.
be defended, but I'm
Yeah.
gonna check this Negro right now.
I know, but
Now, if
hold
we
on,
were,
Alabama. Hold on, because
Check
Sharice hasn't
this
said
Negro.
anything and she was about to say something.
Look at what
Yosef,
this man
you've
is
been
saying.
talking.
Who are you calling a Negro,
Yosef,
brother?
now
please.
you notice how he was offended by me calling him Negro. You do notice that, right?
He ran.
You do
No, he
notice
didn't.
he
I
was
removed
offended,
him
Oh, you removed
from
him?
the
Okay.
thing
but
because at
you
the end of the day, have respect for the panel, please. And go. You can go ahead and add him back now, Sister Freedom. But have respect for the panel. What
Oh,
I'm
that's me.
saying
That's me.
is that everybody got their turn. Yosef, you have been speaking. We are not cutting you off and not letting you speak. You just spoke for like 5 minutes while we were muted up. So when I say hold on, have respect. You're not an Unscrambled Minds member. Well, what are you doing? This is not your broadcast. We're not even talking about what we were talking about originally, which is okay. We're allowing this to happen. So please respect. And next time, I'm just going to kick you off. I don't have time. Sharice is going to talk. She was quiet. She was muted up the whole time. And then she unmuted to speak. So this is not the Yosef show. This is going to allow all of us to speak when it's our turn. You will get to speak again. Right now, Sharice is going to speak.
Yeah, I find it peace and love to everyone. I find it absolutely interesting, like the opinions from people who are outside of the North American mainland. I find it so interesting. You know, like I just think that he has a misconstrued conception about who we truly are. And like you're speaking to people on this panel who have done research on their genealogy, on their family, which connects us back to this land for generations. Like, I just think you have no right to come in here and tell us who we are. You just don't. You're out of line for that. And we know that our history is a revisionist history. We understand that our history has been lied and people have told our history for us. But we, as North American Indians, have done the due diligence to look into our family and found out, damn, our ancestors have been here for generations and generations and generations. We're not going to tolerate anyone on the outside to tell us who the fuck we are anymore. Excuse my language. We're not going to tolerate that. Like, I just think that's super disingenuous. I think that it would be more forthcoming if you would to actually try to learn what it is that we are saying. Because everybody doesn't come from Africa. Period. It was melanated people in the Americas, just like it was melanated people all over this planet, but it was definitely melanated people here. And I think that the notion that it wasn't is super crazy work because of the notion of slavery, because of all these things that we've been taught in fake ass history. Okay? We know exactly who we are.
Damn,
And
oh,
like
damn,
people
oh,
like
damn.
you know what I'm saying? Like you have a history, you have a culture that you're connected to. Don't try to connect our history to what you want it to be, because the only one that's trying to do that is you. So when we're talking about looking into our families and talking to our ancestors and talking to people who know about our connections to the American land, you can't refute it. This country
What's your
can't even
culture?
refute it. And
Excuse
that's
me.
why we
What's your
ain't never
culture?
been sent, hold on. And
What's your
that's why we've
culture?
never been sent back to
Yosef,
Africa.
I'm not going to
And that's
warn
why
you
we've
again,
never been
and
sent
I
to
will ban
Africa.
you from ever coming on here. So if you like coming on here, I suggest you mute up and respect the panel, and we will respect you. If you can't respect us, we're not going to respect you. Mute up, and once she's done, you can respond. Go
Dulcinea, let
ahead,
me just
Shanice.
say this. Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on. Let me
No, you
just say
can't
this.
say
No.
anything.
Hold on,
You can't say
hold on.
anything right now. No, hold on.
No, no, no,
Y'all
no.
said,
It's
what
like,
makes you
hold on.
feel like, what make,
I've
no,
been on
no,
this
y'all
panel
said.
many a times. I've never
Let me mute
disrespected
you,
the
Yasi.
panel.
You can be quiet.
You are disrespecting the panel right now because I'm asking you to be quiet, not be like you're never going to speak again. You're acting like, oh, I have to speak right this moment while Sharice is speaking. Why? Allow her to finish, and then you can ask a question. If it's because you can't remember, because you have short-term memory, go get a pen and a piece of paper, write down your questions so you can have them once she's done. Okay, Sharice.
Thank you, Dulcie. I just think that this whole argument, when we hear these things from people who are not from our land mass, who do not share our lineage, who do not share our history, can feel so comfortable when they come in and tell us exactly who we are. It's an issue. And, that's the only thing that I was really addressing. I just think that it's super disingenuous to tell us that we're trying to make history what we want it to be. No, there is a reclassification issue. There is an issue with them taking land and birthrights from us.
Mm-hmm.
It's an issue with that. And we're recognizing it now. And whether people who dressed as Africans and African dressed in the 80s or 90s or whatever, they probably just like the style. They didn't think they was African. They liked the style, damn it. And they wanted to wear a fucking dashiki. So what? It doesn't
And
mean
why didn't
anything.
our grandparents do it, Sharice? If it's something that was culturally that we stopped in the present moment, wouldn't it be culturally there with our grandparents, with our great grandparents? Why did
Exactly.
it
Wouldn't it be
start in the
present right now?
1960s wearing dashikis?
But
Why couldn't
Sharice,
he bring up in the
remember, Sharice,
1896 they were wearing dashikis?
Exactly.
Because
We're
they
remember,
talking
weren't.
about the
Sharice,
80s
but remember,
where
Sharice,
people like
Africans
style
didn't
and
even wear
colors and
afros and afro puffs and all that.
yeah, like
They
come
didn't
on,
wear that.
stop.
They didn't wear Africans did not wear no Africans, did not wear afros. They did not wear, we were Afro Americans, if you want to say it like that, but not African Americans. I mean, we wore the afro puffs. That's not an African thing. You keep asking people what their culture is. What's your culture? It's so much diversity in Africa. What is your culture? And keep in mind, the word African didn't come in existence until the 1700s.
They don't even fully know their culture. Why did they take a Black European from America named Jabari and make him a priest there to teach him and say that he's teaching them the culture? How can someone from America come over and teach them Ghanaian culture more than someone that has been living in Ghana?
Right. That part.
They knew their culture and it's been passed down.
Hey,
I,
listen,
I
I'm
mean, he
here.
keeps asking
Hold
people
on,
that
hold
what's
on.
their
I'm here,
culture.
and you're talking over me, and you're not giving me a
Okay,
chance to
yeah, allow
respond,
him to
and you're
talk.
just
Go ahead,
throwing.
you got it.
Everybody.
Hold on.
And
This
then I
is
want to say
opinions
something
from.
after he's done.
Okay, this is opinions from three different people, basically. So which one do you want me to respond to?
No, you just say whatever you
You
gotta
and
Yeah,
say.
and and,
2
and
It's
the
minutes.
your
three
turn.
people
2
threw out a
minutes
whole
to
load
speak.
of opinions, basically. So what
No,
exactly do you
You
want me
have
to respond
no.
to?
We're not doing that. You could
Yeah,
2
you
minutes.
either
Say what you
speak
have to
what you
say.
want to speak or we're going to the next person.
Yeah,
Speak your
2
speech,
minutes. Say what you
Lord.
have to say. Let's go. Harry, got 2 minutes.
So
Time starts now.
what Omar Johnson say? Speak your speech. Go ahead, y'all.
Well, listen, I'm just gonna say this. You can rely on this history that they've been fed to you all you want, or you can take parts of it all you want, but the facts still remain. I'm a reality person, and I know you guys talk about the raising of frequency. Then you better start raising your frequency and start admitting truth and start seeing things for what they are, or else you're not gonna make it. And that's all I'm gonna say. Peace. Well, I'm still here, but peace. I'll keep quiet.
Please.
Okay, next. We'll go off of what he said. We're not gonna make it. We'll not make it. Go ahead, Sharice.
He want us to be African so bad.
Yeah, he don't want to be African. He want to be from the UK. Make it make sense.
I only live there, not there, but African is in the blood.
Well,
Hey,
no,
good day.
go ahead,
My bad.
go ahead,
My
go
bad.
ahead.
Go
You got
ahead.
it. You got it. No, you got it, baby. I'll do it after you. I'll speak after you. Go ahead.
I wanted to say that oftentimes, and I'm seeing this as a pattern. It's a pattern of folks that don't really know themselves, right? And when one doesn't know themselves, they're constantly accountable. And if you really look up the word of accountable is someone that is always on the flank, right? Or a plank, my bad. A plank. They're always waging themselves. Should they go off the cliff or should they not? Because they don't understand themselves. And this is what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with aspects of folks that really have not really got into themselves, but they're arguing a point to a contingent that they don't know themselves, which makes it does make it difficult for us that we do know ourselves, and we really are kind. We're kind to want to hear you out. We're kind to wanting to say, hey, we understand this. We're kind to that. We know because we've been there and we've done this. However, like, we're not there anymore. We went over that one mountaintop. We still got mountains to climb, but we went over that mountaintop. And we simply are here to say, like, listen, we've climbed that mountain and we understand you. And our understanding is like, listen, stop bringing us the shit that we know that has been regurgitated, basically thrown up in our faces multiple times to say that this was what we're supposed to have been. And we know in our core of being, that's not who we are. The core of being is, it doesn't sit with us. And your core, which is your real, true, factual soul, not of the body, but your soul, gives you true knowledge. It speaks to you truly. So, to my guy, to the core of us, regurgitated, yes, they regurgitated the same thing that you're experiencing right now. However, we threw that thing up. We threw it up and out. It was given to us so much we got them decipher that thing. And we threw it up and out. So now we see us. We see our folks. We see our ancestors. We know the truth. We know how harmful it has been to us. We have been the detriment of all times, in every place, in every existence. There has never been anything in this existence that has never been destroyed like us. So how can you stand with yourself to say, hey, I am this, when you have been destroyed every day, every single fucking day? Pardon me, sisters, but you have been destroyed in your face, no matter if you're great or not. You have destruction has placed itself at your fucking foot at all costs. How can you not see the glory of yourself? Tell me, how can you not? If destruction has been given to you daily and you don't see greatness, you have to see yourself up out that seat. And if you don't see that, it's a problem. And my sisters of Unscrambled Minds, they see it. Sharice sees it. We see it. It's myself is grateful. I see it. I'm not gonna sit by daily and allow this shit to go the fuck on. Destruction being placed at my fucking foot. And you telling me this is what I am? You telling me I have no mind? I'm dumb. I don't have no thought process. I can't process this. I move like that. We just do dumb shit. No. No. And I'm the one too. I'm the one that can make all too. But can't nothing make me make it make sense. And I'll be quiet right now. But I'm still here.
Turn
Yeah,
on your
no, thank
camera. I
you,
bet you
Grateful.
look
Hold
like
on,
me.
y'all, Seth. No, hold on, y'all, Seth. Thank you, Grateful. And I was gonna say like, oh, and she did it without cussing, and no problem that you cussed or anything. I know it's very passionate. I be want to cuss people out too over up here, but like what you said just really is just a mic drop, because for real, it's a real thing that people that don't know themselves, don't invest in themselves, not investing in Ghana, but is so invested in Americans being like, this is who the colonizer says you are, so adapt to that. The colonizer says you're this, so you're this, and really fighting tooth and nail, and not fighting tooth and nail for their own people, but fighting tooth and nail for us to be like we're African. It's crazy. And it does come from a lack of knowledge of self, because knowledge of self would lead you to your family and you be invested in your family. You wouldn't be worried about me, other than the fact if maybe I was your cousin and you felt like I was wrong. Other than that, you don't know my family. You don't know who my parents are. How can you not know who my parents are, but know where I'm from? Swear
Right.
you know where I'm from.
Ain't that a
Make it make
mouthful?
sense.
Dulcinea, you see where you go wrong is that I was not not speaking to you per se, because you obviously are saying what you're saying, but there are people basically whom are listening and watching basically that will understand what I'm saying, and it's those people I have come to take back home to Africa so we can build back our back up again, basically
You're
as
taking them back home, like you do trips back to Africa?
no, we're going back.
Okay, you said you're going back. When's the plan? When are y'all going back?
Well, you're not part of it, so there's no point discussing it with you.
Okay, but you do have a plan to
You
go
might as
back.
well just say what?
But you have a plan to go back? Yes or no?
Of course,
How many times have you been to Africa?
many,
Mm-hmm. You said
many a
many
time,
times. Well, why you ain't stay there?
because everything is things and time, as they say.
No, why you ain't say that? Because I mean, you should just stay there. So it's, I mean, what you want us to do? That's what I asking is, what you want us to do?
I'm saying to you basically that listen, the
You think that,
economy
wait a
of
minute, you think that because you made a statement the last time you was on here that everything that we got over here as people of color, we got it from Africa. Remember you said that our dance and everything came from Africa.
that's
Remember
correct.
you said
That's
that,
correct.
which
That's
is a
correct.
lie, which is a lie
That's
because we
cap.
debunked you
Hold on,
something
hold on, hold on,
terrible the
hold on.
last time.
No, not
Wait a
hold
minute,
on. Let
not
her finish.
finished. Okay, we debunked you something terrible. We
And
didn't
then I'm
even have
gonna
the
go.
same hairdos. But what I'm saying is this: same. We don't even eat the same. You don't build your houses in Africa like we build our houses over here. We're our own people over here. What I'm
Hold
trying to
on.
say to you, Africa is its own people. Africa is its own people. What I'm saying to you is, why are we supposed to go from over here to over there? What I mean, to do what?
He would know they're
The
their own
freedom.
people. Go ahead, Dots, and you can go after Dots, y'all said. He would know they're their
Okay,
own
that's true.
people if he
That's
was
true.
in Africa. But because he's learning from the colonizers, he's adopted into the colonizer narrative. He can't even separate himself because Africans understand that we're not African.
I just don't understand that though. Even the majority of stuff that we can't got from Africa, even braiding hair could be bad for you if that's what you want to say came from Africa. That could even be bad for you because it could tear you all your sides out and everything. I'm just saying, what 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 I'm saying is, what do you want us to do? You want us to go from America over to Africa to do what? Fix it up? I'm trying to figure it out. I mean, even when they try to sing our
Okay.
songs, you hear how it sounds.
Are you can I respond?
Okay, yes, you can. Please.
Okay. I'm saying to you, like I said to you like you correct you said on I said on the previous stream,
Mm-hmm.
America is falling. The system is falling. The land is not worth much because
What?
it's hold on. I asked you before, what does America give to the world? Because everything today, most things America imports. Hence why they're all over the world sitting on top of people trying to get things because America, one, they spend a lot, they use a lot of everything. So they need everything, basically. Now, when the
Do
system
you know?
drops, America is not going to be worth anything because at this point in time, America is holding the whole world hostage, basically. So when the system drops, that will free all the countries to be able to do what? Look, produce things for themselves, call in their own scholars, create things, basically, and become abundant themselves, which is what Africa was trying to do before. Back in those days, and America stopped us, which I was saying to you, by assassinating our presidents. You say the
Who
UK was
assassinated him?
involved, fine. But
Hold
all I'm
on, Sister
saying to
Freedom.
you is
One
that,
last question. Let him finish so Dots can go, please.
thank
No,
you
I
very
just
much.
wanted to know who assassinated the president.
Okay, so once that happens, basically, Africa is the only place, basically, to be in terms of development and taking over, basically, systems and everything else. And so we are calling our real people, our real brothers, basically, from all over the world, basically, so we can build this empire and call it ours, which is ours, because we were one people anyway from back in the day. You know what I'm saying? And those who are part and know, and it's in their blood, understand this call that I'm making. Those who
Okay, let
don't,
me let me
and
just
those who don't
reply
have
to
it in
that
their
so
blood
Dots can.
will not understand. And
Okay.
that's it. Thank you very
So
much. I appreciate
mhm,
that.
thank you. Just let me reply to that.
Kunta Kinte is dead. Rest in paradise, John Amos.
Okay, let me say let me say this.
Dang.
If America is falling and y'all still trying your hardest from every other place to get over here, okay? But America's falling though. So
Mm.
you say Africa has already fallen and you need us to come over, go
No,
over to
no questions
Africa?
to him, Sister Freedom. Just go on, say your point. No questions to him.
No, no, that's what he's saying. The Africa's already fallen, but
Fact.
but they trying to get us. I don't.
America to fall while they seeking to be over here. Go ahead, Dots.
Okay, thank you, darling. All right, so just real quickly, just for clarity, right? When you talked about America needing to import most of our goods, I don't know where you got that from. However, let me expand this so that you can see. So this was in 2013. It has increased much more in the last 11 years. But you see where it says U.S. exports to Africa reach 50 billion. That's not a million. That's not 50,000, right? That says $50 billion in 2013, up 39% since 2009. And you see
Fact.
our exports to sub-Saharan Africa, or actually right to the continent, not including North, right?
What
And to be
exactly are you
Yasef,
exporting?
I'm getting ready to
Yasef,
tell you.
Yasef. We just listened to you and we muted up. This is what I mean about you not respecting the panel. This is not your show. I get it that every time someone daggers you, you're like, oh man, I gotta respond. But no, you have to mute up just like we had to mute up while you were saying that dumbass stuff you were saying before that's getting debunked. Go ahead,
Okay,
Dots.
so thank you, my love. But I will answer your question, right? What are those exports? Well, let me tell you what those exports are, right? Those exports include things like poultry, right? Meat, eggs, things that really we shouldn't be exporting to the continent because, of course, they're able to grow their own. But seemingly, the United States exports billions of dollars a year to different African countries and exporting, like I said, poultry, which include chicken, eggs, meat, food products, boxed goods, not even talking infrastructure. I ain't even going to get there yet. But that's just what we export
Mm-hmm.
to the continent. And that was in
Slowly.
2013. Okay. So that I just answered your question, Samora, as clear, and I just showed you data on it as well, right? So it's not an
But
opinion. That's a
dots, you do have to
my
say that this money that's underwriting it is from the USAID. So
that
some, probably half, maybe 2/3 of the money that's actually purchasing what's being exported there is from American taxpayers. But cook, sis, cook.
of course, of course. But that's just to answer his question. Now, Dulcinea made a really important statement earlier, and I want to emphasize this, right? When she began talking about primary sources, right? Because there is, in the world of academia, a primary source will always outweigh a secondary source, right? So when we talk about, well, that's nice, Samora, that you want to say that, you know, we're all African, but I want to hear what a continental African who was raised, right, in that continent, okay, was raised in that continent until he became an adult and traveled to the United States. Let's hear what he says in regards to who we are, right, quote unquote, Black Americans. Let's hear what he says, because he's a primary source, Samora. You're not. Here we go.
Take that away. Like, it's only in America that I've heard that stuff. Black people thinking they can take away your black card. Like, so you got to do all these things that black people do to prove that you're black.
This is what they think.
I'm like, you ain't got to do that. What's so crazy about that video? He was like, I'm not like one of you Black Americans. Which is crazy, because I've heard people in my family say the exact same thing. The exact same thing. That's what I always say. I used to tell my Black friends when I was in the military, I used to tell my Black friends, I'm like, yo, y'all need to quit claiming this African American stuff, like the motherland stuff. You need to stop claiming that, because these people in Africa, they do not see you as African. I remember before I came to America, my friends told me, this is messed up. They told me, they're like, okay, when you get to America, okay, let me use the accent. When you get to America, stay away from the niggas. That's not even my words. They actually said it. They said it. That's what they actually told me. How messed up is that? That's why I say Black people need to stop using that word African American. They need to just call yourself American, because these people in Africa, they don't see you as African. They don't. From where I'm from, we call white people Oyibo. That's what you call them. When you see a white person, you call the person Oyibo. That's what it was. If you're Black and you have an American accent, they call you the exact same thing, Oyibo, like a white person. They call you Oyibo. And a bunch of Black people come from America to Africa, and they get called that, especially in Nigeria. And guess what? They get pissed off because they're like, I'm not white. Why are you seeing me as white? I'm part of you. They don't, and they don't see you like that. They don't see you like you're part of them. That's all I always say. Just drop that African-American shit. I'm just going to let George explain the whole African-American.
Okay, I'm going to stop it there. But did you hear what he said? Right? Samora. So that's a primary source. Yes. Right? That's a continental African born and raised there. Okay. Until he came to this great nation, this land over here, United States of America. Right? Let's be clear. So I don't really care what you say. I salute to them for that, because they're absolutely right. But not only that, my question would be, why is it, if in fact that we are descendants, all of us are descendants from the continent, why is that not taught in the school's curriculum? Why are African babies, when they go to school, not taught about their long lost brothers and sisters that were stolen, kidnapped, and taken across the pond? Why is that not taught in their curriculum? Why is that? And I showed a video a few shows ago, right, of someone that I personally know, I'm personally close to. When he went to Ghana, he was in Ghana for a while, whatever, and he asked those questions, and I showed clips of that, right? He asked the brother, you know, like, do you guys get taught the slave trade? What are you taught? And he's like, no, we don't. And if I want to learn about the slave trade, I go to the tourist regions, right? So I would have to go to like Elmina Castle, for example, and do a training or what have you and learn. I would have to go to the tourist regions, because that's not taught in our curriculums, right? And one thing that Africans are great about is that they pass down their history orally. Right? They have something called griots. So they pass down their culture, their traditions, their language, their everything orally. Don't you? And they remember their descendants. They can go back generations, just like we can, right? By name, first name, last name, place of birth, the whole nine, what they did, who they were in the family. Why are we never mentioned in that story? Why are Africans not looking for us?
Josh, is the Arab on the continent African? Is the Arab African?
They don't.
On the continent.
They don't always see themselves as African, and Africans don't always see themselves as African. But that was a big controversy during the last World Cup, because
Arabs do not consider themselves continental Africans, correct?
Right, because
right.
I forgot
where
who was
are
doing
the European Africans? Where are the Asian Africans? Since everything is out of Africa, where are they, sisters?
Right.
That's a fact. That's a fact, Alabama. But let me say this, that it was a big controversy because they were winning and stuff like that. And they were like, why aren't these Africans rooting for us? It was like a North African country. I forgot. I don't think it was Morocco, but they were doing really well.
Probably Algeria,
Yeah,
Tunisia,
or some,
something like
yeah,
that.
one of them. And they're like, why aren't Africans being like, Africa's doing well? And they're like, what? Y'all never seen yourself as African before. Why would we see y'all as African now? So
But
that was a
isn't
big
Egypt an Arab
controversy.
nation, a member of the Arab League?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. Inquiring minds would like to know.
Mhm. And I want to say to Dot's point, because like it's known, my family is part of the Rosewood massacre. So that was passed down to me before I even saw the movie Rosewood. Then the movie Rosewood came out, and my mom was like, yeah, that's part of the family and taught. Rosewood was a travesty, but your family being stolen and taken to a whole other continent, that would be something that is a very traumatic. That'd be something that definitely is passed down, that someone's sister was never seen again, someone's brother never seen again, all this
But
other
you know
stuff, and it's
why it's
not.
not, Dulcinea? Because all of these nations on the continent are from the 20th century. All of them were named under British domination. And by the way, it's interesting this UK Negro doesn't know the phrase was the sun never sets on the British Empire. And they phrased it as the white man's burden. Are you familiar with that? The same Rudyard Kipling that wrote the Jungle Book. You familiar with that, Dots? Dulcinea? The Jungle Book. Mowgli.
Very familiar. Yeah.
Okay. And
Yes.
Rudyard Kipling said it was the white man's burden. What was that burden, sisters? To elevate these
It was
spear chucking Africans.
right. It was their responsibility to humanize the savages, the wild savages, right? It was their responsibility to bring them up to a certain ilk, right? To teach them the ways of a sophisticated, cultured individual, like the European, for example.
And
Right on,
I
right on,
remember
right, right.
Putin got on this because of the fact he says that, oh, everything is so horrible except the continent of Africa and everything going downhill. But Putin said Africa is only a grave site for Africans to die. Why? Because if they're so great, why are Africans not building in Africa? They're going everywhere else, and then they go to die in Africa. That's why Putin said Africa is nothing more than a grave site for Africans to die.
But more
Well, I
importantly,
find that you
can
guys are
I
really triggered. You're really triggered
I want to say
because
this.
of the truth.
Go
The
ahead, my
truth
bad.
hurts. And I get it. The truth really does hurt. And you guys are triggered because you're emotional.
Delusion.
You're emotional because you're throwing out all these words and stuff and all these statements. But you know that deep down inside of you, you know that you guys have no legs to stand on with what you're saying because you're going by Google or Wikipedia or whatever artificial
That's what you're
intelligence.
going
To
by.
just
You're
show
not going
you
by.
Let me
You're
finish.
not
this is
going by
Let
any
me
of your
finish.
family.
Let me
You're not
finish.
going by any of your family.
Everything
but she
these
gave you
women
an old
just said
source.
was
But you
passed
have to
down
get to the
to
source
them
of it,
through
Let
their
everybody.
me
ancestry.
finish.
And you
Let
have the
me finish.
They
nerve to
said they
talk
don't look
just
at
Let
like
this
a
stuff.
white
me finish.
colonizer talking about
We ain't them.
Google is the place of authority for the American.
Hold
Now,
on.
you
The sad
British
thing is, you're not using your
jigaboo,
discernment because you do not
spear
have it.
chucking,
So you have to
African
rely
booty
on it
scratcher wannabe.
100%.
Yeah,
That's the difference.
I'm gonna throw all the slurs that the colonizer gave you, African jigaboo jungle bunnies. Now, as you be emotionally responsive to what I just stated, because as I told you, whether you listen or not, the white man's burden was to lift you out, as Donald Trump calls it, your shithole. And then you have the gall to sashay your ass over in my house amongst my women and disrespect me. So now what I'm going to do, because I'm going to fall back, because this is the type of stuff that a real nigga would take your ass to the woodshed. But I'm not
Yo,
going
you
I'm
are
not
not
going to
educated.
disregard nor
You are not
disrespect
educated
my
enough.
women
So
and
you
their
best
house.
fall back
What I will
because you're not
suggest,
educated
Queen
enough,
Mother,
brother.
is that this nigga This nigga right here needs to be partitioned, as any parasite or leech needs to be quarantined, because they sustain themselves off of the American. And I yield.
I just wanted to jump in there too. And like when they were speaking about America importing a lot of their goods and stuff like that. I mean, I love that Dots brought that out to show you how much we have supplied Africa and continue to supply Africa, like for eons. And then not only that, you know, like the notion that we don't have crops of our own is crazy work. I mean, because the Americas in itself, both North and South, you know, are responsible for about 600 crops. You know, so I just find it interesting that you would think that we need anything from Africa, because Africa is dry as shit, no shade, barren as fuck, no shade. And that's just what it is. And there's no reason for them to have to grab us from there, bring us here, and make us farm and work. No, that doesn't even make any logical sense. So we have to just think about what's real. You speak about reality a lot. So let's talk about what's actually real, what is actually possible, what they can actually do.
Sister, where
That's
we're going,
what needs to be talked about.
Listen, let me just say this. Where we're going, you cannot come.
I have to interject upon you,
Cannot
What are
sir.
you
come.
talking about?
I must
I'm not going to Africa. I'm home.
I must interject upon you, sir, and pardon me, Charisse, but I must interject because this is the thing that I see. And, you know, myself is being grateful. And I'm a Libra, you know, but for me, I do look at every sign that is on this planet, I'm that too, right? So when I place myself upon these talking points of any one of us, I see every side, right? And for me, and I know my sisters feel this way as well. We don't want to choose a side. We want to be on the right goodness of ourselves to get us to the fucking point. We don't give a fuck about none of this shit for real. Like we're not in a point of my contention is your contention. I don't give a fuck what the contention is. I just need for us to do the shit to put us in placement of what the fuck we're supposed to be doing. Like, listen, y'all, I'm fucking 50, right? And when I hit this bitch, I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm tired. And I'm 50 and I'm tired of this bullshit. I don't want to hear no contentions of shit or doing that. I want for us to fucking speak about what the fuck we can do, if we're disagreeing or not, and get to that fucking point.
Now we need to get on his head because he's trying it.
Stop cursing, please.
Now we gotta get on him because he's trying it. He obviously don't know our history, and we need to teach him.
Oh,
Period.
my
Go ahead,
bad.
Doc. I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to curse. My apologies, y'all. But the fuck, yeah, I mean, see, I can't help it because
I
it's
told
like
you you're triggered. Listen,
I'm
you're
cursed.
emotional.
I hear you.
You can speak with all your emotions.
No, I'm not emotional.
Emotions. That's
No one's
fine.
emotional.
You are.
We're not
You are
emotional. It's
emotional
just that
because if you was
I'm not.
logically speaking, you
I'm
won't be
not.
speaking first and
And
foremost.
I want you to answer my question about what's logical in terms of bringing people all the way from over there to over here to do what they claim happened. So I want you to explain the logic in that and be real about it.
And there was already people in these lands of dark skin. That don't make no sense, do it, Charisse? How they
It never
do
has.
It don't make sense, and he's
They
not
want
going to
us to
be
use
able
our
to
imagination
answer
in
why
that
it makes
aspect.
sense. He's just speaking
So you
on
make that
behalf
make
of the
sense. Everybody in the
colonizers.
I'll
gas
ask the question.
chamber,
Sorry. I missed the
defecating,
question.
throwing up,
The question again.
chained
I'm
up,
not saying
side
that there
by
was no
side. Oh,
conflict.
and they was up there dancing on the deck too and exercising. Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Like
right.
I don't want to hear this
And
shit.
I'm not saying there was
Excuse
no
my language. I'm sorry,
trading
ladies.
people that was already on these lands from state to state, trading people that was already on these lands. Because in 3 days
Exactly.
you start getting bed sores if your body is moist. Ain't nobody
Yep.
you'll be numb
Let's
as
talk
hell.
about the logic. Let's be
You
real.
ever sit down somewhere for a long period of time, like an hour?
Oh yeah, you bound to get a bed
Or
sore.
even
Yeah.
not even an hour. Your legs start getting numb. They fall asleep.
So many people would have died that with their
Yes.
narrative and their numbers, it's like 10 people died out of 300 to make their numbers be the 12.5 million that they are estimating that came
That's
from over there
crazy.
to over here. That means barely anyone was dying on the thing. But they say that in the worst conditions, Africans were dying, but indigenous Indians in their own homeland, just from being around Europeans, 90% of them died. Make
It's
it make
the
sense.
African
The
brothers that
same
told me.
Europeans
Exactly.
were
The
able to
African
be
brothers
in a
Exactly.
told me that
confined
the
space
white man didn't
with
even
these
lie.
people, the same germs, the same exposing to the same diseases, all this other stuff, but they
Yes.
had no medicine,
No.
no food, nothing to actually fight off the disease, but they're
And
African,
and
so
the
they were able
insect
to
bites.
survive.
Let's
But
not forget the
Indians were
insect
dying
bites.
in their own land where they had their medicine, they had their food, they had everything that they could do to fight off these diseases, but they died somehow.
Delcy, don't forget the insect
My
bites.
my
The
sisters,
African
my
man told
sisters.
me. He told me.
I'm about to leave since the conversation is
Oh,
not going back to where we were discussing. And as intended, it takes one degenerate to distract and deflect us from discussing American business. And I repeat, much of the people in the chat were saying the same thing. Now, you can decide who you have as your guest. And Sister Freedom, I've talked to you offline about this.
mhm.
But when I'm trying to protect my house from infestation and invaders, someday you're going to have to be pulled to the side for you're inviting them into my house. Okay? So whatever it was that you all wanted to discuss from that sister, whether we are sovereign or not, means that we are self-contained. And when we were, do you know why it was called the Roaring Twenties, starting with the Red Summer of 1919? I forget. Was it you, Dulcinea, that mentioned that your bloodline runs through Rosewood?
Yes.
Why is it we're not talking every day about the two survivors? And I think at 110 and 109, we are disrespecting them in our presence. I'm talking Viola Ford Fletcher and Leslie Benefiel Randall. We are also disregarding all of the dead that are in our soil, under our feet, by listening to a spear chucking jigaboo African jungle bunny. Okay? Now, each of us has a choice to continue to allow non American US citizens and foreign degenerates, literally, who are overseas, all over the planet, targeting the American known as the Negro. Now, I think I've told you this in parting, ladies. Again, the agenda is very simple: get the nigger. And this
Yep,
one is
that
going
is
to
true.
bed. Y'all have a wonderful day. Thank you
Good
for the
night.
time,
Thank you,
sisters.
Good night,
Alabama.
Miss Alabama.
Good
See you
night.
Friday. Good night.
But that's the fact, his mic drop, because that's just the biggest question of
That was not
why
just
are people like this? Why are they only doing this to us? Why aren't
yeah,
they going to the
that's a fact.
Asian and being like, hey, y'all are African out of Africa? Why aren't you going to other platforms to be like, hey, we need to unite as African? No, they only want to be like the Indians don't know what they're talking about. People saying they're indigenous to America, they have no clue because that's not how history works. Well, whose history? Where are you getting this thought of history from? The same colonizers that gave you your history?
Mm, that's the fact.
No,
Well,
that's true.
can I just say something
No,
before I
no,
jump
no,
off as
no,
well?
no. You can't dismay it. The reason how come you can't dismay it, because you. This is what I would ask of you. Just like someone, if I was a friend of you, I would say,
Who's
listen,
you speaking?
I have my thought process, right? I have my thought process. You have your thought process. So then I would ask you to go sit within yourself and dig into you, right? And then as a friend of mine, don't if we're gonna have a conversation, try to figure out how can you not portray what you have for yourself onto me. Now, conversational wise, and some sword shit. You know, we can battle in that like that context, right? Because I like to battle like that. That's my shiz, right? So given that, we and all of us are so fucked up in this shit, right? So from a top level to a bottom level to whatever it is, for me, and I'm walking this plank with y'all, right? Because it's a plank for us, right? Because you never know when you're gonna go the fuck over. Gather me when I say this. So it's a plank that I walk. So when I'm walking this bitch, I want to
Grateful, the curse.
really okay, my bad. So I would like to have an understanding of your placement, right? Because we are all a puzzle. I'm a piece, you're a piece. So it's an aspect of that. For me, I need to see how your piece fits with my piece, and then possibly our pieces can add to other pieces and get to where we need to go to. Right? This
Okay.
is just my mindset. Right?
No,
So
that's cool.
within that, there is no there has never been no eyes over Jews or no Jews over eyes. It's a sitting place. And I added that to the fact that, in storms, because I'm sitting in a storm, and a storm, it gave me some calm. Sit still sometimes. We're not sitting still in the mindset of ourselves, y'all. Like, we're on some battle shit. And who gave us that? Who's distracting us? They're giving us fucking battlements for us to not look at some the shit that's really going the fuck on.
Y'all better
But
stop
it's the
cussing.
colonizer that gave us this. And that's where people are coming on behalf of the colonizer to be like, hey, we got to abide to this colonizer indoctrination because they've been indoctrinated. So once you've been indoctrinated and you're part of this cult, which that's what it is, it's a cult. That's what cult members do. They say, hey, you don't know what you're talking about. This cult is wonderful. You need to listen to this because this cult is right. They believe it to the bottom of their core. Y'all Seven is a cult member for the colonizer because he's not coming to us on behalf of Africans. He's not coming on us on behalf of Ghanaians. He's coming on behalf of the colonizer says that y'all know what you're talking about. This is what the colonizer teaches me. And how can y'all just take parts of history and not take what the colonizer says? Not even understanding that no one's taking what the colonizer says. People are saying it from their family. The same way he knows he's Ghanaian, the same way we know we're American Indian. It's because it's coming down, passed down from the family, but he's not willing to accept it because the colonizer says that's not true. And he's accepted the colonizer as the greatest source.
And can I just hop in there and piggyback for a second off of you, Dosey? I will also say like that this is a severe case of what I would call just some serious mental health issues. You know what I'm saying? I just think that the notion that everyone just comes from Africa and went out everywhere is crazy work. And then not only that, like I've read so many different things, and one thing in particular, the American Bureau of what is it? The report for ethnology. I'm not getting it quite right, but the American Bureau of Ethnology, I believe, their 19th annual report. And they made an interesting comment. So this came out in like the 1800s, like late 1800s. And they made an interesting statement that Indians and Negroes worked on plantations together. However, that's the reason why we have Indian heritage, and that's why the Southern Negroes are Indians. But I'm like, where did we ever? And they said it was not commonly known that quote unquote Indians. Who are you talking about? Unless it's just the one people that they are referring to. We have a confusing history and a confusing narrative that they like to put out there. They like to make it seem like it's this different thing. No, it's not a different thing. It's the same people and always been the same people. The
Facts. And that had to
Americans
be,
being prisoners
is
of
that like
war.
the 90s or 2000s that had to start coming out as far as, because it's like trying to convince we're all African. That didn't work. Indian culture is too strong. There's too much evidence. There's Indian in the family. So now we
Yes.
have to convince the people that they're mixed between African
Right.
and Indian. Is that like a
Hmm.
20th, 21st century thing?
I mean, I would say so when we talk about social science and, these different people who come about and they have their thought process and they observe people and they look at people and they say, oh, well, you have traits that's similar to over here. And then all of a sudden they come up with these ideas because these are all thoughts, these are theories, these are not proven factual things that they are stating. These are merely figments and thoughts of their own imagination of who we are. But it doesn't make sense to say Indians and Negroes worked on the plantations together and it's uncommonly known. That doesn't even make sense. Who the fuck was on the plantation? Excuse me. Who was on the plantation for real? Because this is the stuff that I just don't have
Oh
time
my
for.
days. Hey, listen, yo, people. Anyway, people are gonna watch this thing and they're gonna see who really is mentally unchecked right here. From what is being, you guys have
The only one that's
misunderstood what
mentally
I've been
unchecked
saying.
is you trying to tell us who we
Here we
are.
go.
That's it.
Here we go.
Let him
Here
finish,
we
Sharice.
go.
Let him.
I'm
Here we
sorry.
go. Here we
Right, but
go. Here
yeah,
we
I
go.
get it because it's like he talking about what Pan Africans would think, but we don't care what a Pan African is gonna think, y'all said. If they cannot agree with us, we're not a Pan African show. That's why our audience mainly agrees with us because they're not Pan Africans. So of course Pan Africans are gonna be like they don't know what we're talking about. Pan Africans take this show and say, hey, we're gonna do a show about it because look at how foolish these people are. Do we care? No, we don't give a damn what people think.
Okay,
I
so
just think it's the
can I just
intention
say
behind the
one quick
history is
thing?
that, hold on, let me just say this too before you go in. I just want to say that I'm pointing out the contradictions in our history. That is what I am pointing out. Like to keep making it seem like it's one thing and it's another thing or whatever. No, we know it's not adding up and we know it doesn't make sense. And that's the only point that I'm trying to make. So I just want to be
Yeah.
clear there. So
And
go on ahead.
they're going to evolve it even more just to be like, hey, next they're going to come up with the next narrative. Okay, yeah, y'all,
Hmm.
there were Indians and y'all are Indians, but still, the complexion that y'all have is coming from Africa because Africans came. They're just going to
Yeah,
keep going
exactly.
so they can
Just want to keep going with it. Hmm.
try to convince us that we're African when we're not. What's up, Yasef?
And then we go to Copper
Peace,
Draco
peace.
after Samora.
Okay. Okay, this let me just say that this was obviously an open panel, and obviously we're talking about I mean, I know you were talking about the American land issue and rights and what have you, but also you have to listen to objection basically, and not just objection but another point of view, should I say, basically. And I'm saying, okay, you might not agree with what I'm saying, but what I am saying to you is that most of what you guys are going by is the same internet, but you're taking some of what the internet is saying, and then you're leaving the other part and saying, oh, the other part is exaggerated, or some of it is exaggerated. And now that's the part I don't get, where you can definitely say that, oh, this is what happened and XYZ, and you speak like you were there. You know what I'm saying? Oh, there was only 300, so there must be this, there must be that. These are all thought processes. These are things that you are saying based on what you've been told, but you're not using your discernment. Okay, you're trying to you're using your discernment to fuel your scenarios. If you understand my meaning, but you're not looking at it objectively, because if you did, then you will take the whole thing. And that's what I'm saying to you, that the whole thing is false. So let's dismantle the whole of this history that has been given to us. And now let's look at it from a real perspective without this internet, this Google stuff, which you guys can't seem to do because it does not benefit where you're coming from. And I understand that. That's why you've been triggered all night. Everything I say, you guys have been jumping on. You know what I'm saying? Even to the fact that Dots brought this dude from Ghana. But let me just say this. There are people, black people, Negro, whatever you want to call them, in America, whom will say to you, they don't identify with black people. They identify more with white people. And they will stand on that. So what does that, what is that? That proves nothing. if you understand my meaning. So that what you brought, it didn't make no sense to me, basically. But hey, you guys, you know what I mean, it suits you, and you want to, you know, like you said, it's your channel and it's your audience, so they agree with you. That's fine. But I'm going by the truth, and like I said, those who are for the truth know and understand that there was a civilization before this, and you guys really and truly didn't build nothing, because you would have known if you had built anything. But since the fact that you don't know, and you keep telling me your ancestors this, your ancestors that, you know what I'm saying, that shows me, you know what I'm saying, because if you did, I'm telling you that we built everything across everything all over, even in America, because those things were not buildings, they were more energy sources, basically. So it's not that every place was lived in. No, it was more. We were more lived in Europe and the Mediterranean sides of the land. That's the more of the land that we occupied when we came from the other side of Antarctica. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where our real home is. That's where the real Garden of Eden is. That's why they got all these wars and so on and so forth surrounded, basically, and they tell us you can't go over there. But we know there's pyramids over there too. But any which way, it's cool. Listen, I get it. You know what I'm saying? You can go with any narrative you want. You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, this is my world, and I'm telling you, I'm bringing my people back. And if you're not a part of it, that's fine. You go wherever you're going, but my people will resonate to me. And
It sounds like a bad. It sounds like he reading the story for us to fall asleep.
Right. Peace, Hopper Draco. What's up?
But can I say something, Dulcie, please? Oh,
Well,
somebody just came on.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
Yeah,
Papa
like
Draco, and he's been muted the
waiting.
whole time waiting. Yeah.
You good, big mama?
how you doing, Copper?
I am great.
You hear what we've been dealing with? We cannot
Man,
we can't be our own selves.
I don't even think dude hear y'all. Like,
He not trying to. It's okay. At first, I thought you said it's okay, baby mama. I was like, oh, look at Papa Draco. Okay. Here's your shot.
No, I'm saying he said that. He said it's okay, big
Copper
mama.
Draco, you said something interesting about, remember when Samora, when you was mentioning, all right, let's throw out history, right? Let's throw out history, right? So when you throw out history, right, which would be a secondary source, or it's revisionist, right? Right, okay. The only thing that you have to fall back on for somebody to be able to once again identify who they are, you throw out a book, is to the person, the primary source. Do you understand that? That's the most accurate way for a person to discern, their identity. So when you throw out history and you throw out historical sources, the only thing that you have to rely upon in terms of an individual's truth when they're talking about their identity, right, becomes their family member telling them who they are. Do you get that? So when you throw out the paper, the only thing you have left is the voice, is the person, is the oration of where a person comes from by mouth from generation to generation. So that's why I don't think you listen to yourself some more about the things that you say. And here's the other piece too, contextually, because you are British, right? And I know in England there is a lot more people who are of African descent, just because geographically it's close to Africa. So that would make sense. And I get why most brothers and sisters who are in Great Britain or what have you, have that ideology, right? Because most of them usually can trace their lineage back to somewhere in Africa, maybe their first generation, second generation, or so forth. But when you are crossing the waters and you're coming to and you're coming to the Americas, it's a completely different ball game. It's a completely different demographic of people.
Dots, One African nation said both sides make no sense. This world is made up of different nations who all contribute to the world we know today. Do you know some countries don't even allow black people to come in? I think it was, which one is that? Korea? Or one of them, anybody that they found was even mixed with black in them, they put them out or something. I'm trying to remember,
No,
was it Korea? But
no, it's not Korea.
it's not Korea. It's one of
No,
them
no.
Asian type places. But what I'm saying is that's fine. That you know, there's different nations now mixed all up. But at one time it wasn't. Not always was it like that. It wasn't always like that. And it still doesn't mean that we're not American and they're not African. I mean, excuse me, that they're African and we're American. It still does not mean that just because we're all mixed up together now. What is what is that to say? That don't stop the fact that we're from America and they're from Africa. That doesn't stop
See, you
that.
Yeah,
guys
the fact of it
have lost.
too, because what people like to do is they try to mix up science in their screwed up narrative. So the main thing is if we were mixed people, we would have to be mixed with people that could access America at a certain point. When we know these civilizations aren't seafaring people, we know we're not mixed with them. They're not seafaring people, so there would have been no way that they would have made themselves over. So then what they want to say is, oh, there was a point of Pangea where it was all one. Yeah, they say that's before even humans existed. So how are you conflating the fact of a point in history when there were no human beings and acting like people could have walked over? And by the time there's humans, Homo sapiens sapiens in science, there was no Pangea. So people like to just fit what Yosef is accusing us of is what people in this side of the narrative like to do. They like to take points of the science, points of the things that they're getting from Google, because and then put it all together and mash it up and be like, this is how it all makes sense. But that's not even what the science is saying. The science isn't saying human beings walked over as far as Pangea. Science says human beings didn't exist when Pangea existed. There is the Bering Strait, but they admit that the Bering Strait is a theory at best. They haven't said we proved the Bering Strait. They just say that this is our thought process of what may happen, because in the Bering Strait, it wouldn't even be a connected piece of land. It's just supposed to be so connected that it wasn't so far across and people could walk across or anything like that, which is just theory. So a lot of times the argument just don't make no sense. They're arguing based on beliefs that they've come up with as far as it, and they're just picking and choosing, cherry picking what they want to make sense and what doesn't make sense.
Hey, this is Simon Says. Simon says this, Simon says that. Are we forgetting our senses? What happened to our senses? When I look, you know what I'm saying? This is one of my senses, looking, right? I see you and you see me. You don't see no Chinese person, you don't see no Indian person, you don't see any other person but me.
You
Now you
on the
tell me
water,
I'm
man.
wrong.
But we don't look anything alike, me and you. We don't look alike at all.
Mm-mm.
Oh, really?
We just got the same complexion.
We at the same complexion. I have Indian friends that have, and by Indian, not American Indian, the Indian that became India in 1948. So what
Right,
were those Indians before
right. Okay,
1948?
so
Okay,
that's
that's
my
another
whole
thing. Hold
point.
on, Yosef. Hold on, Yosef. I have Indian friends that look like me, my skin tone, as far as it, and that are darker than me from India. So, just having melanation doesn't make you the same, because they clearly understand that we're not the same.
Yeah, but we cleared this already. Listen, I'm talking people that look like me. If you're mixed, that's different. I'm talking people that look like
What
me.
do you mean
That's
I'm
I,
mixed? What am I mixed with? What am I mixed
you
with,
said
Yosef?
Indian. Did you say Indian
What's the
from
other
India?
mixture? No, I'm
Say
not
what?
mixed with India from India. No, I never said that. I said I have friends from India that are melanated. They are just as dark
Yes,
as me.
that's true.
But I'm not.
Well, you know what?
They're
Here's the
different
thing.
from you.
Tamora, I'm sorry.
They're
Just
different
putting
from
this
you.
out there. One second, Tamora. Just putting this out there. Like realistically, right? Why is your focus here? Like I'm sure, like there's enough, people that you can gather up to to repatriate back to your motherland or what have you, right? I'm sure that your country needs your intelligence and needs your your insight or whatever you have to give. Why are you not focused on that? Why are you not focused on actually doing the work of what you're saying and building, let's say, if your family's from Ghana, in Ghana? Like what, or spreading the word and doing some type of activism with people in Great Britain? Like, why is your focus? And I really don't even care for you to answer the question. It's more rhetorical, but
You can, brother La.
your focus should not be America. Like you're in Great Britain. Like worry about that. And worry
So
about
can I
getting
just
back
say this quickly
And
in
wait
response?
one second,
I
y'all said,
want to
because
say this.
one African
Let me
nation
just
said me
respond
and Dodge
quickly.
don't look alike. That's the point. You know why we don't
Don't
look
say that.
alike? Because we don't have the same family lineage. She
Don't
probably
say
looks
that.
like her mama or her grandma or, her dad's side or whatever. I don't know who exactly you look like, Dots, but she looks like her people. And I look like my people. And people used to see my mom coming to school and they'd be like, oh, I know exactly who you're here for. You and her look the exact same. Like there was no question of it. So that's where all this false narrative comes from. This idea that you look like people that are not in your family. You don't. You look like people that's in your family. That's what you look like.
Yep, I look like my dad's, not my mom's side, even though I'm a Quarles. But I just don't understand it. Is it going to hurt you that I don't think we can still all come together? I can't now. I'm about unity always. Now we could all come together. We would like for y'all to stop, like sucking up to the undone people. That does irritate me. Y'all come from Africa and supposedly y'all know supposedly that y'all were in this great slave trade, but y'all suck up. Y'all still got white Jesus on your walls in y'all's houses in Africa. I don't get it. I mean, stop that. Y'all do a lot of undone sucking up. But I'm not gonna say that we can't come together. I'm gonna say that we can't come together as melanated people. We still love you. We just gotta have our own identity, and y'all have to have your own. That's all I
This
wanted
new
to say.
world that we're going into, you are
You
not
sound
coming
like you
because
underneath the water,
hold on.
babe. You
There's a
underwater.
purge. There's a purge. There's justice.
No,
This
you're
is the
gonna have
time
to
of
drop down
justice.
tomorrow. We can't
And
listen to that. We don't
Yeah,
hear
we
you.
can't hear what you're
I'm not
saying.
saying it. I'm not saying it. I'm not
No, no,
saying it. When
no.
I
We're
say that,
saying
I don't.
we can't understand you. You're underwater. Like it sounds like you said we need the purge. We don't know what you're saying. You gotta drop down and
Oh,
drop
oh, oh,
and come
oh,
back
oh,
up.
oh,
You're
oh.
underwater.
Yes,
My bad. 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 My bad.
oh,
Drop
that's
down. Just drop down.
horrible.
Please drop
And then drop the link for him.
down
But
tomorrow.
yeah,
But
we
but
don't really
Brother
do
Laz
liquor
asked
strips
the
here.
question. Brother Laz said, "Where is he from?" His mother and father's from Ghana, and he's from the UK.
Yeah.
He just
And it's not that Africans aren't allowed on the panel, but I would say we do value when the Africans that come up on the panel aren't trying to devalue what we're saying. Like it would be totally cool to have an African
like
come
us.
up and just build with us on what we're saying and not calling us stupid or saying that we're picking and choosing or anything like that. You're obviously looking for a debate when you're saying those things. If you wanted to build with us, you would come on the panel and build on what we're saying. We had a whole other discussion. It had nothing to do with being American Indian. It was talking about law. And we were
Yeah,
just talking about law in 2024. Someone came on the panel to discuss who we are, and we know who we are. So you're always going to get this pushback from people who know who they are.
yes. And he just, they think they're better than us. A lot of them, not all of them, but a lot of them think they.
Flaming Dragon, I would ask you the same thing because to me, what happened by that is this idea for us to not feel like we're Indians because most of us, our grandma said that we're Indian, right? Everybody on the panel.
Right.
Big
Yeah,
facts.
so why would they take this place that is after our grandparents being alive? Because my grandma wasn't born in 1948, was y'all's?
No.
Exactly. My grandma was born before 1948. So it
Well,
just is suspicious that my grandma grew up knowing that she was Indian. And then all of a sudden, in the middle of her life, they name a place on the east side India and call them Indians. It sounds like they were conspiring against Indians.
Mm.
I'm trying to find out when Sabu was born. Now you got me looking it up.
It's almost 2 o'clock. I'm gonna get ready to drop down. I enjoyed the video. I enjoyed the conversation as always. Okay.
We great close out, sister love. We great close out, girl.
Yes, ma'am.
So
Going
you
on
want
2
to
in the
go
morning.
ahead
Drake
and
Copper, did you want to say anything yet? Because we're getting ready to shut this down in a few.
Okay. I want to ask the panel a quick sidebar question, just real quick. Okay, I finally made it to my 14th great grandparent, right? In my doing my little ancestry or whatnot. Yeah, that was in
That's
1450.
nice.
But when you get to your 14th great grandparent, you have 6,300 and something like. So it's like, how do you really know what to tie yourself to, or do you just embrace it all? Because there's a lot going on in my tree. No Africans though. That's the thing that surprised me because I thought that's
Ain't
what I
that
was.
something? Ain't
I
that
thought I was
something?
gonna find that first.
But
I
see,
think Rod Hayes said it best when he came on last is that you tie yourself to a land. So yeah, you have 6,000, right? And maybe not 6,000 are from this land. But as you're going back through your genealogy, you see you're heavily tied to this land, right? So you would then attach yourself to this land, even if there's other people that are mixing in. You would attach yourself to the land that your people are mainly from. So when there's Africans that are continental Africans, they don't need to go back to the 14th century to say, hey, we're this African, we're Zimbabwean, we're Ghanaian. All they need is their parents. And then they have a tie to that. And we should do the same. It doesn't have, we don't have to prove that everybody is from here. And you don't have to disregard your people that are not from here. That's part of your history as well. But being from where you are, having the culture or from where you are makes you the nation that you are.
Damn, that's a little bit too well said. He did say that. That went completely over my head. So I wanted to get a reassurance. But I wanted to ask some more, like, quick question. I respect what you standing on, whatever that is. But it's like you're the only one up here. You know what I'm saying? That feels the way that you feel. Like, do you think everybody up here is on a bandwagon that nobody did their homework? That we just following a trend or something like that? Like, you don't believe nobody up here?
because you said 14th grandparents. Wow.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying to you is that, yeah, I believe you did your research. I'm not trying to put anything that you've done down, but I'm just saying that everything that most have done is based on this internet, and most times there's no discernment within what is being done. Because I mean, okay, if the way Google works, if you're looking for something and you put in certain words, it will take you a certain way. You know what I'm saying? Unless you're specific, then it will take you to what you really want. So for instance, if you type in, maybe let's say, the Great Walls,
Like you
you
told
won't
me.
get the Great Wall of Benin. But if you type in the Great Wall of Benin, you will get that. You get what I'm saying? So this is what I'm saying to you. The discernment needs to be, you know what I'm saying, had basically before, so people understand what it is they're actually taking in. You know what I'm saying? And then we can have a conversation, because as far as I'm concerned, like I said, those who understand and know within themselves, I mean, it's a feeling, it's within the blood. You will know that we're one people. Forget whether it's Africa or Europe or America, or a people is a people. You get what I'm saying? And that's what I'm saying. Once you know we're a people, then yes, we can find somewhere where we can build ourselves as a people and come back up
Who's the
within
one people?
That's
frequency
right.
that
I was
we
going to say
was
the
and
same
used
thing,
to
though.
be.
Yasef, can you describe to us who are the one people?
The real people, the soul people, the people who
Who are the
have
soul
souls, the
people?
sun, the
Yeah,
solar
who
people, the
are they?
solar people,
We
the
are.
people of the sun. These are the
People
real
of the
people.
sun. So all melanated people are one people.
Not all melanated people are people of the sun.
Okay, so how do you define the people of the sun?
Well, I mean, listen, people have spirits. I mean, and not everybody has a
That
soul.
saying
You
came
know
from
what I'm
us
saying? We
too,
know
though.
this.
So how
It's
do you
fact.
know if the people have a soul or not?
Because the people that, I mean,
Are you saying it's
the
based on the people that are
melanation basically.
resonating? Wait, Yasef, are you saying it's the people who resonate with what you're saying?
No,
Oh,
the
they're
people who
mutilate
are
the little girls and stuff.
who through the sun are rising in frequency to understand who we were as a people.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
so that sounds like you are saying it's the people that are resonating. It's the people that feel this way and are rising to this are those people. So, since you know that we're not rising to your information, doesn't that mean by your definition we're not those people?
Well, I said that already. I said I might not be speaking to everybody.
As
But then
them
again, in saying that, that might be your position now. But time is in this dispensation of time, who knows?
Do you speak Wolof?
No, I do not.
Oh, okay, no, you don't.
And King of Kimbala, I think people that are saying you can't go by your grandma, what your grandma said, I think that's so sad because I know me and my grandma were extra tight, and I can remember thinking because of the way I was taught in school that my grandma was Indian, but I wasn't. Like I don't even know how I disconnected it and made it make sense to me at that time that like being like my grandma's Indian, and I swore up and down like my grandma's Indian. Look at her hair texture, everything. She Indian, but I'm not Indian, even though that was my grandma. I think it's a sad case that we have that we've been indoctrinated so far that we'll say we're based in cultures that these cultures go by what their grandma said. African culture is based on what's passed down from generation to generation. They don't go to a book to see who they are. They don't go to a college to say who they are. They go by, oh, my mama knows because my grandma knew and she passed down all this information. So my grandma made sure she passed down all that information too so I could know, but from somehow because of indoctrination I separated it to be like, oh, that's her, but that's not me. And that's what we're getting back to in this time. It's the age of Aquarius. We're waking up to the fact of how in the hell could your grandma be something and that's your blood grandma, but you're not that.
And I'm
Like
gonna say
we're,
this
we're
when you get done,
mhm.
though. When you
No,
get
no,
done,
no, no. Go ahead, Sister Freedom.
I was just gonna say there's some cultures and things that y'all do in Africa that over here in America we go, oh my God, we will never do nothing like that. So if we thought the same way that some stuff y'all even do like little carvings in the face and stuff, I don't. To me it sounds like mutilation, and God forbid y'all circumcise little girls and little stuff. I'm not gonna say all everywhere in Africa. I'm saying these are some of the traditions in Africa for some of the tribes. Some of the tribes do some things that are just, that American people of color, American color copper people that people consider black today, we look like hell no. We look like that kind of stuff is crazy. You know what I'm saying? Just a lot of things that you would do, we just would not even think to do over here. So
I
when
was
you
just closest to that grandma, but let me make it clear. I don't know one grandfather. He died before I was born, so I don't know what he would have said. But three out of four grandparents said they were Indian. For
yeah,
fact.
Mm.
all of our
Three out of
grandparents,
the four said that they were
all
Indian.
of them.
The one I
None of
met,
them
they
said
were
they were
like,
African.
none of them said they were African.
None of them.
Exactly. I didn't start getting African, and honestly, even my parents, they were very black power, black pride, but they never really focused on Africa. Like even they would make me have like schooling outside of school, right? Because they were like, yeah, you have to be learning Black history and different things like that. And all the Black history that I had to learn out of school was based in America. They were Americans. I knew from a young age the things that we did in science, the inventions that we had, and all this other stuff. Not because I learned it in school, but because my parents were big on like, don't depend on school to learn Black history. You need to be amongst yourself and always learning Black history. So it's crazy to me how it even like transferred to African.
Okay, I want to finish what I was saying, Dulcie. I want to finish what I was saying. In Africa, a girl could be accused of something, and guess what they'll do? Accused of, like, say, stealing, cheating, because they'll kill you for stealing, but cheating or something, they'll cut all her hair off. Like, I mean, y'all do things in your traditions, in some of the traditions. I'm not saying it's in Ghana, but I'm just saying some of the traditions as punishments that y'all do. American people of color just would not do that. Would not do those things. That's not some of the stuff that we do. That's why when you say something about our culture, that's not us. We don't do that kind of stuff that y'all do. We just would look at it like, what?
Big Mama, you want
Like
to go to
boarding
jail?
school is
You want to
Be
go to
one.
jail, or you
specific,
want to get a
Sister
haircut?
Freedom. What do you mean? Some of the stuff
Boarding
that y'all
school,
do. What does that
boarding
mean?
school is really oh,
Uh,
oh
Say what?
Copper, what was you
Nisha.
saying, Copper?
No, I was saying, you want to go to jail or you want to get a haircut?
I'm just saying they do a lot of little things that that I don't think that we over here in America, we don't do those things.
Like
Facts.
what?
We don't take
Like
brooms
like
and all
what?
that
Like
kind of.
what?
I just explained some things. We ain't circumcising no little girls and all that kind of stuff. We're not doing that. And we
Circumcising
got
those little
traditions
girls.
that we do. Like, say if we came out and our neighbors was big, right? Our grandparents, like Dulcie said, we used to put 50 cent, they put 50 cent pieces and tape it down. You know what I'm saying? So we won't have no big neighbor. Over in Africa, y'all say F it and let the neighbor just be big. I mean, y'all just y'all do different stuff. Y'all
Listen,
like,
can
okay,
I
I'm
just say this
no
though?
African
Can I just
today.
say
I
this?
would
Can
say
I just say
too,
this?
because that's why I was
There is
saying,
not.
Sister
Hold
Frida.
on. Let me just say this,
Wait,
and
no,
I'll
Wait,
put
y'all
this
said
to you.
what? Yeah, wait,
wait,
y'all said, but even like not even going that far back culturally, there's just different things that the African culture is different. Even the
it's
way they raise
different.
families, like we would not send our children off to boarding school. That's just not a thing that we're going to be separated from our children
Like,
that long, especially at young ages. Like we might be like, oh, we'll send you off when you're a teen and stuff, and be like, okay, we trust you, we've taught you enough to be on the straight and narrow. But we would never send like a 4-year-old off to a boarding school to live amongst them, to learn and all this other stuff. And that's like a heavy part. Like I know most of my African friends that they went off to a boarding school. And that's just something that we don't do. The way families coexist amongst each other is just different. My
it
Listen here.
son,
is.
You see,
he
they don't do
how
the
my
same. The
husband
black
talks
people in.
about how my husband talks about my sisters and brothers and all this other stuff, or even the cousins. Like he'll be like, hey, to my son, like, that's your auntie. Uh-huh. That's a cousin. And I get it as far as like how we feel about it or anything. He's like, oh, that's not a big enough word to him, because they can't even fathom how
How
we
all
see
kinds of words.
cousins, how
I hear
close
everything.
cousins are for us. But words are like mama one, mama two, mama three, daddy one, daddy two, daddy three. That's literally what the words mean as far as when they're affirming some of these people. And we don't do those things culturally like that.
Wait a minute, let me say
Yeah,
this to
but you
brother.
see, this is
Brother
where I
La,
disagree
I
though,
have
because
all
in the
kinds of artists in my
Caribbeans,
house
they
from
don't they
every.
don't do the same things that you do. You know what I'm saying? And they're close to you. They're more or
Your
less
phone is
closer to
messed
you.
up
But
again.
their culture
You
is different,
underwater again.
or their way of living is different from the way
Jasper.
you
I
guys
don't know
live.
how to pronounce the
And
man's name.
likewise, the Africans. So I don't support that opinion that you just brought across.
No, but I'm trying to say your phone is messed up again.
Yeah, your phone's messing up. I kind of got what you said, but that's our point. We're different culturally because we're different people. That's my point. It doesn't mean that we can't come together.
We don't even like our
That's
kids.
location. Location is what
Your phone
location
is
is what
messed up
caused that.
again.
It's
Your phone's
location that
messed up
caused that. That's
again.
all it is.
Oh my God,
It's your phone. It's your phone that
again.
we can't really understand what you're saying as far as it. But
Let me
like
say this, Dulcie. I wanted to
Mhm.
say one other
Nisha
thing.
up here, y'all.
Yeah, peace, Nisha.
Okay, need a booty.
Please,
But listen, I want to say this because I was gonna forget. You know, like we don't like. You know how Africans do with their kids. They send their kids way out yonder to get water and all kinds of stuff that y'all do. We ain't sending our babies nowhere. We stand on the porch if you're going across the street to the store.
No,
It's just a difference. It is a difference. It really is a difference with how we do with our children and everything. Y'all to send them out to the fields and all that kind of stuff to work. And I mean, because that's your way of life. And we do understand that our brothers and sisters that are African, we still love you. No difference. We will unite with you. Don't get it twisted. But I'm just saying we are different people. You know what I'm saying? We don't do that with our kids. We ain't doing. We watching. Our kids could be going an hour. We are boo-hooing and crying. Where our kids at? We don't play letting them sleep over nobody's house. You ain't going nowhere. It's just we just different type of people.
Hey, Niche.
Hey, y'all.
Hey, we the Nene.
Well, Sister Freedom, you already know that.
No, it's JB.
You already know that I disagree with that because I think Southern in the South, we got off the porch real early. So I was going to the grocery store by myself at 8, 9 years old. So it's different. It's different where you are. And that's the whole point. We're all different. And I think some more just really need to find, in the words of Dots, is find his tribe because this ain't it. And I'm saying that because we're not looking, first of all, the things that you've been born in the UK. So you for real, you really don't know the history. You don't know the history all around the board. You don't. And you just picking up pieces from here and there. You talk about us getting this from the internet. You doing the same thing. You really doing the same thing. You really don't understand what all this information that you done downloaded. You don't even understand really what it means. And you talking about you want to get people and go back to Africa. Go ahead. We ain't going. We good. It's funny because so many of y'all come over here. So I mean, it make sense. It really don't. What you saying, like really think about what you saying. It does not make sense. And to belittle and to say we don't know and the truth and all of this, baby, you don't know it either. You don't. So stop trying to make it look so grandiose, your knowledge, but it's really a lack. And I just want you to think about that and find your tribe, because this ain't it. That's all I wanted to say.
Wait a minute, Nisha, you went to the grocery store? Well, I do come from a different school than you. Remember that, though, too. I do come from years before you, you know.
No, but even though you got you understand, like my grandma.
I understand what you're saying, but I just, you know what I'm saying, that's very few in between. That's not. I mean, you know, I would love to live down south.
I think it's.
I would love to live down south.
Yeah,
girl, we felt like my grandmom and everything was so overprotected. We couldn't even go to cross the street. You know what I'm saying? So I would have loved to have had a little bit more freedom than we had. But remember, my time was different than your time. So which means that our grandparents and our mothers and stuff was overprotective of their little chocolate children. You know what I'm saying? Because of the time.
It's different too. The South is different though too.
The Doesn't it, Delcy?
No, that's a fact though. The South is different. Like I would never be sent off to boarding school or anything, but that is a thing. Like I tell you all the time, my
No,
mom
I'm
is.
talking about the time in the 60s and stuff when it was.
Yeah, I'm telling you, my mom was older than you, and she could go out and do things. They would send her out. That was known that my mom was doing stuff, and she was born in 1955. So it just depends on it, but definitely, I mean, like they just need to know where you're going and stuff like that. I got in trouble before because I wasn't at a place where I said I was going to be.
You
That was
damn
the
right.
worst whooping in my life that I ever gotten. But like, I think it is different when it comes to being outside the porch. But I think it is said it is completely different as far as the stuff that just is normal to African that wouldn't be normal over here. Yes, there are people over here that were sent to boarding school, but that's not the norm.
That's
But
not.
over there, it's the norm to be sent off to boarding school. That's normal African culture.
Well, I'm gonna say in different strokes for different folks. You know what I'm saying? I know I come from years different time than than you and Nisha. And in my time, it was kind of rough. Now I can remember. I know what you're saying. There was a time where it was a little okay or whatever. I don't know how it was in the South because I'm from Jersey. Me myself are from Jersey. But it was rough in Jersey. We couldn't even walk on the same side of the street. Because remember, I told you I met Marvin Gaye and all of them personally. I met them, touched them, hugged them, all of that. In the schools, they used to have to come to my school to get dressed to go to their shows and stuff. So now nobody parents wasn't letting them walk all over the place because it was in the early 60s. We wasn't walking all over the place like that. If your grandmother had you by the hand, that's what you was with, by her hand. That's it. I go back so far. They used to pin your little money inside you in a little sock. I can still remember my grandmother doing that. I don't know if Dulcie was at this time. Do you remember the hats that was furry and had the little long things? The little ball was at the end and it was furry too. Do y'all
Yeah.
remember the style? You know what I'm saying? But it was a different time. And even I can even remember how we dressed different, even. You know what I'm saying? It was a different time. So I don't know how it was in the South though, so I can't speak
Can
on
I wanted to okay, here we go. Here's the comment. King of Kampala, another Pan-African. What's up? Peace to you. Let me just take it.
My
So
bad. Sorry.
So basically, anybody can become a Native American by simply saying "my grandma said," right? So he's being a lot of facetious. Okay, but let me clarify that. So yes, that's what, since you're asking a basic question. So yes, that is where you would start, right? Because I would assume and I would hope that your grandma, right, is the primary source to your family tree. I mean, would you go and read a book from the 1960s to find out who your people are, who your kin is? You wouldn't do that, right? So yes, that's where you would start. Absolutely. And then you would verify that, right? Through you could use genealogy programs and apps. You could thank God for the age of information and technology in 2024. It is so accessible. And you would find land documents, deed documents, right? Everything. You look on the U.S. Census, things will come up in regards to your kinfolk. Okay, so it's not even so much of relying on just one person to say, but you would verify that by doing your research. A book could never tell you, King Kampala, who you are, right? But that's the point you're pushing. I want to share something with you guys real quickly because. One second, let me show you guys this. If I can. So for example, King Kampala, right? And I don't really share anything personal about me on social media for a number of reasons. But for sake of the conversation, I'll do it. So who you see in this pic, right? This is my grandmother's grandmother, okay? On my dad's side, all right? Now, this big mama standing in front of you, okay? Her name is Letty Davis. She was born 1880, and she was born in Nottoway, Virginia, in a very small town called Blackstone. Follow where I'm going, okay? She was listed on the census as mulatto, And after showing you this picture, I'll quickly show you guys that source on the Pew Research in regards to the U.S. Census and how, pretty much what the enumerators were told and how to label and identify a person on the United States Census up until 1960 when you can do it yourself. Okay. Now, the land that she's standing on, okay, is the same land that my grandmother was born onto, the same land that her mother was born onto, and her mother was born 1950. Okay, and they're in Virginia. Now, if we go along with the slave trade narrative, right?
Hey, what's up? What's up, continental African?
Okay.
Do you feel safe?
Nah, cause y'all got me annoyed as hell.
What's up? What we do?
I'm first of all, smoke with you. Hey, what's up, Nisha? I ain't seen you in a minute. Where you been hiding at?
Nowhere.
All right, but babe, start with you. First of all, boarding school is colonizer culture. It's not African culture.
Sure is. I said
Right.
that.
So leave that there and going on with that business. First of all, like
you do know we were colonized too, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's still, I get it's colonizer culture, but still it's showing that the cultures are different. Even the effects of colonization is different on America than Africa, right?
Obviously.
Right. So that's all I'm saying.
The outcome the same though. It's a dumbass world we're in. And my only point is like this, right? If I'm African, you're American. Simple, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's simple.
Right? That's simple. Now, to the other people who come on and tell y'all you're African, now unless that motherfucker then talks to your great grandparents, their parents and the parents before them, and that's what they said, he can go ahead and shut up. Right? Because ain't nobody coming to tell him who the fuck he is.
Right.
Cool. Got that out the window. Right. So you are, you know what I'm saying, your family
in Zimbabwe. African liberate Zimbabwe. Hey.
That's not even where you from.
You know that song, babe?
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think that's a Bob Marley joint.
Yeah, you heard the joint, brother. Just say you heard the joint. Just so that's what you gotta say. But listen up, brother.
But no, hold on. Because yeah, that's a song about solidarity, you know what I'm saying? That's someone from somewhere else showing solidarity with people going through a struggle.
No, brother. When you say solidarity, that means a unity. That means people getting together. Now, you're gonna sit there and say, "Hold on, brother, let me speak."
No, because you're gonna make, like, why would you come together if you're already together? If you're one people, what the hell are you coming together for? You're already one people.
Because, like you just said, you're African, she's American. What's the diff? It's quite simple. No, it's not simple. If it was simple, then why are you saying one people and this and that and the other? Why?
Because they're not. Because like I said, here's the thing, right? There's a confusion about an African showing solidarity, right? And then an African claiming someone. Right? I don't claim Americans. They're Americans. That's why they're called Americans. Right? That's a distinction. It's a concept to distinct people from a certain place. Just like Africa is a concept to distinct people from a certain place.
Hold on, Yosef. Hold on, Yosef. He's speaking. He's answering your question. So hold on.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Right. No, that's like I was saying is right. We're having conversation about concepts right now, right? Because African is a concept, American is a concept. These are all concepts. Now the reality of those things are completely different, right? Because in reality there is no African.
Right. That's
right?
what
In
I'm
reality,
saying.
there is no American.
We're people. One people.
No,
and
we're not one
those who
people.
understand or overstand.
Because now, if we're one people, then now you got to throw in the white people, the Indians, the Asians, because they're all one people. They all have blood, hearts, and they all beat the same. That's what I'm saying. Now, you're making a now. That's where it gets tricky. That
No,
is the
that's not the
conversation.
conversation here. We're not talking
That
about Indians. We're not talking about white. We're talking about black amongst black people. That's the conversation. And I'm saying we're one people.
no, we're not. We just look alike. Then we can have solidarity. Again, that's like I said, there's certain places you can go, right? Like if you go to Kenya and you find a guy who's a Kikuyu and you tell him he's Luo, he'll kill you right then and there.
We're
Right?
not talking about people's perceptions and opinions, brother. We're talking
Nah,
about senses. You just
But
said it. We look
Samara, how
alike.
are you telling him
So
anything? He is a better source than you are because he's from the continent of Africa. He's up here telling you that. You're not like that.
no, hold
That's
on.
what's wild. How are you telling him?
I'm from the continent.
Right, and you
I
said
went to
no, and you said no, you're not from the continent. You were born in the UK. Your
hold on.
parents are from the continent of Africa.
No,
Hold on, y'all said. But what he said was a fact. And I know not because I know those Kenyan tribes, but I had a friend that is mixed Tutsi and Rwandese, and we know that the whole war was between them as far as where
No,
they
no,
hated
I'm
each
not
other.
saying he's
So
not
the
right.
fact is that you could not go to a Tutsi and tell her that she was Rwandese. That would be a problem. They're not the same people. They know what
Yes,
tribe
that's
they are,
because
and
of
they're not the same.
social constructs and what you call it, division. That's what that was about. But what I'm saying is, I'm talking about the people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he said we one people, we look alike. If we look
No,
alike,
he didn't say we're one people. He said we look alike,
Yeah,
and it's
he didn't
not
say that. You're
that.
not
If
listening.
we're one people, which he made a good point, so make it make sense. If we were one people, would we need to come together, or would we already be together?
well, no, because we've been separated. This is the whole issue. This is the whole issue we're speaking about. Why the need to regather?
now that's another problem in itself, right? Because even the concept of school, again, a concept, right, is a concept of standardizing information so we can have a single mind. Like it's kind of for trade benefit, right? Like there were trade languages, right? So we can communicate across the board. That's kind of the whole concept with that. Outside of that, they were never the same people.
No, but
And when
okay,
you say they
okay.
were never the same people, hold on, Yasef. Do you include the continent of Africa in that, saying that beside the trade, they're not the people in the continent of Africa were not ever considered all the same people?
Like before people created borders, right? Which are again another concept, right? The people in those supposed borders didn't even see each other as the same people.
How do you know that?
Why would they be
That's your
different tribe
opinion. You
names?
see, this is what I'm saying.
Nah, it's
People
not
are
an
saying
opinion, bro.
things and they don't. It's
Tell me,
making up stuff. How do you know that, my brother?
because they're different tribe names. It's not that hard, bro.
What? Listen, let me say this to you, right?
If we was the same tribe, right, with the same people, that's what it's real simple, bro. If you're the same tribe, you're the same people. If you're a different tribe, you're not my people. You're a different tribe people. How hard is that?
No. Okay, so let me ask you a question. How is it that there are Zulus in South Africa and there are Zulus in Zimbabwe?
They just moved over there.
Now,
Just moved.
there's this beautiful thing called war, right?
Okay, hold on. The reason being is because they're one people, basically.
Now,
They moved over there, yes, but they're one people because you're
then
free.
all of
Back in those
Zimbabwe and
days,
all of South
anybody could
Africa,
move
all of
anywhere.
Botswana,
It's their
all of Mozambique
own.
should be called Zulu then.
Say what?
Then why isn't Zimbabwe called Zululand? Why isn't South Africa called Zululand? Why isn't Lesotho called Zululand? You see what I'm saying? They're different
It
people.
was
They've always
called
been different people.
Swaziland. Swaziland is what it was called before. Tell me what Swaziland means, man.
Swaziland would be. Hold on, let me remember this. Damn, you got me on that one. Can't remember.
It doesn't
But
matter. It doesn't matter. But
right.
the point I'm
Isn't
trying
it
to
real?
make is that it was one people, my brother.
Nah, bro.
Listen
Because
to me.
again, you.
Use your
Wait.
senses.
I know you said you didn't
I'm
remember,
asking
but
you. Okay,
what's the M? What's the M word that means the land of the snake or whatever, the land of the great snake? What's that word? Before Zimbabwe. You know what I'm talking about? Mon
Let's see. Before Zimbabwe, there was Rhodesia. Before Rhodesia, there was Mashonaland. Before Mashonaland, there was Munumtapa. Before Munumtapa, there was
I was talking about Mutapa. But yeah, before Mutapa, there was another one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying like that.
No, but I'm
All that
talking
is
about the whole of the
all that
region,
is
not
a
just
change of who
Zimbabwe
became the
alone.
predominant tribe in the region, right? That's where the change came. Like, hey, the war happened, name changed, and that's not even like a name change. Just that to standardize information, we applied names so people can have some kind of understanding of what happened. But then somehow that became the story, the truth of it, which is kind of weird. Because like you're saying, it's you. Hey, how? Oh, they're one people, and I'm like, how are they one people when they named each other different things, when they speak different languages?
Right. Now let me come to that, you know what I'm saying? Because most of the languages which we spoke on the other show was like kind of English, Anglicized type of language, basically. But before then, we had our own language, which these languages are a part of, basically. But it's just because they moved and so on, they kind of altered it slightly, and it became a different tongue in itself. But as
Can you put
my
a date? Hold on, because you're telling him he's wrong. So now we need to put dates on this. Yasef, can you put the date on which, and that's fine. You can give hundreds of years, give us an error or whatever, just as long as there's a tangible date in which that before this English came in and separated all these languages, that it was one people, one land, one language.
Well, I mean, you can go back to that same map that we were talking about, the Negro Land map. And before then, before they actually divided the place or mapped out that map, it was one place, one region with one language, basically, and one divine
So what's the date
creator
on that? You're
or
saying
gods.
in 1400s? Because Muntapa is before the 1400s. So you're saying the
Listen, our
1400s?
history dates back way further than the 1400s. So
No, you're
I don't know
giving
what
us
you're
a
saying.
date. You're giving us a date in which it was one land, one language, one people. What's the date? Before the map is the 1400s that I brought up the Negro
So
land.
it
So
was
I
way
can tell
before
you
then.
for a fact that they spoke different languages before Negro land. So now what's the date
So
you're saying they all
hold on.
spoke one
A
language?
fact. Are you sure you're talking for a fact? Because you're not sure about that. You
No,
cannot be
that's
sure
a
about.
fact. It's a fact
Nah.
that in the 1400s they spoke different language in South Africa than West Africa. Now, let's go ahead and give us the date in which that it was one language, one people.
Dulcinea, you see, I'm not going to say to you, prove that, but I'm going to say to you that, listen,
I
before,
can
like I said,
in Mutapa, we can go back before there was a Shaka Zulu. The way that Zimbabwe was not conquered is because before Shaka Zulu, there was another emperor that kicked the Portuguese out. They spoke a language. It was not West African. We have different West African people in the 1400s where you're getting the history. The history is not the same. They were different people in the 1400s.
hold on,
So I'm
Dulcinea,
asking you, because I can go back to the
hold on,
1200s
Dulcinea,
when we have the Mandingo people, and they're not even the same people as the Ghana people. They were fighting. They were fighting
Dulcinea,
amongst each other. So I'm asking you,
please calm down, Dulcinea. I just want to ask you,
what time period are you saying that they were one land, one language, one people? I'm being very clear in
Dulcinea,
my question.
we're talking about two different things, because when I tell you about the Negro land, Zimbabwe is nowhere near that place.
At all.
The places you're talking about is
I
not.
know that. That's how I know that they
Right.
were not one people. They did not speak one language.
Hold on.
You're saying there was a point in time that it was one people, one language, not me. And
Yes.
I'm asking you when, what date?
Well, after this,
Listen,
after you tell us a date that you can't tell us, might as well. You know what? So this won't continue on 3 o'clock in the morning. Brother
Yes.
Live, wait a minute. Brother Live, what did you have to say? So we can get ready to get up out of here. Please. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I'm just like, now I'm starting to get silly.
First and foremost, peace and blessings to you all.
Peace and blessings, brother. Assalamu alaikum.
Peace, brother Law.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
I don't understand that, but okay.
He sent the blessings back to you just better. But go ahead, brother Law.
I actually jumped on to ask the brother Yusuf where he was from.
Remember I said UK, the UK.
No, I know he's from the UK, but I was asking in regards to his nationality, where he was from.
Where is my peanuts?
I'm from Ghana, brother.
No, you're not. Your parents is.
Do you speak Wolof or no?
I'm actually okay. I actually lived there. I went to school there and all that. So I class myself as I speak 3 of the languages. So yeah.
So do you speak Wolof or no?
Wolof? Wolof is not a Ghanaian language.
Is it spoken in Ghana though?
Yeah, that's in the northern side. That's the northerners. Yeah, no.
So Wolof is only spoken.
They're more they're like yourself. They're Muslims like yourself.
So what you're basically saying is you're isolating Wolof Ghanaians only on the northern side. There's no other Ghanaians that speak Wolof on any other part of the of Ghana. That's what you're saying?
Say that again.
What you're saying is Wolof speaking people are only on the northern end of Ghana, is what you're saying right now.
No, I didn't say that. I said the Wolofs that are in Ghana are from the northern side, the northern part of Ghana.
You just repeated the same thing. You
Say what?
realize that, right? You just.
That's what I'm wondering. Like you just said. Wow. Man.
You need to get yourself together. It's sorry.
Hold on.
Well, Wolof itself.
What's your point? What's your point, brother?
Proves that all of Ghanaians are not even one people.
Right. That's what.
No.
Just prove it.
Wrong. No, that's where you're wrong. You see, before even those who class themselves Islamic are not Islamic. They celebrate their culture, the festivals, the moon festivals and everything. They were not originally Muslim. They were just conquered by the Arabs, basically, and they became Muslims, but they're not originally Muslims. So please.
So where did the language Wolof come from?
I have no idea, but we might have been connected to the Arabs. I don't know. It could be connected to the Arabs. I don't know, but they had their culture before they were conquered, and they even practiced their culture alongside, just like some of the Ghanaians practice their culture alongside Christianity. It's the same thing back with the Muslims back home. So there you go.
And so you're saying, just to make it clear, you're saying tribes aren't passed down through family, that colonizers gave African people these tribes?
No, I did not say that.
Well, you would have to be if you're saying that you're saying these tribes didn't separate the people amongst each other. They were all just one people. So you would have to say that tribalness came from colonization, right?
No, it came from migration.
But they're all one people. If I migrate to a place where my people are and I consider myself one people, why would that change my tribal name? I'm one people.
Why would you change your tribal name?
Exactly. So it should be one. There should be one tribe. We're one people. You're saying they never separated themselves. They were one people. So that means the tribe of Bono. They're the one tribe. That means if you move to Nigeria, they would still be the tribe of Bono, not a different tribe.
No,
they're one people.
Because no. Because the Bono tribe, they were originally in what they call it, near Cameroon, around those areas, basically. And then
so you're admitting that there were different tribes of different people.
No, this is migration.
Before colonization.
No, migration is what caused all of these separations. But I'm saying to you that the Bono people, some of them from Cameroon, left that
But
particular place.
migrations wouldn't cause people to separate if they're one people. If I go as far as if I am in Ghana and we're all one people, we're all the Bono people, and
Oh
I
wow.
go to Nigeria, there's no going and being a separate or different tribe. We're all one tribe. We're all Bono. So
Yes,
where did
we're
these
all.
different
Hold
tribes
on,
come from if they're not where did these different tribes come from?
Dawsonia.
You're
Let me
saying they
ask
were
you a
one people
question.
before.
Wait. Is somebody from the north
All kinds
and
of
the
stuff.
south of Carolina, are they the same? Are they the same people? Do they speak the same? Do they do the same things?
No, they're not the same people. There's all kinds of
Why
different
is that?
people in Carolina
If
because they're all
say
from
what?
separate different places. They're different people.
But they all
That's a
came from.
crazy
Okay, yeah, they all
analogy.
came. Say what?
I said that's a crazy analogy. That doesn't even make sense.
It doesn't.
Yeah, because we know if state,
Hold
even the
on,
state of Texas, we have all kinds of different people. Am I Mexican? Hell
hold
no.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on, hold on. Slow down, slow down. Let me just explain something. Yes, they're from different parts, but when they settled in South Carolina, they all started speaking in one particular way. All those that settled in North Carolina
In
started speaking
Africa,
in
they
a
Yeah,
speak
different.
my husband explained that to you. It's called trade languages. It's called communication that needs to be amongst each other. So I need, though this white person is not in my family, this is separate people, this white person, I still need to be able to communicate with this white person. So like that's even where we
Hold
have
on.
people that are like bilingual speakers because sometimes you need someone that's going to be able to communicate to Spanish speakers. So then you get someone that speaks Spanish. That a language doesn't make you
Hold
all
on.
one
Don't sit there.
people. It just means that you need to communicate with each other.
Don't sit
one
there.
African nation, please stop. I
Yeah,
mean,
and
I'm
Samora,
just
we're not
saying,
gonna go. Samora,
if
we're getting
you're a
ready to close.
people,
Samora, no, we're getting ready to close this down. Come on, we're getting ready to close this down, please. Like,
Okay, though.
get what
I'm
you're
gonna
because
go.
trying
to
to
be
say.
honest, like, there's
I had a
nothing
few other.
else that we're gonna say that he's gonna
Well,
get.
let Brother Law. Well, you
He's
can say
gonna
what you were
agree
going to
with.
say, Brother Law. Yosef has been here all night. What's up, Brother
No,
Law?
no, it's a few other questions I had for the brother, but if y'all gonna close down, by all
But
means.
just go ahead and get one question out.
One
But
more, please.
But
Yeah, and then
it's
that's it.
Dots, go ahead and close down. I'm gonna get back off. So I'm
You
going to sleep.
sure?
Yeah,
Time for them to go to bed.
yeah,
Nice sisters.
yeah.
thank you.
I just
Go
happened
with.
to jump up out of my sleep, and I'm gonna go back to sleep because I gotta get up for work
You
in a
knew the
couple hours.
angels was on. You knew them angels was on.
Damn.
Good night, Brother Law.
Mashallah, mashallah.
Don't
Master.
forget. Make sure you like the stream. Don't forget.
Yes,
Yep.
everyone. There was like 100 people here.
Yeah.
I hope we have that many likes. Thank you guys for coming out.
Yes,
And
I
ma'am.
think y'all said you just don't hear yourself double talking and making different points, one point to another.
yes,
Like
yes, it's true.
you're saying you understand that people were tribal, which means we're not all one people. Why we're not all one people is because we have individual families.
Yes.
Families come together and make tribes. That was something that was happening before colonization. It does not mean they didn't come together. It doesn't mean they didn't work together. It doesn't mean that they didn't share resources or gold is. You do not have to be one people and consider yourself one people to do that. People married amongst different tribes and
When we were
introduced different
different
tribal women, different tribal men into their tribes because they weren't one people. It would be incest if we were all. We're
you've
always
just
been
answered
different
my
people.
question. You know that. I mean, not question. You've just explained everything that I'm trying to say. Because, like I said, if you're one family and your brother moves to another place, they've got the same family name, the same language. What happens is the brother might change something in the name, basically, or add something to them just to make it them a little bit different from the other family, and maybe the language or how they could communicate or something. And this is exactly what happened in Africa. Hence why now we have all the different tribes and the different linguas
well,
and the
that's a lot
different
because y'all
whatever,
got a
whatever.
whole bunch of
But
tribes, a whole bunch
is
of
we are the same people. And that one more thing though, Alabama,
Right, where the other person comes from, where that's a
It's cool,
different
man.
person to
Listen,
begin with.
all
They're
your
not
anger
all
that you
one
have,
people.
you know what I'm
You
saying?
There's
You're
no
trying to
Alejandro,
make
anger.
it
I
positively.
understand
Yes,
that you
man.
haven't.
And yeah,
Oh well, yeah,
you
he's a
might
little angry.
consider
I'm
it.
not angry. The thing is I
No, no.
understand that
Alabama,
you're
I'm
colonized.
talking to. Alabama.
No, no, no.
Alejandro's not
Oh
Alabama.
well,
on there. He's not on
he's
there.
not on here. He hasn't said anything to you, and he wasn't angry either.
No,
He was just.
prior. What you were saying prior, I'm just saying that he's got a little bit of anger, you know what I'm saying, inside of him,
He is
but he
not
He's
needs to
angry.
just
not
cool down a
angry.
bit.
No, no one
And,
came with
you know,
anger. They were just like you weren't making any sense, and it's cool because you're not making any sense right now. So I
no,
get
no,
it.
but I
The
mean, that's cool,
frustration
but
when someone isn't making any sense can sound like anger, but it's not anger. It's just that you're double talking. You haven't really made your concept clear yet, but you're arguing a concept that you haven't made clear amongst yourself. That's why you're arguing that they're separate people because they're separate tribes, but they're all one people at the same time. And that doesn't make sense. You're double talking because you haven't come up
I
with the full
disagree because I
story.
can say you guys are double talking and I can use
That's
the
okay.
same
You can
language
say
and
that, but you
rhetoric
wouldn't
that you
have an
guys
example
use.
of it
But
like I just had an example for
I
you. You would
know
just say that
Okay,
because I
Samora,
said it.
that you guys were
Samora,
triggered, and
Samora, can you
I
please?
understand.
Good
Thank
night,
you. We
Samora. Please,
enjoy you on the
damn, I had your
panel.
girlfriend or
Come back
something.
another
Don't
day.
lie. Don't lie, Doc.
God, today.
Yeah, he's so fun. But and the men. And this is my landing plane, and then I'm done for the night. So my landing plane is, and even when you show like proof, even when you have, because the only people that had sources